Are you guys ready? You guys?
Another back-to-back damage over and over and over. Sleeping getting really low, having to tap to give himself back up, and there he goes down. Another taking so much damage again. Silencing on another, and he goes down. OMG from South Korea. Live through this. As he got freaking out of his to make it further on to Sleeping. And here we go. Now he's going to be silenced, and the Necrotic Strike is stacking up right now as he's trying to fake getting those into death foil. Wanthu still, look at that. So low on life right now. The dance is coming out as CKY to stop as much damage as he can, and Wanthu goes down.
Yeah, even with the spear out, where's the poly? Where's the blanket silence where they need? Oh, so low! 2,000! How do they do it? Stats staying in the game!
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the 2024 Cataclysm Classic Arena Tournament. 8 teams from each region will be competing for their share of the $50,000 prize pool. We'll be crowning those champions on Championship Sunday. Hello, everyone. My name is Aya. I'm here with Zico, Suftees, and Ven. Zico, I know you've been playing a ton of Classic. You're ready for these games.
Absolutely ready. I'm super excited. You know, Kata was a special. I have a special kind of place in my heart, I guess. Yeah, it's a very nostalgic expansion for me. So when I, made my first video, so been playing it a lot, been having a lot of fun, and super excited to watch the games. It's going to be, kind of a little bit different from what we're used to. So I'm very excited.
Yeah, it's good to kind of shake things up a bit. I totally agree. Suftees, is this nostalgic for you as well?
I mean, we're kind of like deja vu, not deja vu. What do you call it? We're jinxing each other. Like my first YouTube video was also from Cataclysm.
Nice.
Oh wow.
I was playing with Snuts and Sharpstar. I think we were fighting against Vinruki and Talbadar or something in the video. Our composition was pretty OP at that time, so in that matchup. But yeah, it holds a lot of nostalgia, a lot of good memories. I think also this is the first expansion I got my first Gladiator in. After being hard stuck duelist towards the end of Wrath, I was finally able to break that with this. In Cataclysm, these were some of the most hyped tournaments also from that era in time. I'd easily put it in like top 3 of like all-time greatest tournaments for Cataclysm. And now with the competition here today, it's interesting. Snuts gets like a second chance to be a Cata champion after getting knocked out by Jung Yup in that clip that we had in the video earlier today.
Yeah, so true. We're seeing a lot of familiar faces. Ven, I feel like now I got to ask you, since we got Zico and Suftees, was this your first video? Was it also in Cataclysm?
I don't remember. Maybe. I think it was about that time when everyone started making videos in Cataclysm. So it definitely could have been, but I'm not gonna commit my answer on that one. But yeah, Cataclysm.
That's fair.
Yeah, Cataclysm's awesome. I mean, what can I say that these two haven't already said? I mean, seeing that intro video before this, it brings back a lot of memories from back when I was competing and stuff like that. And I'm really excited to see how this kind of older game is going to evolve with some of these players we're going to see today.
Yeah, I'm really excited. Suftees kind of mentioned it already just a little bit. We're starting off here today in Friday in the European region. Like I already mentioned as well, we're seeing some familiar teams. We're seeing some new faces. Zico, how do you feel like they line up? How do you feel like there are any stars that you see in the mix already?
Oh, a lot of them actually. The entire tournament is very, very stacked. So the team of DXB is definitely a huge contender in this tournament. And look at that. We got the bracket right here. You can see them up there in the top bracket or in the upper bracket. DXB going to be Avizura, Geku, and laners. Very, very experienced players. They're absolutely insane. I've had the pleasure of playing against them as well. These guys are... they also have multiple comps. They've been practicing different things, so it's a very versatile team and a very experienced one. And we also have the Wrath of the Lich King Kata tournament champions, Jungle Unplayable. We got Homer J and Shixie joined by Black Betty on the healer. And Homer J and Shixie both were on the team that won in Wrath. So that could be kind of a repeat champion if they can make a run in that lower bracket. We also have Pump or Be Pumped, Cervantes, Clyde, the solo shuffle champion, making an appearance here with Ludex. There's just a lot of great teams in this tournament. We can't forget about Chas as well in the workshop there. Maybe we get to see an RMP mirror between DXB and the workshop, which is Chas, Mir, Albright, also another super highly skilled RMP in Europe. Both of these teams kind of considered the two best RMPs in Europe.
Whew, yeah, you weren't kidding, Zico. A lot of very solid players in the tournament. And, we'll get to NA, of course. I'm sure it's the same story over there. But we're in EU today. Supati, is any meta, any comps that you think are going to be shining today?
I mean, in this region for EU, it seems like hunters are very popular. We got like the 2 RMPs and then a whole plethora of different types of hunters, mostly Feral Hunter and Death Knight Hunter. That seems to be dominating in this region. I mean, the upper bracket is, I believe, Hunter Death Knight versus RMP and Hunter Death Knight versus RMP. Lower side bracket, we got some jungles. I think we've got one team that's running a warrior with the warrior and Feral Druid. I think it's in the first game of the day, actually, in that lower bracket between jungle and unplayable. So I'm interested to see which composition comes out on top. Was Jungyap's team just ahead of their time back in original Cataclysm and it still actually is the best comp? Or was it just like curveball kind of fluke opportunity with them because they were the only team at the time, I think, competing with that composition in the tournament?
Certainly a lot of questions in the air that we're going to be answering in just a minute. We're getting Team Jungle Unplayable and SZYMEK CLEAVE lining up next, ready to go. They're down there in that lower bracket as well. Then, before we get these games started, for any players that are more retail players that are more used to AWC, what can they expect from this weekend's games?
Ooh, that's a good question. I would say, for me, playing Cataclysm and watching the games, it's very momentum based. Like, having a good start in Cataclysm is really important. So that means when you come up with your strategy, you want to make sure that it is completely dialed in. If you have a good opener, you can ride that momentum to a victory. If you have a bad start, it can end up being a very bad time. So I think these teams making sure they have a really solid opener, getting that initial pressure and momentum is going to be really important this weekend. And I would say, I think most of these games are going to be pretty quick. I would guess most games are 2 minutes or less.
All right, well, we're going to be expecting an explosive series coming up here. It's elimination as well. Best of 5, like you guys are used to. Game number 1 starting off on the Grand.
All right, so we got SZYMEK CLEAVE and Jungle Unplayable, and we're going to see the Kitty CLEAVE versus the Jungle. So I don't actually know who is favored in this matchup. I feel like it should be the Kitty CLEAVE, at least if it's like a longer game, but I think it's going to be a lot about shutting down these Feral Druids in Cataclysm, of course. The Feral Druid, when he uses his finishing move, depending on how many combo points he has a up to 100% chance to proc a instant cast, which is usually used for a Cyclone. So it's going to be a lot about kind of denying these Cyclones, trying to ground them, trying to purge them, as both teams right now being a little bit passive here in the opener.
Yeah, a little bit of a slow start, but it looks like we'll move in with Asmo. Homer J is sitting right there, is going to get knocked out. Scatter comes in, though. Homer J initiating crowd control. Looks like they're going to be opening up onto the Shaman. Silence comes in. Shixie at the same time. He's getting peeled up, taking a little bit of damage. An instant Cyclone comes in to slow down the Warrior. But I really am a bit afraid for this Shaman here. It seems like he's going to get out of line of sight and be able to keep himself alive for the time being.
Yeah, and we see Razel trading out the Barkskin here, and here comes big damage actually from Razel. He's popping the Berserk as well as the Tiger's Fury. Huge damage potential. His spells are not going to be costing like basically any energy here, so if he can connect onto Homer here, he's going to have a lot of pressure, but not able to do so. He's going to swap over to Black Betty here instead. It's going to be a full trap secured though from Homer J on the other side. Razel with no Barkskin, stuck in a main stun. Chixie trying to take him out, and this is really good for Black Betty because he kind of survives that go without having to use anything. Razel's still very low here. Can he get anything more? They have a silencing shot there onto Azumu. Can they get anything more? Doesn't look like it. They get a full Cyclone there onto Azumu. Razel, what is he going to do here? He doesn't have survival instincts. He doesn't have anything really. Just tanking it out in bear with that frenzied regen. Feral Druids in bear form are extremely tanky, but surprising pressure coming out here from Homer J and his team as they get a Cyclone onto Razel. They look for the full monkey into full trap there. They get it onto the Warrior. Scatter shot onto the Shaman into a full Hex. This is a beautiful cross CC chain right here, and Razel is going to, I think, dispel it there, but good pressure coming out here from the jungle.
Yeah, Shixie taking a little bit of damage put into that throwdown. It's going to be Homer J, who is the main target. Can he kite? Can he get away? Both shamans free from crowd control for the time being. Black Betty has burnt through a lot of mana, though. Now into an instant cyclone. Going to be crowd control for the time being. Homer J still trying to avoid some damage. Doing the best he can, but Razzle's all over him. Steady shots do come in. I think Asmo is going to be under fire as well. Shixie trying to get some damage rolling onto the enemy healer. Full scatter into a full trap. Is it going to get dispelled? No, I think it got grounded there. So that crowd control is not going to land, and Homer J is still under fire here.
Yeah, Homer J could be in a lot of trouble here. What is he going to do? Trying to just tank it out for now, but yeah, I don't know if he's going to be able to tank this Blade Storm damage. Taking a lot of punishment right now. Stuck in the throwdown. He's going to trinket out and disengage back, but I don't think it's going to be enough. I don't think he has the deterrence right now to trade here, and Homer J might just go down there. Finally, in the nick of time, the Spirit Link connects there from Black Betty, but they need to get some offensive pressure here, potentially with this next freezing trap. They land it onto Asmo, but I don't know if Homer's going to be able to survive with that. They're not going to be able to build any momentum. They need some cyclones. Razel is very low, but Homer even lower. Huge damage connecting, and he will fall to the SZYMEK cleave.
Oh my goodness gracious. That dude did a really good job. That intimidating shout there at the end. Just slow down some of the damage, not allow the hunter to get away. It was a great first start. And this composition, it's looking very durable. That's the thing is Warriors, I feel like Warriors are not a great target here for jungle. So, and also the Feral Druid, like you said, when he's in bear form, he's very durable. So as long as they can get uptime on the hunter, it seems like they really can start building that momentum lead.
Yeah. I feel like, from what I've experienced so far in Kata, going up against Feral Druid, it seems like if you can catch them in cat form and you can stun them, they can take just a tremendous amount of damage and you can kill them. But the moment they get into bear form, it's so hard to get through the frenzied region. It heals for so much for the druid, so they're going to be very durable in that time. Whereas warriors, I actually really like hitting warriors in Kata. I feel like they take good damage and they don't have too much defensives. But yeah, sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say, this is a really kind of important moment in the match where Homer J, I feel like if I could critique anything, I think he was way too greedy with his readiness. He forced Black Betty to trinket Spirit Link. They had a readiness and use the deterrence anyways, so I think that was the major overlap that kind of cost them the game, because in Kata, it feels like you can't be overlapping defensive cooldowns. You need those cooldowns to trade at the right moments during those crowd control chains, and if you don't, if you misstep that, that's when things are going to fall apart really quickly.
Yeah, I feel like the jungle didn't really get that much pressure. They had like a couple of good setups there in the start. They forced all of the Feral Druids cooldowns, but weren't able to quite get the momentum rolling. At some point, it just kind of stopped for them. Even in the end, the Feral Druid was like somewhat low, but there was just so much pressure coming in from the Kitty Cleave. But jungle, they have a lot of paths to victory, which is the cool thing about jungle. Like they can go after the warrior, they can even go after the shaman and just spam CC onto the DPS. So there's definitely a lot of ways for them to win. So we'll see how they decide to kind of adapt in the matchup.
All right, looks like we're going to be seeing the same compositions for both these teams, except we're going to Blades Edge Arena. So it's going to be the jungle unplayable that did pick this map. How do you see this map playing out different? Like, why do you think they win here?
Maybe, actually, I don't know. Just a small map, I guess. I don't know. I feel like your option... So the interesting thing about Kata is that I feel like there is a lot of bad maps.
Everyone just wants Nagrand.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, right? So right now you've already played Nagrand. Then you have... Your choices are Dalaran, Blades Edge, Ruins. Like, what are you picking here, you know? I feel like they're all not ideal to go up against like a cleave on.
And maybe... So the map preview there for Blades Edge is a little bit of a lie, because there's no side ramps in Cataclysm.
Yeah.
You jump down, you're stuck down there for a long time. So it could be like maybe Homer J wants to position by like jumping down, running back up, jumping down, just running laps like that, and allowing a shaman to maybe play up top every single time he jumps down and help him avoid crowd control. Something like that. I don't know. We'll have to wait and see, though.
It's possible. It's possible, but it's kind of cool about the maps though in Kata, because you can really utilize the maps to make different strategies, you know, like back in the day a lot of people would pick like Ruins of Lordaeron, and even though normally in the matchup they don't go for the healer, they could use that as like the healer kind of rush down map for one game. So there's some flexibility there with the picks, and one thing about Blades Edge is just that it's a really small map too, so I don't know how much that is going to favor either side. I think whoever gets a good opener, whoever gets a lot of pressure in the opener, can definitely kind of ride that momentum really well on Blade's Edge.
Yeah, main thing I'm seeing in this matchup is basically Homer J getting bullied, he's getting disarmed, he's getting thrown down, he's getting intimidating shout. We'll have to see how Homer J does in this one. I think a lot rides on how he kites and how he lands his crowd control, because that Hunter crowd control is extremely powerful. Nothing is on diminishing return, so you can get the monkey blind into the scatter shot, into the trap, and it's a very long extended crowd control chain that you can put out. That's going to be their path to victory if they can find it.
Yeah, Hunters in Kata, they have so much instant crowd control. It's really something. You got the monkey blind, they got the scatters, the silencing shot, but they're going to open up here onto the warrior this time. I like this a lot more, going after the warrior. They get the silencing shot there onto the healer, but no follow-up there onto Asmo. There's the scatter shot, but they're all stacked up here. How is Homer going to land this? They forced the shield wall with just pure pressure right now, with just brute force. There's the monkey trap into the deterrence, and then he can place the trap in deterrence without having to deal with somebody trying to micro CC him. They get a full freezing trap. Do they have a cyclone out of that? They're getting good momentum here on the side of jungle. Unplayable. Can they take down the warrior? They get a cyclone proc there. They do manage to get the Spirit Link right before that Cyclone connects, but this is a fantastic opener here from the jungle cleave, and I really like that they're going after the warrior instead.
Yeah, Homer J sells his trinket. He's got readiness, goes for the silencing shot. They're still just going after the warrior. He's in trouble. Down to about half health. There's the full scatter. Can they find the trap out of it? Is there any more crowd control? Doesn't look like it. I think Homer J still under fire. Is going to be having to kite away. Black Betty will top him off, but now Razzle's getting low. Cleave is getting absolutely destroyed right now, but there's still decent pressure on Homer J. They land a full trap on Razzle as he's trying to kite away, but now that they've connected, his health is just going to melt. He's caught into a full stun. Looks like that will be the readiness to disengage and try to get away. Cyclone lands on his trinket, though. A beautiful Cyclone by Razzle, just freezing Homer's health, not allowing Black Betty to top him off.
Oh, they get the scatter shot. The trap. Can they eat it? They get the full freezing trap. The warrior's in so much trouble. Shixie trading out the Cyclone there onto Razzle. If he gets another Cyclone proc here and he can follow it up onto the healer, he gets fully feared. Beautifully done there by the warrior, making sure that they can't continue that chain. There's a monkey blind there as well onto Razzle. Homer J trying to stay alive here. They're basically isolating the warrior there in a 3v1, but really, really nice intimidating shout. He's going to shut it down, and now here comes the kitty cleave onto Homer J. Doesn't have too much defense. He has the deterrence. Might need to pop it, but maybe doesn't want to use it just yet. He's going for a trap there, looks like, and Shix is going to be sitting through a Cyclone. They're trying to build up the pressure onto the warrior. Big Blade Storm coming out. Asmo in a silencing shot. Do they have any follow-up onto that? Big damage onto Homer J as he is stuck in the throwdown, taking a lot of punishment right now as Razzle is also connecting. There's a full Cyclone though onto Asmo. Shixie trying to start up the chain here. They get a scatter onto Razzle. Can they get the full freezing trap onto Asmo? There's the bash. Homer aims it. Homer lands it, and adios for him, I think, here. If they can connect a little bit of more damage. Shixie hard casting a Cyclone. He gets interrupted on it. I don't think they have the damage to actually finish the job here, Van.
How is he still alive? I can't believe it. He tanks it out with the sword and board, continuing this pressure now onto Homer J, but he needs to get that two-hander out eventually. Get the pressure rolling. Looks like he put a little damage here onto Shixie. A full Cyclone lands once again, but Shixie's getting absolutely smoked. Warriors just line of sighting the Hunter and destroying this Druid. Doing a really good job now, pushing forward, feeling confident, getting the damage rolling, but Black Betty into a full bash. Is there anything out? The Warrior's so low. Is he going to go down? He gets silencing shot into a maim. He trinkets out, still just barely holding on by a thread. Trying to connect, but the Hex does land. Super unfortunate. And it looks like he will actually get topped off somehow. He's still alive. He actually gets completely topped off for the first time. And now I think Homer J's in trouble.
Yeah, I think the kitty cleave has finally left the station now. Homer J, what is he going to do? He's got no defensive. They did get the trinket rotated back there onto Asmo as well, so Adiu can play with pure confidence right now. Nice cross kick there onto Black Betty as well, as Homer J is trying to drag them further and further away. But meanwhile, the Warriors taking a lot of damage here. Can they find any crowd control into Asmo? Could be enough to potentially force something. Nice cross kick there coming out from Chix. He gets a Cyclone proc, throws it over onto Razzle, freeing up Homer J here. Nice preemptive Spirit Link coming out from Asmo there, thinking he might get scatter trapped in that moment, so if you try to pre-link it, but Homer J holds on to it. They still have the scatter and the trap, but trinket available. There's the stun. Homer J cannot land it here onto Asmo. Actually, it looks like they're going to swap it there for just a second. They get a full Cyclone onto Asmo, into the monkey blind, into the freezing trap potentially. Can they eat it? They don't get it, and Adio now in huge trouble here. Razzle is sleeping right now on the job, and meanwhile Asmo sitting through a full trap Hex. Beautiful cross CC chain here, but still Adio is just surviving with just the Riptide and with the Earth Shield.
Shield wall. He's got shield wall in just 1 second. A lot of cooldowns here are available for the Warrior. Audio just going to completely push forward here onto Homer J. I mean, just barely hanging on by a thread. Beautiful cyclone there by Shixie, not allowing Audio to get a good trade with that shield wall. Scatter trap does land. Stun now onto Homer J. Once again, this Warrior's just in so much trouble. How many times can he barely hold on? The trap finally fades. Stun now into Asmo. Can Audio survive? He's still so low, 20% health. Fighting it out, blade storming, just trying to stay on target, trying to really limit what Homer J is able to do in the match. And once again, he will hold on. That Shaman Mastery just paying dividends here for this team.
Yeah, the Shaman really doing a lot of work here, but the Warrior's still not out of the woods yet. 20% HP. Shixie in a throwdown, just trying to slow down the damage here. Defensive throwdown, but Homer J is teeing off here in the back line. Asmo with no mana left. Full Monkey Blind connects. They charge over to Homer J to make their final stand. The Freezing Trap connects onto Asmo. He had no grounding for that one. Adio super low. Homer J as well, though. Could fall. Razzle trinketing out here, getting aggressive. Adio on 1% HP. Intervenes to his healer. Charges back to Homer J. The Spirit Link connects from Black Betty. Can they finish this Warrior? Full Cyclone onto Shixie. I think Adio is going to survive. Asmo still has a little bit mana left in the tank here to keep him rolling. Cyclone now onto Homer J. Shixie with another Cyclone throws it out onto Razzle, and it's going to be about which Feral can land the Cyclone first. Black Betty still has his trinket, but also dwindling on mana and no real coolness to trade with it. Full Cyclone connect onto Asmo. No trinket. Adio charging in, trying to get a little bit of distance, trying to get a little bit of pressure. The throwdown coming out onto Homer, slowing down the damage for just another second, but still down to 20% HP. Asmo finally free casting heals in the backline, keeping the Warrior, well, I wouldn't say top, but back to 50% at least.
Oh my goodness, how is this Warrior still alive? What is going on? It's been such an uncomfortable match so far. Now going for line of sight, just hitting the Feral Druid, just doing what he can to slow down damage. He's got 10 seconds on shield wall once again. It felt like it was just up. Cooldowns rotating back here for the Warrior. Intimidating Shout is available. He's going to have to land a good one. He's trying to eat the trap, and a full Cyclone lands. Homer J into a stun, though. Can't connect the damage. Intimidating Shout still is available. It's such an important defensive peel for Audio on that Warrior. Gordon Board coming out once again, just chasing down the Hunter, trying to stay on target. Finally gets the opportunity, but it has not been easy for this Warrior in this match so far.
Yeah, he's been basically ping-ponging between 10 to 50% HP the whole match. Finally manages to get completely topped off there with the Spirit Link Totem coming in from Asmo. They're making a big offensive push here, but look at Black Betty. He's got so much mana. He got a big drink in the midst of those things. So Black Betty's going to have that late game advantage. If they can just continue to keep Homer J alive, Homer J still has a lot of cooldowns to work with here defensively, so he shouldn't be in too much trouble. And instead it's going to be Adio just feeling the pressure. Asmo, honestly, at this point, do they even need to CC Asmo? I think they can just try to slow down Razzle and just let Asmo heal himself at this point, because I think they got it in the bag. Razzle eats the trap, beautifully done, but they get a full Hex. Oh my goodness, what a clutch Hex coming out there. He's going to force out Razzle's trinket. He's going to dispel it, and Asmo now completely out of mana. Nothing left in the tank. How is he going to keep this Warrior alive? We got no cooldowns left, and Rage Regen gets popped. He's got basically nothing outside of that. He got a defensive fear maybe, but there is a Tremor Totem. If Black Betty just stays in range for that, he can keep his Feral Druid onto this Warrior, and Adio is feeling the pressure right now. Asmo in a full Cyclone. He intervenes back, potentially for the last time. Die by the sword gets popped in the last second here. Adio trying to make a big offensive push with no mana left on his healer, with basically no health, charging forward here defiantly against the jungle cleave. Full scatter shot onto Asmo. They're stacking up here, trying to make sure that they can eat that freezing trap. Shixie gets silenced on the Cyclone attempt. Full bash connects there onto Asmo. Homer, can he find the trap? There it is. He's gonna get it. No, yes, he is gonna get it, actually. A little bit delayed there, but he does find it. Full stun. This could be it. Razzle's in a full sleep. Shixie going for the big Cyclone, but somehow he's still alive. The rallying cry gets popped. The shield wall comes back off cooldown, but this is fake HP, and he was about to lose half his HP right there from the rallying cry falling, but it buys him enough time to get a couple of heals from Asmo.
Oh my goodness gracious, what's going on? You saw Shixie on camera saying a little prayer. Why won't you die? Please go down. And Adio just refuses. Just hanging on at 20% health for the last 7 minutes in this game. I cannot believe what I'm seeing. Still charging forward. The sword and board are up once again. Pushing forward here onto Homer J. Bladestorm comes in. It's not going to be doing that much damage. And once again, just forced defensive. He falls off the side, though. A little bit unlucky there. He slips. It's happened to the best of us, I'm sure. We'll see Asmo can he still connect the heals? And I mean, this is just unbelievable. The thing is, it seems like they have decent uptime here on Homer J, but they just don't have the damage to follow it through. Once again, Adio in a stun, but continues to defiantly charge forward. And I just like, is this guy never going to fall? I mean, how long has Asmo been completely out of mana? What is going on?
Somehow Asmo has gained mana, by the way. Like in the last, like, I would say minute. He was completely tapped, but now he's like, he has like a little bit. He has like 1 or 2 heals left in the tank there, and he's gonna go ahead and send a big Nature Swiftness there right before he gets crowd controlled. He's in a Hex, half Hex. Razzle not able to get this one as he is cross CC. The cross CC from the jungle has been very impressive so far this game, but Adios has been sitting, tanking it out with the one-hander on. Finally swaps over to the two-hander, looking for some pressure onto Shixie, getting a little bit mix up here onto the jungle side, and Black Betty was sitting down for yet another big drink there in the midst of that, and now Adio back again to 50% HP, not feeling too confident. Asmo dropping the Spirit Link Totem, beautifully done there. He still has the Mana Tide as well. It's not that potent in Kata, like Mana Tide and Innervates are not going to give you that much, you know, compared to like what we're used to, but it still obviously helps a little bit, and Asmo is going to need every little bit of mana that he can get. But the problem when you drop that Mana Tide is that you lose your Healing Stream Totem, which I think when he's been like this has been doing a lot of heavy lifting for him, but Adio still very, very low under that bridge in a full Cyclone actually. Can they set something up out of that? Looks like they're going to go after Razzle here a little bit as well. They put Razzle to sleep there with the Hibernate, but I think he got dispelled there. Beautifully done by Asmo. He drops the Mana Tide Totem there in the back line, but now Adio with no Healing Stream healing him. Asmo gets caught in a full CC chain. Adio charges back in, looking for the disarm, but look at Homer J. He deters the disarm, goes for a silencing shot on the warrior there, potentially to shut down the fear. He's in kill shot range. Can they do it? The jungle is looking hungry right now. Can they find that final killing blow? Asmo still just keeping him alive. How is he doing it? The enraged region is keeping Adio back in the game. They got a full pound stun onto Adio. Big damage connecting here from Homer as he gets enough distance to start firing off the arrows, but it's just not doing anything. Asmo's just standing on top of his warrior the entire game, somehow keeping him going.
I can't believe it. And this is actually what I was talking about with this map. If Adio actually does go down here, but Black Betty being able to just play up top and just basically immune to crowd control, isn't going to be caught in double fears. It's not going to be easy for Razzle to land Cyclones. And I think this map pick and the way Jungle Unplayable is playing this map is a huge part of why they're able to go for so long. And Homer J just really hasn't been in trouble. Black Betty just faces no threats playing in this top position.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely on something there, because Black Betty has also been able to just drink. Like, look again, he's going to sit down and just drink.
Thirsty.
And I mean, he's healing a lot of damage. I mean, you can see, like, the crazy thing to me is when you look at details right now, Adio is top damage, but it doesn't feel like he's been, kind of able to dish out a lot of damage. He's just been sitting with one-hander shield on, but he's still been able to keep up good pressure on the enemy team, and that's why Black Betty just continuously has to drink. Can they set something up here on the side of Jungle Unplayable, though? Doesn't look like the warrior takes any damage. After that first game, I was like, yeah, you can't really kill the Feral. He takes no damn, but I don't know. This warrior is still topping damage, but also just not dying. So I don't know what they can do here. Maybe go after the healer at some point, but right now Homer J in a lot of trouble. Big bites connects onto Adio as he tops himself off for a second there with the rallying cry, but Asmo has a lot of work to do here. No Spirit Link. This could be it. This could be the kill on to the warrior to get a nice monkey blind Cyclone onto Razzle. There's the cross CC chain. He trinkets out the Nature Swiftness coming out there for Asmo, and Adio is going to recover somewhat, but Asmo again, 0 mana left in the tank. Spirit Link Totem still 5 seconds away. He's probably going to have to use it right away. They're actually swapping to Asmo. I like this a lot. He seems to be the only one taking damage. Asmo has the Spirit Link, but where is his team? He needs to get there to drop it. He might die before then. Chixie's looking for the big bite. The Spirit Link Totem does get dropped, and that is going to at least stabilize him for just a split second. And Asmo, he doesn't have any mana to heal himself right now. He has Earth Shield on himself as well, which I do think is a bit of a mistake here. He finally switches to the Mana Shield, or the Water Shield, and that is going to give him a little bit of mana anytime he gets attacked at least, but still a lot of damage here onto Homer. Now they're leaving the warrior completely free, and Adio is definitely adding insult to injury here, but he is sitting through a crowd control. They need to take Asmo down right now. He has nothing left. If they can connect here with one stun, it could be lights out. Beautiful trap connects. There's the stun. Where's the damage? Shixie's there, and Black Betty is there, but Homer not able to connect, but it doesn't matter. Shixie able to deliver the final blow, and you can see this man is very excited in the camera. Talking about how it took him 10 minutes. He started eating a banana there at the end of that as well. Got a little
Hungry. I mean, that's a lot of energy.
He worked up an appetite after that one.
I mean, that was a 15-minute long game, so yeah, definitely a tough one. But I like that eventually they had the presence of mind. It's like, oh wait, the Shaman's out of mana. Maybe we can just CC the DPS. It's going to be really difficult to not only keep yourself alive when you're a Shaman with no mana, but the dispels, right? Like you're basically using all your mana to stay alive. So having to trade out things like Grounding Totem and actually find interrupts and get the spells becomes a lot less manageable. So I like the strategy adaptation in the late game. I do think we're probably going to be going to a small map like Ruins of Lordaeron here next, but I definitely think Jungle Unplayable, they had a really good idea with the way they played this map out. I love the top positioning. Eventually, near the end of the game, Black Betty decided to get into the fight and jump down from that top position. And I think this minor adaptation of just going on a different target. The Warrior was obviously, I don't know what was going on, why he could not go down in this match, but it just seemed like once you have so much mitigation, so much physical damage mitigation with plate armor and a shield and distance and the cooldowns you can rotate through, it seems like it's really difficult to take down a Warrior, especially with how potent Shaman Mastery is.
Yeah, so we actually have the AWC companion updated for Cataclysm. So if you do exclamation gear, you can see exactly what these guys are running in terms of their talents and in terms of their gear as well. If you want to get some inspiration or see exactly what's going on, because I'm kind of with you there, Van. And I do think that the Warrior, he is rocking maximum resilience. He's rocking full PvP gear. He's rocking actually an Ascandi. Great Sword of the Brotherhood in his main hand, and he's got Heart of Rage, which is a PvE proc trinket that procs a lot of strength, like 2,200. But that's pretty much it. Everything else is PvP gear, so he's wearing about as much resilience as you can, only having 2 kind of non-PvP items. So I think that it's just the sword and board that makes it really tough for jungle. Does jungle actually have like a lot of armor penetration? Outside of, I guess, like the bleed damage, because it didn't feel like like Homer J was able to do. I guess they have Chimera Shot as well, which is like nature damage, but I feel like a lot of their damage is physical, like aim shot and just like the auto attacks and everything. So it feels like it just being plate and having a shield giving you a lot of armor. That shield makes a big difference.
Definitely felt like it. I mean, he was basically just a brick wall for 15 minutes straight. But we are going to be going to Ruins of Lordaeron, so no cheeky top positioning this time. Looks like this Cleave does want to just play on the small map. This could be, like you said, a tell that they want to do like an all-in on the Shaman, because I think Kitty Cleave actually can take down Shamans quite easily, or are they going to go for the more conservative strat and just go after the Hunter? I guess we'll have to wait and see, but I think this map definitely opens up a few possibilities for Cleave comp.
I think I'm getting word that the Warrior's name is pronounced Adu, like Sidu, but this is like the Adu.
Adu. All right.
Adu.
What were we saying?
Adio. That was close.
Adio. Yeah, Adu. If we get any of the names right, I'm happy to, be corrected, So
for sure.
Adu.
But yeah. So jungle. Not looking too hot in this matchup, but they were able to get that one. What are you thinking here, Van? What do you think? I feel like Kitty Cleave looks kind of rough for jungle actually to like take somebody down.
Yeah, they all seem really durable. I mean, I think the big reason why that map felt so difficult for the Warrior Feral Druid to actually take them down is they just couldn't get any crowd control on the Shaman. So I think on the smaller map, it's going to be a lot easier for Razzle to potentially land Cyclones. Maybe Adu to find the intimidating shouts, but you should have Tremor Totem Floor. We'll have to wait and see what ends up happening, but yeah, it does feel like both the Warrior and the Feral Druid are extremely difficult targets to take down. However, jungle unplayable. If Black Betty is able to get away and drink like we saw in game number 2, that could definitely put them in a good position for the late game.
Yeah, that's what I'm kind of a little bit worried about. If they can actually get those late game drinks, but they're actually going after the healer right off the rip here. Big damage coming in onto Asmo. So far it's just Chixie over there. Homer J not able to connect. Razzle's going to be sitting through a bash. Full fear connecting there onto Homer J and Chixie. Looks like Betty was able to drop the Tremor Totem there and get them out of crowd control, but still so far not a great opener here for the jungle. The Kitty Cleave has been able to kind of dismantle their initial setup, but now Asmo is back in position on top of his team. Monkey Blind Trap. Adu not able to get that one. And now what he's going to trade, actually just getting offensive onto Homer J, getting a lot of pressure. Do you have any more follow-up? Doesn't look like Shixie's going to be able to find the Cyclone onto Asmo. They get the DR Hex, actually nicely done there by Black Betty. I really like these hexes that Black Betty has been going for. Every single time he does it, it's at the perfect moment, helping them get crowd control or cross crowd control. Usually when one of the DPS eats one of those traps, he's definitely on point with that. But as I say, that Homer J taking a lot of damage there, but also dishing it out, getting the shield wall and spirit link overlap from the SZYMEK cleave, but he had to use his trinket. Black Betty also sat down for a drink there.
Yeah, he got a little bit of his mana back. Homer J still has his readiness available if he needs it. Gets a full trap here on a Razzle. That gets dispelled. Homer J maybe in a little bit of trouble, but doesn't seem like he's too worried for the time being. Adu is not able to actually land any kind of damage, and they're just going for a bit of a split strategy here. So maybe their strategy is to just get them out of mana. Shixie forced into bear form, and Adu can finally hit Homer J for the first time in this game. Gets on target, but immediately he's just going to disengage, and it just seems so difficult for this warrior to actually get uptime on the Hunter in this match, which is so crucial for him to actually take him down.
Yeah, Homer J, what is he going to do? Getting a lot of damage. He's stuck in this throwdown. He has no trinket. A lot of damage coming out there, but a beautiful peel coming out so far on to Shixie. But Shixie now getting the Cyclone there onto Razzle. Adu taking a lot of damage as well, down to 50% HP, but his shield wall is only a minute away, so he's going to have that if he can stay alive for a minute. Asmo has no trinket, and the warrior has no defensives as well, so if they can secure a nice long CC chain right now onto Asmo, they potentially could take him down, but there it is, the nice kick onto Asmo. Can they chain it? There's the silencing shot overlap a little bit, but they get the full Cyclone. It's not the cleanest setup, but if they can land the Monkey Blind Trap or the Scatter Trap, it could be it. Black Betty Trinket, Tremor. Can they find the CC chain? Adu on 1% HP. There's the Scatter Shot. There's the Freezing Trap. Can they get it? Surely that's it. And they do manage to take the warrior down. Jungle Unplayable now up 2-1 in this series. They found that miraculous little moment, and I will say it's because the SZYMEK cleave overlapped the shield wall and the spirit link earlier. That was the window of opportunity that was given to the jungle, and they took it.
Yeah, it's just so important. Like, the margin for error in Cataclysm is really low. I mean, you're seeing basically a 15-minute match of the warrior and the shaman barely holding on, right? You're 20, like, Adu is 20% health for basically all of Blade's Edge, and if they ever overlapped, that game would have ended way faster. And it's just these little overlaps, like you mentioned, and they puts them in a spot where they basically have no defensive cooldowns. Seemed like at this point it was basically do or die. Warrior wanted to go forward. To be fair, Homer J was incredibly low on health as well. He got away at like 20% health, so this could have easily gone the other way, barring a few critical strikes or something like that coming in from the warrior. Almost getting that execute off. Was a really, really close game number 3.
Definitely. A little bit unexpected for sure that they were going to be able to get the kill there. If you watch that Blade's Edge game, you're kind of, in the start of that Blade's Edge game, I was like, oh, the Warrior's low. But then you kind of got used to it. So in this game, a little bit surprising, but they had that little short window where there was no shield wall, and they're definitely going to be happy with that. Wait, are we going to Ruins of Lordaeron again?
Looks like it.
Is that actually possible? Can the same map be picked twice?
I guess so. I think so, yeah.
All right.
Pretty sure. I mean, if not, we're not going to be going there. So it looks like, yeah, it is within the rules. Cleave Comp wants to once again go to Ruins of Lordaeron. So, yeah, it seems like all is good. Jungle Unplayable, they're taking a moment here, just talking strats. Are they going to lock in something different? No, they're not. They are going to be playing the Feral Troop Hunter once again. And one thing to keep in mind is these teams are only 3-player rosters. So
yep.
I feel like it's really unlikely we see teams kind of flexing on multiple comps. Like,
I've seen some teams practice actually multiple
comps. Some. Not that many, though. I feel like most teams are kind of just going with that one composition.
Yeah, I kind of like that. The three-player roster is very like nostalgic and just sticking with one comp for the most part. I love that. Everyone just trying to play that one comp as good as they possibly can, but we got Jungle Unplayable right now. Just one away here from eliminating the SZYMEK cleave. Just one more game here on Ruins of Lordaeron for them. Or we could be going to a game number 5, of course, if the SZYMEK cleave can have it their way. But yeah, the Kitty cleave, I feel like if they don't overlap any defensives, the game doesn't look too bad. But I do like also what Jungle Unplayable did. They wanted to go after Asmo a little bit more in this matchup, you know, like a lot earlier. In a Blade's Edge game, they went for him when he was like and he had nothing left. But in this game, they actually went after him in the opener. Shixi went after him by himself. That part didn't look too good, but maybe, I don't know, maybe they had a different idea to get Homer over there as well. But when he did Trinket, they had gone on Asmo, and then they kind of cycloned him, and they got his Trinket from that. So I like that they can, you know, keep the Shaman guessing as well. Don't make him too comfortable standing on in the middle of the map, essentially, on top of the warrior like that.
Well, I think it's really important. I mean, from my own experience, it seems like against Resto Shaman, if you're just going after one target, it's normally a bad time. Like, you want to be swapping around, forcing him to swap Earth Shield. Maybe he gets crowd control and there's no Earth Shield up, because Shamans basically have 3 heals. They have Healing Stream Totem, Earth Shield, and Riptide. That's like 90% of their healing in this game. So if they don't have Earth Shield, then they're missing. You know what I mean? Like, you crowd control a Shaman, you kill off the Healing Stream Totem, and you're on a target that doesn't have Earth Shield, then, you know, 60% of their healing on that target is no longer there. So I think it is really important that you're kind of bouncing around, forcing the Shaman to kind of guess who you're going after, and I do like that adaptation.
You know, one of my team names in original Kata was ES Riptide AFK. I was very salty towards the rest of Shamans back then. But here it is, match points. Jungle Unplayable versus SZYMEK CLEAVE, lower bracket match. If the SZYMEK CLEAVE loses here, they will be eliminated, so they need to grab a win if they want to stay alive in the tournament. Black Betty, Homer J, and Chixie just kind of sitting back here, chilling near the starting area, kind of waiting for the enemy team to get a little bit closer to them. And on the flip side, it looks like the Kitty Cleave is doing pretty much the same thing, with the exception of Razzle. He is kind of behind enemy lines, but finally Adu and Asmo are going to, I believe, move forward. I think they are at the tomb. It's a little bit hard to judge the nameplate distance there, but I do believe that they are positioned. Yep, they are at the tomb, so potentially an opener happening here. Or I don't know, actually. Do you think it's good to wait for the eye to spawn and try to like get an opener on the enemy feral? Kind of how rogues like to do it sometimes.
Maybe that's what they're opting to do. I just feel like Asmo probably just wants a pillar. Like, he probably wants to play in this tomb position, make it a little bit more awkward for Homer J to actually land, you know, his scatter traps, the bad mana traps, things like that. So yeah, I guess we have a little bit of a standoff. Inevitably, the eye will come up though, but it seems like they just really want to deny any kind of opener that Razzle can have here by just standing behind that flare. Yeah.
Yeah, we'll see. The eyes are up now, so are they going to go for it? Because when you take the eye, you also take extra damage. So this is kind of smart from the warrior. He's going to take the eye on his side, because if he takes the other eye, there's a risk that the feral druid might just open on him when he's taking extra damage. But as I say that, it looks like he wants to go in for the other eye as well. He does have the eye, so he sees that the feral druid is in the starting room, and he's not going to be able to actually get Shixi.
I don't think he got it.
No, well, no, he had the debuff. He didn't take this eye. He said this eye on this side is still open.
Oh, okay.
He used to take this one, but he took the one on the other side. But Shixi is standing. There's like a little gap in the room at the entrance, like a little, like basically like a gap in the wall where you can stand, and it's actually line of sight. So he stood there just to wait, or just to avoid being taken out of stealth.
How bad would it be to just go after the shaman? Like, just risk it. Go in, go after the shaman, try to get crowd control on Homer J, and it doesn't seem like they're going to do that. Taking the more conservative approach here on the Hunter with an early throwdown into a silence. Homer J going to be denied on a little bit what he can do. Is Asmo pushing in, though, really just trying to get his team enabled in this match. We'll go into a scatter. It doesn't look like there's any follow-up crowd control just yet. Stun comes in onto Homer J. They're playing very aggressive. Trixie in trouble as well. Adu is really just trying to close out this game early. In this small space, I don't know if this is working out for the Jungle Cleave.
Yeah, I don't know how good the small space is, but maybe offensively it's insane for them. They're getting a lot of pressure here onto the warrior, already getting his entire spellbook popped there, but Asmo still has his trinket and his spirit link. He did have to use his nature swiftness there though, but Homer J and Black Betty are abandoning the room strat right now. Homer J is going to just be taking a lot of punishment there in the open field. He's going to be dropping his snakes to add in a little bit extra insult to injury as they swap over to Shixi, because Homer J used that Roar of Sacrifice, that crit immunity, so they're making making good use of that and just swapping over to Shixi to tax Black Betty's mana a little bit. Black Betty tanking an interrupt right there. Asmo could be getting cycloned here. Shixi just going to hard cast it in his face, landing it there. And Asmo, what is he going to do? They're actually going after Razzle right now, as he doesn't have that survival instinct. Razzle taking a little bit of damage, but I do think that the Warrior felt like a better target. But we'll see. Maybe they can take down this Feral Druid in a stun. He doesn't have Bark Skin. He doesn't have anything, actually. If they can get a good stun onto him, it's definitely possible. Asmo gets Silence Shot. Homer J, though, in a lot of trouble. Homer J trades out the deterrence here. He wants to get aggressive with that, though. Maybe get a trap. There it is. Scatter Shot coming out. Do they have any follow-up? There is a Monkey Blind, but look at Razzle just stacking absolutely perfectly on his healer right there, not able to get that freezing trap, but Shixi could potentially bash him into a freezing trap. Oh, they bash Razzle and they get a full hex onto Asmo, switching it up there. Beautifully done there, Black Betty once again in the back line, and if Razzle shifts here to dispel the hex, he's immediately dead. They get a full cyclone to follow up on that as well, but look at that frenzied regen healing. This is what I'm talking about. Feral Druids, once they're in this situation, they just, their HP just goes up. So at that point, unfortunately for them, Razzle is going to be able to recover. And this is kind of why I like the Warrior more as a target, because Frenzied Regen is just crazy in Kata.
Yeah, it seems really, really strong. Let's see if they can land that full trap. Doesn't look like it's going to be able to land. Black Betty is just getting stunned up right now. Homer J still under fire. Is Adu and Razzle are trying to connect. Full trap does land on Asmo, though. This is finally the crowd control that they need, but everyone is just basically full health. Adu taking a little bit of pressure, but it seems like he's going to be nice and stable for the time being. And Jungle Unplayable, they had some good pressure there on Razzle, but they're just not finding those extended crowd control chains that they need to take down the Warrior for the time being. He's down to about 50% health, but they're continuing their push onto Homer J. Homer J maybe has run out of a little bit of mobility. If they can reconnect, Adu just going for it once again. A bit of a duel between the Hunter and the Warrior, which is what we saw in the last game. In the last game, it was the Warrior that did fall, but I do feel like Homer J could be in a little bit of trouble. Both Shamans about half mana at the 5-minute mark in the game.
And Homer J not able to find a freezing trap right there. Could be big trouble for him, as now the Kitty Cleave can play with confidence for the next 20 seconds or so. He's going to have that actually in about 10 seconds. Homer J does manage to catch a big heal there from Black Betty. Still just keeping him nice and topped as they force out another Spirit Link here from Asmo. They get another full Cyclone there onto Asmo, and Adu could be in trouble here. Shixi has another clone proc. He gets it onto Razzle this time. Roots coming out there onto Asmo. He's looking for the bash. Shixi doesn't have it just yet off cooldown. Finally does have it now. Going to go for the bash right there. Homer J is silenced, so he can't place the trap there. He would have liked to, but he's going to just continue the chain with a scatter shot, and he walks all the way on top of him. There's the freezing trap, but they don't find it. It's not going to connect, and that's 2 traps in a row for Homer that are not going to find their target, which is bad news. But once again, Black Betty trying to save the day there with the Spirit Link Totem.
Homer J still on fire. He's got his readiness available if he needs it, but needs to be really careful. Has that trinket available, but everyone from SZYMEK CLEAVE is just full health for the time being. Homer J down to about 50% health, but they do connect once again. Black Betty is keeping him alive, but now has found himself with a lower mana than Asmo. Full trap lands, though. This could be danger for the Warrior. He pops the shield wall immediately, trying to just avoid as much incoming damage as possible. Continuing this push onto Homer J. Has to be unafraid in the match. Cannot allow Homer J to get too much distance, so you just have to keep pushing forward as that Warrior. Even when you're low health, keep pushing forward. It can be a scary thing to do, but it is the right strategy.
When you're a Warrior, you have to be brave and fearless. That is what it takes right now. He's actually going after the monkey here a little bit. And
not very brave.
I don't know about that. He's not being very brave right now, picking on somebody smaller than him like that. But beautiful cross CC coming out there as they get a Razzle into a trap. They get a full hex there as well. Shixi is going to be taking a lot of damage, though. They didn't really get much as they did go after Asmo there. Just a little bit. They get connected a kick there onto Asmo as well, actually. Into a Cyclone. No, Shixi is going to get interrupted on that. Nice charge coming out. And here comes the Warrior. Colossus Smash. Big damn here potential for the Warrior, but he's not going to be able to connect just yet. He gets slowed. Homer J trying to do what he can to get a little bit of distance between him and the Warrior. Nice scatter shot connecting. Goes for the freezing trap launcher, and it is going to hit its mark. But nice Cyclone there onto Homer J. It's going to slow down the jungle damage, and it should be enough defense here for Adu on that Warrior, as Shixi takes a massive chunk of damage and is forced to trade out his survival instincts.
Can he hold on? Interrupt here on to Black Betty. Adu just going to be going after him. Getting that pressure rolling onto the Shaman as well, kind of just cleaving everybody down. Mana's not looking good for Black Betty. Shixie is still just going down, making it really awkward to heal both targets. I like the split strategy. Stun on Black Betty once again is used just all over this Resto Shaman. In the meantime, Razzle's just going after Shixie. This split strategy, I love it. Can he eat the trap? Unfortunately, not able to, but it just doesn't seem like Shixie and Homer J really have the damage to follow it up just yet. And this is looking really good for this Warrior Feral team. They can keep pushing and stay on target, get the damage rolling. I don't know if Black Betty's going to ever be able to recover. It looks like he's sneaking away for a drink, but Asmo is there to shut it down. You do not want to allow him to recover any mana. Really important at this point of the game.
Really nicely done there by Asmo. Black Betty, though, looking for another drink. And just when the warrior swaps to him there to auto-attack him, to stop the drink, he swaps to the water shield just to get at least like one little tick. Nice little min-max there from Black Betty, but can they get any offensive pressure here? Homer J sitting through a Cyclone, and Razzle also sitting through a Cyclone. Shixie is going to have to try to start up the chain here with the cross CC, but Razzle actually getting a restuff there, I do believe, but not able to connect with the stun. Adu, sorry, taking a lot of damage here. They silence shot him there as well to deny the fear, denying a lot of that utility from the warrior. Scattershot connecting here onto Asmo. Can they find the freezing trap? Looks really rough here. They chain it with the monkey blind. Homer J trinketing out of a Cyclone here, looking for the trap, but doesn't look like he was able to find it. Shixie has a bash in 8 seconds, so maybe they can bash trap if they can continue to interrupt here onto Asmo. Nice silencing shot. There's a full Cyclone. He's going to be trinketed there by Asmo, and there's the Spirit Link as well for good measure to keep the Cataclysm offensive. And Black Betty is not looking too good here on the mana. Nice wind shear there onto Asmo. He's looking for the Hex onto Black Betty, and Black Betty just trying to outrange it, trying to keep up his teammates, but I don't think the jungle has a lot of time left here. They have maybe one more go before it is going to be lights out, and Adu has a lot of responses for that go. I think Shixie might just fall right here. Barks can get traded. There's the Spirit Link as well, and the jungle is definitely in shambles right now, Ben.
SZYMEK CLEAVE doing a really good job, but everyone is in danger right now. Shield Wall is available for audio. See what he can do. Shixie right now still on the run. No defensive cooldowns whatsoever. Just so far on the back foot. Looks like he will go down. Black Betty's got no mana left, and Shixie does fall. Game number 2 here on Ruins. Overall, game number 4 in the match will go to SZYMEK CLEAVE as they tie this series up.
Nicely done there. Very important that Asmo was getting those drink stops, that he was making sure that he would stay on top of the enemy Shaman. Don't ever let him recover his mana, because that has been kind of the win condition for the jungle a lot of the time, getting their little drinks during their setups. So it was nice that they were able to shut this down, but clearly Ruins of Lordaeron is a map that the Cataclysm really, really likes to play on, as it was picked twice in a row. So now the jungle, being able to win their swing match at least, are going to have that advantage in the next match, being able to pick whatever map they want. So at least they got that going for them, but you can see here towards the end, there really wasn't much left here for Black Betty. He just used his Trinket Spirit Link in the setup before that. And then his Feral did end up dying. 11 minutes and 4 seconds long game. I feel like this is, for Kata, this is a very long game duration. I feel like there are some outliers, obviously, that can go like really, really long, but I feel like this is definitely one of those matches that you would expect it to be faster.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just a lot of peels coming in from the Feral Druids. I mean, both Feral Druids are not great targets in the match for either team. Resto Shamans are one of the more durable healers, I would say, in Cataclysm for sure. Their healing is just, it's quite strong, even with limited mana. But what I really want to see, so we're going to Blade's Edge. I think that's a good pick here for Jungle Unplayable. But what I really want to see for SZYMEK CLEAVE is I feel like they need to make the map smaller. They need to play up top, go after the Shaman a little bit. Because I feel like if they do play that same position where Black Betty is just up top by himself doing whatever he wants, it seems kind of unwinnable. Like if he's able to just drink whenever he wants and he can free heal and he's never in any crowd control, it seems like it's a really, really easy matchup. So I think SZYMEK CLEAVE, what I want to see them do, go after the Shaman up top, and if they, if the Hunter follows, then maybe you can make some swaps, but I don't think you can leave the Shaman up top completely uncontested like we saw in the first game.
Yeah, I think it's going to be hard for them to shut that down. I feel like it might be up to Asmo maybe, because Asmo was positioning in a way where he was sitting on top of his warrior the whole game, but maybe he can also play up top and just like shut down the drinks because his team goes faster. I mean, he's obviously doing that to deny a lot of the traps, so maybe they just die before that point if he doesn't stack on his warrior. I guess that's the kind of trade-off for them, but maybe at some point, if they're ahead, they can kind of re-adapt their positioning to just make sure that they always have somebody stopping Black Betty from getting access to that mana. So we'll see. Bled's Edge. It's kind of interesting that teams are allowed to pick the same map again. That's definitely a new one.
The retail tournaments, there's 20, like how many maps?
Yeah.
15 maps. Only 4 here.
Yeah, I guess that makes sense. I mean, if you have a best of 7, right? What are you gonna do? So yeah, that's cool. It definitely makes for some interesting strategies because you can really like opt to practice on certain maps, like certain strategies. So it's cool to see, like this one from the jungle with their shaman kind of just being up top. We'll see if it's enough for them to get the win. Whoever loses here is eliminated from the tournament. It's a best of 5. All the games this weekend will be best of 5s, except for the grand finals, which will be best of 7s.
Yeah, I'm curious to see how this one does play out. I mean, going into this matchup, who did you think was going to win? I feel like Jungle Unplayable, they've got a pretty big name, right? In like the classic scene. So I would be surprised to see them go down at this point of the tournament. I guess a lot of teams did sign up. Like there was a lot of teams in this tournament. Obviously, these games were played out on Wednesday to get to this kind of top 8 position that we do see now. So we are going to be playing through that lower bracket first, like we did say. So our first 2 series of the day will be elimination series. So obviously a lot on the line for these teams, discussing all their possible options here before we get into this final match on Blade's Edge.
Yeah. Gonna take their time here, make sure everything is ready to go. I wonder, because they're on the TR, like you mentioned. They have access to just like basically all kinds of gear. So I wonder if somebody's gonna take a little risk here on the match point. Like maybe one of the Feral Druids is gonna go a little bit more PvE gear. Maybe one of the shamans, like maybe Black Betty, because he hasn't been targeted at all, opts for playing just like a lot of regen gear, or we'll see how they decide to switch it up here. It is the final game in this first series of the Classic Cata Tournament. And we got Cleave versus Jungle. So for me and for you, Van, we're both happy with this. Either way, a Feral Druid is getting knocked out, and as mages, we love that.
I'm gonna be honest. One of my favorite things about Cataclysm is that you can root Feral Druids. Like as a mage, that feels really good. It's like Frostnova on a Feral Druid. You can't just shift out of it. But enough with that mage propaganda. We'll get into this final game here between these 2 Cleaves. We've got Jungle Unplayable. Their jungle has been looking really solid. Black Betty going to be looking to really position on the top side of this map, which is going to open up opportunities to drink. I feel like for SZYMEK, they're going to have to really change their strategy. I don't think they can just ignore the shaman and allow him to play up top. So we'll see what they decide to do.
Yeah, let's see here. Shixie already taking a lot of damage here in the opener. They're maybe just feeling it out a little bit. Asmo actually going to be the target of choice here, as he's taking a lot of damage here. Can Chixie connect onto Asmo? Looks like he will. Pops Berserk. Big pressure here. They're committing a lot of cooldowns in this go here, but Asmo ducks around the corner, manages to get a big heal, and this is actually not looking too good for Shixie. Here he's stuck. Oh my goodness, Shixie needs to be very careful. Their trinkets out, gets the Cyclone. He didn't panic and trade out his survival instincts there, which is a little bit surprising, honestly, but he does manage to escape by the skin of his teeth. He's going to have that for later, so he's not going to be a great target. And now instead it's going to be Homer J. Oh no, disaster. They overlap the Cyclone there, ended the terror, and there's no heals coming out here onto Homer J. Still just so much damage. Full Cyclone onto Black Betty. They overlap again. Beautifully done here by the SZYMEK, getting so much pressure here, forcing out the trinket from Black Betty, the Spirit Link, and the double deterrence. Homer J has nothing left, Van.
Oh, he's doing what he can to try to survive with that Master's Call, allowing him to cut away for the time being. But SZYMEK, their pressure is immense in this game, going after both the Feral Druid and the Hunter. They are not making this easy. Full throwdown on the Homer J. He's going to immediately trinket out of that one and does land a full trap. Finally, some control coming in here from Jungle Unplayable, but is it too little too late? They have no cooldowns left. Shixie's now into a full stun as they're going after the Feral Druid. Homer J trying to just throw in steady shots and Chimera shots, trying to get the damage rolling onto Adu, but looks like that shield wall should be enough for him to survive. Full Cyclone landing, though. Asmo needs to be careful. He's going to just trade out his trinket try to keep his warrior aggressive. And I really like that SZYMEK CLEAVE is just kind of risking it here in this final game, but it could cost them.
Yeah, but they know they're so far ahead on cooldown, so they're just going to trade and try to stay on target. And this is where Homer J needs to be extremely scared. But they get a nice full trap there onto Asmo, despite the whole team being stacked on him. Homer J really sniping it there in the nick of time, but he's stuck in a throwdown. A lot of damage connecting. There's the silence shot onto Asmo. Adio, what is he going to do here? Beautiful Cyclone coming out there onto Homer J, slowing down the pressure there from Razel as they switch over to Shixi, who still doesn't have his trinket for a little bit. Nice fear connecting here on to Homer and Shixi as they make a big push onto Shixi. Is he going to stay alive? Homer J, what is he going to do to save his teammates? He can't do anything, but the survival instinct is beautiful for Shixi, and now Shixi could get a full cycle onto somebody. He's going to find it onto Razel. They need to get crowd control onto Asmo. Asmo's got nothing left, but unfortunately for him, he's got snake dots on him. I can see that Asmo is green right now. Finally, that snake dot, I think, disappeared from him as he gets monkey blinded, but they don't get the freezing trap, they don't get the hex, and they don't get the setup then.
Yeah, it's not enough, and Homer J in a throwdown once again, but that deterrence is available if he needs it. So has bought enough time. Just going back and forth on the top side of this bridge. Kind of an interesting kiting path here. Black Betty just running with him, trying to stay ahead of his hunter. I really like the positioning here for Jungle Unplayable. Their kiting has been good, working together as a team. And honestly, a really disastrous start, but it seems like they're going to be able to recover. Readiness almost available at the 3.5 minute mark in the match. I will say both these shamans are kind of getting close to running on fumes in terms of mana pre-deterrence coming in here from Homer J. Just trying to avoid some of this uptime from the warrior, but this is still looking a little bit scary here. Kiting around the map, just trying to do the best he can. Kiting back now, and that's going to allow Black Betty to play up top, but they are shutting it down. I really like that they're just ignoring Homer J. Just keep him down there, allow the warrior to just connect as much as possible, and they're not falling for the trap. What we saw in the last time these two teams did play is a great adaptation here by SZYMEK CLEAVE.
Yeah, they're going to make sure that Black Betty does not get any of those drinks. And they are kind of winning on mana. They have all of their cooldowns rotating back up here for the Kitty Cleave as well. And we can see Shixi now doesn't have Bark Skin, doesn't have Survival Instincts, doesn't have Trinket. He could easily go down in a throwdown, but at the same time, Adu is taking some punishment, forced to be a little bit defensive here as they are looking for that CC chain. Full Cyclone connecting here onto Asmo. Adu going to just respect it, trading out the shield wall. Black Betty, Bamalam, looking for the drink, Bamalam, and he's going to get it. And that's fantastic for him. He's going to have a lot of mana here potentially. They still don't shut it down. What a nice bash there by Shixi into the pound stun. And Black Betty is coming back with 30-40% mana here for the Jungle Cleave. And despite, like you said, despite that completely disastrous opener that they had, things are looking fantastic for Jungle Unplayable as they get the warrior very low. They recover the mana disadvantage. They force Asmo's Trinket, and they got the warrior without shield wall then.
Yeah, this is a really good position to be in. There's the Spirit Link Totem from Asmo. There's basically nothing left here for the side of SZYMEK CLEAVE. Jungle Unplayable has fought it back despite the disastrous opener. There's a full cycle in that. It does land, though. Black Betty's just going to decide to immediately Trinket out of that. Wants to keep his team aggressive and might actually sneak away for a drink once again. Putting on the water shield in the mid-map right now, sitting down, getting mana, and needing to shut it down. It looks like Adu will. Charges over, gets the hamstring up, takes out the two-hander, and trying to get some damage rolling here onto the Restoration Shaman. We'll see what he can get done. Just playing the top side of the map by himself, and this is a really interesting kind of target choice. Razzle's downstairs, trying to go after the Hunter. Adu is just going after the Shaman. Let's see if this split strategy ends up working at all, because so far it doesn't seem like they're really getting much pressure.
Yeah, and meanwhile, Asmo is not getting a lot of mana here. He's actually the one going Meanwhile, Black Betty has actually recovered so much mana. Oh, big swap onto Black Betty. He's silenced. Can they take him down? He doesn't have Spirit Link. He does manage to get the Spirit Link off in the nick of time. I forgot for a second that Shamans can drop Spirit Links when they are silenced, and he was able to utilize that to stay alive there. Black Betty still not out of the woods yet, though. The Ninja Swift disconnects. He's taking a lot of damage. Pre-Stone Forms the stun here, and that should be enough defense for him, hopefully, but maybe not. Asmo stuck in a scatter shot. They're going after Razel. Razel's in bear form. They do have a Cyclone proc. They managed to get it there onto Adu, and Adu has no trinket, so that Mortal Strike effect should fall for Black Betty. If he can line of sight the warrior, the warrior reconnects. The Mortal Strike gets reapplied. Black Betty gets freedom by the Hunter, but this is now a healer race. Black Betty, how he's gonna make it out alive here? He gets caught up with another full stun. The Kitty Cleave is powering through for the win, but at the same time, they get crowd control into Asmo. He's forced to trinket. Black Betty staying alive right now, and they do manage to get a stun there onto the the warrior, Black Betty. No mortal strike here. If he can kite this warrior, that's all that matters. But I don't know if he's going to be able to. So much damage coming out. The warrior's going to connect. No, he gets counter, so he finally connects with the execute. And the SZYMEK Cleave is going to eliminate the former champions, Shixie and Homer J, out of the tournament. We're just getting started this weekend, Ben.
Yeah, first series was quite good. They're going to try to play it out, but I don't think they're going to be able to battle it back here. Unfortunate for Jungle Unplayable, but SZYMEK Cleave with a beautiful healer swap. And honestly, when we see the replay, I think what was so great about that game is the Feral Druid just really keeping the damage rolling on the Shaman, even in bear form.
Yeah.
Kind of just taking him down. Like, I was surprised to see how much damage he was losing with a bear on him. Like, look at Razzle in this game. Really well played.
Yeah, no, I completely agree. I was thinking the same thing on that. Not this time, the next one.
Yeah, the next one.
When Razzle was in bear form and just like still doing so much damage actually. But he has full bleeds, and honestly, Black Betty, he had a mana lead. I wonder if the jungle should have just traded here in this situation and just went for an enemy healer race, try to crowd control maybe. But here, this is the moment we were talking about where Razzle is just a bear.
That's really rare. You see that.
Yeah, no, definitely. But bears actually do a lot of damage. Like they can definitely get some big crits. And Razzle did get the killing blow with that as well. So interesting.
I mean, it makes sense. It's a bear.
Awesome. All right. Well, we're starting the day off right here in the Cataclysm Classic Tournament. Definite way to start the day. I mean, you guys kind of already said it before we headed into this weekend. Zupatis, I said Zucatis. I don't know if you heard that. Zico, excuse me. That these games are going to be intense, and I feel like that's first series proved. We went all the way to Game 5, almost a reverse sweep as well. Just crazy series to start off the day.
Absolutely, and I mean, both of these teams played a fantastic game, and yeah, the Kitty Cleave came out on top. Game number 5 is what it took, though, to bring out the former champs, and we got plenty of more where that came from. We got more lower bracket games coming up as well, so it's going to be very exciting to see how kind of Europe performs on the day.
Yeah, certainly. Like you mentioned, we are still in the lower bracket. So that means Jungle Unplayable knocked out of the tournament. We're heading into another elimination up next. We've got TY versus Real. Zeke, I'm throwing this one to you again. How familiar are you with these players? Do you feel like there's a favorite in this series?
I don't know. One of them, I feel like you might know one of these teams, Aya. I think Team TY, or like Thank You, I guess, is Swapsy's team, actually. So they got Swapsy. They're playing Feral, Lock, Shaman. They actually eliminated Hydra's team, I believe, to make it here. So I do think that experience-wise, they definitely have an edge on the side of TY, but Real as well. I think is a jungle cleave, so I guess it kind of depends. Usually Warlocks do really well into jungle, so yeah, you know what? I'm going to confidently lock in a Swapsy W here. Yeah, that's what I'm doing.
Swapsy W. I mean, I think that's totally fair, Ven. You know, we know that he reigned supreme as well back then, so how are you feeling about him now?
I mean, Swapsy, I always feel good about Swapsy. He's been so consistent for so long, it's hard to ever count him out, but Real's looking pretty real too. You know, they got the Wrestler Shaman, the Marks Hunter, the Feral Druid. I feel like Jungle has been a really popular composition. I'm trying to see what Real actually lost to. So Real lost 3-0 to DXB, which is an RMP. So there's success against Jungle I'm not really sure about. I'm kind of feeling just compositionally that maybe the Jungle might have an advantage, but I'll have to wait and see. It seems like Europe really does like their Feral Druids.
Yeah, we certainly will. We're going to head to a break. Before we do that, we're going to do a special version of Spell Guesser. We're going to go into some Cataclysm spells. So if you're not familiar with this, we're going to be guessing here up on the broadcast with some limited information of what spell. So guess along with us if you're watching from home.
Oh, no mage spells, please. I don't want to
really
lose my mage card.
Enables your blank to be cast on friendly targets.
Oh, goodness gracious.
Blank, something ICAL effects.
Something that you can cast on friendly targets, and I guess
it's got to be something with Shadow Priest. It's a spell, right? It's a priest thing, because I think Shadow Priest can't get it.
No, Shadow Priest can't dispel. They only have Master Spell.
That's what I'm saying. So I'm saying it's purification or something like that, right? It's got to be. something for Disc Priest so they can dispel on friendly targets because Shadow Priest can't. So it's got to be like something like that. That's my guess.
Purification?
Purification.
It's the thing that enables. I think so. Yeah, I think it's purification. I don't know what absolution is. Either one of those. I think it's the thing that allows priests, like Disc Priests, to dispel on friendly targets. That's my guess.
Okay.
I think it's a glyph. Yeah, I think I don't know. Actually.
Could be. Yeah.
I'm
think it's
looking at
glyph.
purification. I'm looking at purification as well because it's definitely not. It's definitely not imp spell steal. Absolution. I think it's like some. I think it's something else. It's also some.
Yeah,
priest thing,
purification is
right?
my guess.
And I don't think it has anything to do with Hunter's Mark. So I'm going
Okay.
with purification.
All right. Purification.
Maybe.
All right. Let's lock it in. See what we got here. Oh, no.
Okay. Oh, I was right about. Okay,
You
well, I was
were
right about
the
what it is.
class.
I
Yeah.
just didn't know the name, but I knew it was the thing. So I get at least a half point.
I think, they sound like similar things. They're 2 words, or they're 1 word. It's got Shion at the end. You're close.
What's the icon?
Okay, wait, what? What is this?
I think
You
it's
gotta
D.
guess the ID.
That's my guess, yeah.
Wait, what?
Does it go?
What is this even an icon of?
Of the spell. Oh, what we just saw, Absolution.
Oh, of absolution. Wait, show me those again. I feel like I feel like C is a warrior. It looks like a warrior thing. It looks like a B looks
None of these look like priests.
I feel you know what they remind me
look-
of. You know, like when warriors overpower like your heal in wrath, and it reduces like the healing effect. That's what C and A reminds me of. So based off of that, those are in my head warrior icons. B looks. B could,
Looks like it could be, like based on the description, right?
Yeah, but I think it's a bait.
think
I
D.
feel like D. I feel like it's a D. It's a D.
I'm pretty confident in D, but
You were
I don't know.
pretty confident in the previous one as well, so let's not forget that.
Okay.
Well, let's not forget
all
that I guessed exactly what it was.
Oh.
It was B!
Oh.
I should have went with B. I thought it was going to be a bait.
Shoulda, coulda, woulda, but
It felt like a bait to
isn't
me
D
too. Especially,
Wait, isn't D a paladin? Isn't that like a... Isn't that a paladin thing? Paladin
I
icon?
don't know.
looks like shieldy.
It
It's gonna be a long weekend. It's gonna be a long weekend of guessing
Oh
these.
my god. We need to know Kata tooltips and icons.
Yep.
Yeah.
Sorry. Them's are the rules. You didn't see it in your contract?
I don't know. I've been playing 15 hours a day. I don't know that one.
All right, well, we're going to head to a break. When we come back, we're going to have more EU Cataclysm gameplay coming up next. Stick around. We'll be right back. Hello, everybody, and welcome back. We're on the second series of the day here in the European region for the Cataclysm Classic Tournament. We're eliminating yet another team. Stupid Tees, we've got TY versus Real.
We got a lot of Feral Druids in the lower bracket. It's just Feral Druid versus Feral Druid down here. Jungle Cleave for one side, and then Warlock Feral Shaman on the other. So quite a difference in playstyle between these compositions. One focusing a lot more on just overall damage, and the other one focusing on control. So it'd be interesting to see those archetypes going head to head.
Yeah, absolutely. And, we had a series go all the way to game 5 in that first one of the day, Ven. Do we feel like these teams are going to be just as evenly matched here?
It's hard to say. I would say in terms of skill, they probably are evenly matched from what I've seen so far. But compositionally, I am wondering who comes out ahead. Is the Warlock going to be in a position where he can just kind of get ran down by the Hunter and the Feral Druid? Is it going to come down to maps once again? When we go to Blade's Edge, Swapsy all of a sudden on the Warlock is going to be able to use, the top side of the bridge, just jump down and then port back up, making him really difficult to take down. I think there's a lot of variables in this match. But we'll definitely know a lot more after seeing the pacing of that game number 1.
Yeah, we certainly will. We are also speaking with White from Real before we headed into this weekend. He says that their team is very quick thinking when it comes to cooking up strategies. So hopefully that will come in handy because elimination is on the line for both of these teams. It's game number 1, TY versus Real.
All right, who's going to be the Cata champion? We saw the Kitty Cleave making it through on the top side with the Warrior. So this Hunter here trying to represent the Jungle Cleave on the side of Real with Nerve on that Resto Shaman, Cyhawks on the Marksmanship Hunter, and White Shadow onto the Feral Druid. Kisnu on the Resto Shaman, Scrappy on the Feral Druid, and Swapsy on the Affliction Warlock. I was surprised to not see any Balanced Druid Warlock. The Feral Druid version of it, Feral Druid's a little bit more tanky, I'd say. The instant cyclones are really nice, but its overall damage is much lower. And also its ability to kill Healing Stream totems. I think it's going to be super important in a matchup like this when you have a Warlock against a Shaman, is that you're sniping the Healing Stream totems as much as possible. Swapsy's going to have to keep an eye on them, use the Fell Flame, and use his pet to try and go behind pillars to snipe those totems and remove them as much as possible. You can see the Hunter just turtling behind the pillar with the flare down in a very defensive position. Now White Shadow is going to move away from the pillar and his team as the Fell Hunter is connected. It's going to be a bit of a standoff, it looks like, initially here. They don't want the Hunter starting off right on top of them. Scrappy's in a really defensive position. Seems like we're going to have these standoffs in a lot of matchups. I mean, neither team really wants to push in, especially as the Warlock. If you're in the open field for almost any time at all, it's pretty much lights out for you.
Yeah, we'll see what they decide to do. I do like this Fell Hunter just going in and killing off totems, getting off dispels. It seems like it's quite strong here for Swapsy. At least they're getting some stuff going on in the early game. But both these Feral Druids just going to be sitting in stealth, wanting to make sure that they are the one that gets the jump on the other. Really, really important. So we're going to be waiting for the eyes. Likely we'll see Swapsy go pick one up. Then he can send his pet onto White Shadow to knock him out of stealth. But it does seem like Swapsy has that central control for the time being, which is kind of what you want when you are looking for these kind of late game eyes as they do come up.
Yeah, Swapsy's baiting. He's just standing there. If they open on him, if he wants to, he's just going to trinket port, and then their opener is gone, and then Scrappy can open on the Feral Druid instead, or the Hunter if he wants to, depending on the positioning there. So that's what they're baiting right now with the Warlock in the middle. They want the Warlock to be the opening target, so they can just use Portal to negate it. And it looks like Cyhawks is finally going to start the fight here, and they are going to start on the Warlock. So is he going to immediately trinket and port? Scrappy intervenes here with a pound stun of his own over onto White Shadow. We see the disengage from Cyhawks as he's trying to get crowd control. Nice blanket silence into Coil to deny the scatter freezing trap from the Hunter. You're not able to shoot traps when you are silenced. That was a really good CC chain from Swapsy. Now they got Sunlocks coming through onto Cyhawks. Swapsy's looking to load out dots as soon as possible. It's really important that he gets as many unstable afflictions as possible to cover the dispel of his other dots. He's going to port back behind the pillar during the freezing trap, but the Hibernate connects as well. Triple crowd control. That actually forces Kisnu to trinket. Finally, Swapsy getting some unstable afflictions out. He's probably going to soul swap that very soon. Are they going to go after the Shaman? They've got decent raw pressure against 3 targets. They need to make sure they get dots on the Shaman, but a full clone, no trinket. Is he going to go down? Clone on the Feral Druid, stun onto the Hunter, peeling them off of Swapsy, but he's silenced up. He's going to have to life tap soon. He's almost out of mana, but Kisnu manages to recover him. Nice Howl of Terror onto both DPS during that critical moment in time. Now Swapsy's going to pick his moment. When is he going to go for that life tap? He's running really low on mana.
Yeah, Swapsy doing a really good job so far on that Warlock, getting control of the match. White Shadow is going to be forced to pull back behind the pillar. If you look at mana, Nerve is way behind. Here comes the Tranquility from White Shadow. try to stabilize his team. Scrappy's going to try to deny that a little bit and keep up the pressure on that Feral Druid, just not overextending, doesn't want to get stunned behind the pillar, but just poking and prodding, trying to get some damage, allowing Swapsy to get those damage over time effects on that Warlock up. Once again, Kisnu moving forward, or now being targeted here by White Shadows. Do they have a stun to do a trap? Spelllock does come in into a fear. The White Shadows is getting controlled so much in this match. This is going really good for the side of TY.
Yeah, I think he used that blanket silence in the Feral Druid to stop the predatory swiftness clone. So Swapsy's like predicting these CC chains and denying. Big swap onto Nerve. Is he going to lose his here in this position? He's down at half. He switches the Earth Shield over, and it looks like Scrappy's just going to switch off that Earth Shield, get into bear form for a moment as he's being targeted down by the Hunter and the Feral. But they have nice pressure. They got a huge mana advantage in this position. Nerve is really struggling. He's going to stone form off that Rip Bleed, but Scrappy is still moving in and absolutely tearing them apart. Spirit Link Totem is going to be completely useless in a second from now. Nerve is just dying to dots. He's rotting away. He's trying to recover. He gets spell locked by Swapsy. He's got a full row of dots about to fall. Can he fell flame it? He can't get in line of sight. Nerve is still just dying to a corruption tick at this point. He might just die by the pillar. His dots finally removed, and he manages to save himself. Scrappy at 10% in a clone at low health. Kisnu struggling to heal him back up as he's finally free and looking to reconnect, but White Shadow is almost dead. He's in bear form. He's got survival instincts. He trades it out so greedily at this low of health as he's ducking around the corner with frenzied regen. Now back into cat form, trying to create counter pressure, but they've got all of their trinkets. They got Spirit Link. They can just push in Trinket Spirit Link and close this game out, I think, at this point.
Yeah, this is looking a little bit deadly. White Shadows is just going to continue to make the push, though. They're going after, they're chasing Nerve behind the pillar, just allowing him to drink for just a moment here. Scrappy in hot pursuit as all three members of TY, they want to close out this game. They realize they have them on the ropes. Pressure is immense for their side, but Scrappy at the same time needs to be careful. Went down to about 10% HP earlier on in the match, so they do still have pressure on the Feral Druid, but this is just not looking good. They're just so far on the back foot. It's really difficult for them to get any kind of offense. There's the full stun. White Shadows could easily fall. Nerve connects a little bit of healing, but now you can see he's got 0 mana in the tank, and this is where the pressure from the Affliction Warlock is going to be completely overwhelming.
The stampeding roars his whole team to get across the map and away from the Warlock. The dots have fallen off. They're trying to clutch out a couple of heals. They got to be careful of that Fell Hunter that's going to be on top of them at any moment. Scrappy's right there for the interrupt as well. Nerve is totally out of mana. White Shadow trinkets out of clone. He wants to get aggressive and try and turn this around. He goes for a maim stun, but it looks like it was on DR there, not a full combo point. Charge there. Scatter shot onto the Shaman. Can they get a freezing trap out of it? Doesn't look like they're able to get it. Scrappy should be okay. Now Nerve is in trouble. It's so much damage coming his way. He drops his Spirit Link Totem and manages to get value. Here comes the rapid fire. Cyhawks. Is he going to be able to take down Scrappy? He pops his survival instincts. It's constantly back and forth. If Nerve can somehow hold on once again, he stone forms out the bleeds, but he gets cloned up. Now his DPS are getting low, but Kisnu's into a clone. They're trying to keep up the pressure, but Scrappy's in bear with Barkskin, and White Shadow might just die to a dot tick at this point. Nerve has almost absolutely 0 mana at this point. That mastery for Shaman is paying dividends, but he gets spell locked. And will he be able to hold on, man? This is going to be a legendary recovery for Nerve at this point. The entire team at 10% health, ducking around the corner. Full Hex gets decursed by White Shadow, but Cyhawks gets left behind. Clone comes through from Scrappy, and that should be lights out as Cyhawks falls, and shortly after White Shadow, TY with solid pressure in game 1.
Yeah, definitely. And not just solid pressure, but also a really solid crowd control denial. I feel like a lot of this matchup came down to Swapsy doing such a good job with this kind of blanket silences he put out on the enemy DPS, not allowing them to extend their chains onto the healer and just basically allow that full pressure. His Howl of Terror timing, his coil timing. I think Swapsy just had a really good showing here on the Warlock.
Really good showing. It's not often that, usually you're using spell lock. It's trying to interrupt the cast or something like that. And that's like the main focus of the spell, but it's also functioning as a silencing Cataclysm. And there are a lot of abilities that you can't use when silenced, like freezing trap that in, more modern versions of the game that you can. So you need to know these niche strategy moments when you have an opportunity to break up a CC chain. If you can stop a predatory swiftness clone with a silence, as you see the buff go up and give your team time to purge it, to deny the instant CC. It's these tiny little clutch decisions that builds you a huge advantage in a game. And it's all of these add up over time throughout the game. So you just want to constantly be adding those to your side. So obviously top of the meter here on the Warlock at that 1.5. I think it's the only Warlock in the competition. So if you're a Warlock player, you're definitely rooting for Swapsy at the moment. Is he in EU? I think he might be. I think it's 2 RMPs and 2 Hunter DKs in the upper.
That's so interesting. I remember when Cataclysm was announced and people were talking about like what was going to be the arena meta. everyone is saying every game is just lock shaman. Every game is lock shaman, but it doesn't seem that way. It seems like there's a lot of these different cleaves that come in. In the upper bracket, we have the DK hunters. We're seeing a lot of jungle cleaves, a lot of RMP. So lots of comp variety here. We'll have to wait and see what happens, though. We are going to Dalaran Sewers. I don't know. Do we like Dalaran Sewers? What do you think?
I mean, you stack up for Howl of Terror as the 100
That's
team,
the thing that scares me. Like, the Howl of Terror is so powerful.
but you might just be able to kill the Shaman, possibly, on this map. Maybe you just run him down. You've got, like, there's no knock advantage for either team with Feral Druids, so that's not an edge. It has to be something... I would have thought runes. You play, like, some open map, but maybe they're actually afraid of open field and a Warlock free casting on them. Maybe they want to, like, put a snare trap down, snake trap down, root and snare them on the pillar, and line of sight them that way. We'll have to wait and see how it plays out, because typically it's hunters want runes to lord around like these types of cleave maps against shaman teams, so that they can kind of just run down a target. But going to Dalaran Sewers does seem a bit odd, so it'll be interesting to see how they play it if it ends up working out for them.
Yeah, I think when you're turtling behind the box, one of the things, like, if I ever try to pull off that strategy, the most scary thing is when a Warlock just runs in, just die bomb Howl of Terrors you over and over and over, just plays really, really aggressive, doesn't allow you to kind of catch your bearings, and I think that can be a good thing. So we'll have to wait and see how they decide to play it. I think going after the Warlock is not necessarily ideal on this map. Being able to jump off the side and portal back up to the boxes, I think, is quite strong defense. So I do wonder what Real is going to do here. They talked about how, they're masters of coming up with strategies on the fly. We'll have to see what strategy they come up with here for game number 2, as I feel like that was a really dominating game for TY on the Grand.
Yeah, let's see what they can get done here. This map definitely Z-axis advantage to the Warlock with the Demonic Circle, so he's likely not going to be a great target. I'm kind of thinking this might be like a Feral Shaman game, possibly. And maybe they put some CC into the Warlock and just crowd control the DPS and go after the healer. It's a strategy you can do as jungle. I think it's actually pretty effective. I think more teams need to be switching off of Earthshield and kind of predicting where that is and dictating their initial target based on where the Earthshield is, and then putting their instant CC into the Earthshield to target hitting something else. But Swapsy's immediately taken to the boxes, trying to get that portal down. They intercept him with a pound stun. Scrappy jumps in immediately to try and assist, but White Shadow's taking a lot of damage. Swapsy gets back behind the pillar. He's in a good position. Howl of Terror hits 2, but they Tremor Totem it immediately. Silence onto Swapsy. He jumps off the side. He's getting ready to portal back up, but the Feral Druid chases him, but he can use Feral Charge to get back up, so he's got to be careful with the positioning on when he uses this portal and where the Feral Druid is. So he's hugging the wall, so if he ports, the Feral may not directly be in line of sight. I really like that right there. He ports right against the wall, and he eats the freezing trap. Crazy play from Swapsy right here to deny the reconnect, but White Shadow gets there with the Feral Charge, gets a Skull Bash on the healer, is really tearing in, getting full bleeds up. Cyhawks is free casting steady shots off to the side, getting in position as well for crowd control. Full Cyclone. Are they going to force the trinket? But White Shadow gets pounced by Scrappy. Tons of damage coming out from him. They hex Swapsy for a moment, but it's not going to really do too much here. They get a Monkey Blind on Kiznu, but the Cyclone comes through to deny this trap. They get a Scatter. They silence the Scatter, so he can't get the freezing trap. Insane play from Swapsy here in this position. Now he's going to have to do that same idea with hugging the pillar so that the Feral can't immediately Feral Charge here. Another freezing trap attempt comes through, and this one lands out of the bash onto Kiznu, and Swapsy ports immediately, line of sighting the Feral Druid. Dots are not on the Feral, though. He jumps up to the Shaman instead to reconnect to the Warlock. Nice awareness from White Shadow, but they need to get dots on him. They got an Agony. They're trying to get an Unstable Affliction, but it's so difficult with the pillar, just line of sighting him over and over. They silence the Unstable Affliction. They're really locking Swapsy down. If you stop all the Unstable Afflictions, your Shaman can just spam Dispel, and it's very easy to heal. So that's what they're trying to do their best to do, but now he's free casting. He gets 1 UA, I think, onto the Hunter. Big damage onto Cyhawks around the corner. Nerve is struggling. He's afraid of getting spell locked right now. He's just trying to use Riptides, get in line of sight. White Shadow's moving over. They might be going after Kiznu.
Oh, full
Steady
dots on
shots.
Nerve.
Big swap.
Trouble.
He's easily going to go down here. I think Silence has got Spirit Link Totem, but the whole team is dying. Howl of Terror hits the whole team again. He drops the Tremor Totem and manages to get back to the pillar, but he gets coiled off of it. That coil pathing into a Feral Root Charge from Scrappy, and he is tearing in. Nerve manages to hold on with the Spirit Link Totem. Crazy swap onto the Shaman. Amazing recovery by Nerve, and they have no pressure on the side of Real.
Yeah, this is not looking good. Nerve could easily fall at any moment. Swapsy's all over him. He's got the spell lock available if he does need it. Nerve trying to run. It looks like he just spilled for the UA. Haunt drains soul onto Nerve, but looks like he will get away. The blanket silence coming in from Swapsy is not enough to take it down. He just goes for the UA dispel as well. And somehow, some way, Real is still in this, but a full Cyclone lands. Now it's going to be Psy, Ox, and White Shadows that are both rotting down. This Hunter could be in a lot of trouble. There's no deterrence. He goes for the feigned death, but that is it. He goes down. TY, game number 2, looking dominant once again. Even on Dalaran Sewers, I think Swapsy had a field day, doing a really good job, landing those clutch Howl of Terrors, doing a great job at jumping off the side and portaling back up when he needed to, you know, connecting the soul swaps with the coils, with those swaps onto the shaman, and just overall looked like a really one-sided game.
They had no pressure on this map whatsoever. Swapsy's positioning was insane to avoid the feral reconnects, and then when he finally got open and was free, he got pressure on the shaman. So he really did a good job min-maxing every single situation that he was in. It's really important that you can switch your gameplay depending on the strategy that's thrown at you. When you're the target, you're playing defense, you're focused on avoidance and stopping crowd control, and then as soon as the team switches their strategy, you're no longer the target, you can get pressure, you have to flip the switch, go aggressive, and then get these crowd control chains and swaps onto the healer, and then you're able to get a ton of pressure, basically just triple kill the whole team, and put them in such a rough position. So Dalaran didn't look good at all. I really can't imagine that we're going to be seeing Dalaran again.
We're not seeing Blades either. There's no way. It's like, where do you... Ruins? Ruins the only map that can play? It's like Nagrand and Ruins, I guess. Dalaran, I just feel like any map that has a Z access that allows Swapsy to just portal up and down is just, it's too good for the Warlock. It just makes it really difficult for them to take him down. So I do think it's likely going to be a Ruins of Lordaeron angle, unless they want to go back to Nagrand.
I kind of want them to play more all-in. I feel like they're trying to play like a mid-range game, like a safe game. They're not committing all in, and they want to play like a standard match. But I feel like against these slow dot comps, that almost never works. It's like playing into their strengths, where you're just slowly getting dotted up and getting whittled down over the process of the game. You really need pressure and momentum, and put them on the back foot so they can't get you in a position where you're fully dotted. But they're avoiding Runes of Lordaeron entirely, so they think that map is actually worse than Dalaran. As we're going back to Nagrand Arena now for them on match point. Last game was easily their worst game in terms of performance. They just got nothing going on their side. Also, a big advantage, I think, with the tournament realm compared to like live servers is that the Warlocks can play Dwarf. I think Swapsy is playing. He might not be,
He's human.
but you can play Dwarf in these situations, and it can actually be really effective. It's basically like an entire go. You can use a stone form to remove the rip, and you can stop an entire go. I remember Warlocks doing that before, so if Swapsy even feels like he needs to do that, he could switch to Dwarf in a matchup like this with how many Feral Druids are in the lower bracket.
He's playing a lot of resilience just looking at his gear. And keep in mind, if you do want to check out their gear, it's going to be awc.gcd.tv. You can see what all of these players are running for talents, for glyphs, for equipment. It's actually an amazing resource. If you are interested in Cata PvP, just to see what some of these top players are running in full gear, because I know there's still a lot of people playing right now, a lot of people trying to figure out what their best gear pieces are, so you can see exactly what these tournament players are running if you are interested. But yeah, just taking a look at Swapsy's gear, it's just resilience everywhere. So he's playing the Dark Moon card Volcano, but other than that, it's just Resil gems, Resil enchants, everything is just full on tank mode as he realizes he's going to be the main target in most of these games.
Yeah, just survive, and you're going to win with pressure. Is the side of TY. Survive, stop CC, get dots out, make some swaps with the shaman. Make sure you're sniping the healing stream totems. Try not to attack the air shield too much. But with triple pressure, it's going to be really tough for the jungle to recover. On the side of the jungle, I want to see them play a game where they kind of just all in the shaman, possibly. Like if he doesn't have earth shield, just start on shaman and maybe CC the DPS more and focus on turning down the healer. Because this standard match that they're playing right now, it seems like Swapsy's more than prepared to deal with it.
Yeah, definitely. All right, we're going to be getting into this potential final game of this elimination series between Real and TY. TY is looking good. Swapsy on that Warlock is looking like an absolute menace, but just being in that lower bracket, this is kind of a nightmare team, right? Like, you have this team, they're obviously running a really good composition, they're phenomenal players, and they're going to be kind of the guardians of the lower bracket, which is kind of scary. This is a really, really competitive tournament.
All right, let's see what they can do here. Swapsy's also trying to make like a return to glory, I feel like, in competitive arena, whether it's retail or it's classic here. Wants to try and have a good showing and show that he still got it back from the Method Triforce Dynasty days where he was like a triple BlizzCon champion back-to-back. So he's having a solid performance in this matchup. He knows exactly what needs to be done. He's stopping everything at every turn in a great position and then turning the switch to offense exactly when he needs to. So definitely a great performance so far from the side of TY. It's up to Real to make some adaptations here in terms of their strategy, maybe a target adaptation. Something needs to change because what they've been doing is not working, and now they're facing elimination as the gates are about to open.
All right, here we go. 14 seconds left, and we're getting into this third and potentially final game of this series. TY leading 2-0 over Real. I think both of us want to see Real play this one a little bit more aggressive. Like, if you're playing a conservative strategy against Feral, Affliction Warlock in particular, it doesn't seem like it's really going to be working out too well for you. So we need to see them kind of risk it, play aggressive in the match, try to get their crowd control out, and really try to rush someone down.
All right, Earthshield on the Warlock. Pounce on the Shaman. I like this. They're going after the target that doesn't have Earthshield, but Scrappy is there. He's peeling with the Pounce. Silence comes through. They need to get an instant clone as soon as possible from Scrappy, but he gets freezing trapped, and they are just training the blue here as Kiznu has smartly switched his Earthshield, but he's still just dying through it anyway. Spirit Link Totem has to come down, and the pressure is looking way better for Real, targeting down the Shaman here as they force his major cooldown immediately. Now he's caught into another stun, still being pressured. If he gets kicked on any of these casts, it could be lights out. Silencing shot. They cycle into Feral. They force Scrappy's Trinket. They're trying to get their feet on the ground and planted to get pressure back against the jungle cleave, but they're getting CC'd so much. Freezing trap on Scrappy now. No dispels from Kiznu. He's trying to move into the middle of the map so that the Warlock and Feral can free cast as much as possible, but that also means the Hunter is going to be able to hit him whenever he wants to here in this position. He's putting a lot of faith in Swapsy and Scrappy to save him as he's trying to cross the map in the midfield at the moment. Howl of Terror is peeling him for the time being, and he's managed to reposition. I think he may have weathered the storm. The team looks so good, and White Shadow is just dying through survival instincts with that silence onto Nerve into a full Cyclone. Oh my god, how is he not trinketing this? How is he not trinketing? He's so greedy with the trinket right now. Shamans and Cataclysm are so greedy with their mastery. He survives to sit through the clone, but he still has a lot of work to fully recover.
Yeah, definitely a really scary position to be in, going for the greater heal, but I think Swapsy's going to be looking to shut that down if he can find a fear. Greater healing wave will land, but Disney's still in trouble. Goes for the Nature Swiftness, just trying to reposition across the map. He just wants to get the enemy team into the open to allow Swapsy to get those damage over time effects rolling. Howl of Terror potentially coming in here for Swapsy. Is it almost off cooldown? Needs to find those peels. Kiznu's in a lot of trouble. Fear's coming in here from Swapsy, doing the best he can. Finally, a full Cyclone lands onto White Shadows, and that's going to give Kiznu a little bit of time to breathe. Dots coming out for Swapsy. Full Fear here on Sio. Can they get anything onto Nerve? They need to find some crowd control. He's still got his Trinket, a beautiful coil, putting White Shadows behind the pillar. Great setup there by Swapsy, but I think he's going to be able to survive.
I love the coil into Feral Bearform root onto the Feral dude behind the pillar. They're really putting him behind now. Need to get a UA out as soon as possible onto the Feral. He's Howl of Terror with no UA. That could get dispelled. He's not getting lucky right now. Nerve is just mana tiding behind the pillar, trying to get any amount of mana back that he can, because he's got actually a slight mana lead at this point. If they can stay on target, there's no trinket. They could win in the next stun. They're CCing up the Feral Druid. Here comes the Monkey Blind. Can they finally finish Kiznu and put a point on the board? They need more CC. Kiznu's taking so much damage. They silence Scrappy so he can't clone. They stun the Healing Surge. Swapsy's trying to peel. He gets Windshielded on the Fear. Nice shutdown. They trap the Feral. They're going for the win. Can they finish him? They need more damage right now. They have to win on this push. Can they take him out? Greater Healing Wave comes in, and Kiznu tops himself off in the face of death. Now White Shadow is falling behind. Kiznu is trying to cross the map so that he can get to the other pillar and maybe even possibly get away from a drink, but they're still just right on top of him. White Shadow in bear form for a moment. Now back into Cat, trying to stay on target. Mangle spam. He's got full bleeds up onto the Shaman. It is so much damage. He has to switch to Water Shield. He's trying not to switch to Water Shield and be greedy and just live with passive healing, but that's all he's got is Earth Shield healing at this point.
Yeah, he's taking some big bites as well. Fear comes in the nick of time from Swapsy. White Shadow's trying to reconnect. He trinkets. Kiznu could easily fall. The full stun lands.
9 seconds.
The damage to put him down. 9 seconds left on that Spirit Link Totem. He just has to hold on a little bit longer. It looks like he will. Just looking like an unkillable wall here in this game. And now Cyox is at 10% health behind the pillar. Nerve is completely out of mana. TY is looking like they might just win this game. Spirit Link Totem drops down. Kiznu has his available if he needs it, and I think TY have done it. They've weathered the storm. They have all 3 members rotting down. This is looking good for them.
Yeah, bleeds are out. No survival instincts for 20 seconds here. Kiznu into a pounce. He's got Trinket Link. He's got mana to do it, but Scrappy's in a clone. White Shadow could just die to Swapsy. Nerve is trying to drink. Frenzied Regen. It's such low health. Howl of Terror behind the pillar. Swapsy setting up for the kill. Haunt into drain life here in a moment. Maybe even drain soul if he gets a little bit lower. Soul swapping the full row of dots over. Fell Flame refreshing. He's right on top of White Shadow with that Shadow Flame trying to snare him, trying to prevent his escape. Nerve's into a full clone. No Trinket. I think that's it. It's KO TY 3-0.
I mean, that was a very close game, and I feel like Real, they had the right idea in this last game. Just go all in on the Shaman, try to get crowd control on the DPS, and it almost paid off for them. I mean, they had him down to 10% health. He just casted the Greater Healing Wave in his face, in their face, and just went from 10% health to 100. That bought him enough time to get that Spirit Link Totem back and get a little bit more comfortable in the match. But it's a really risky strategy, right? If you're leaving Scrappy and Swapsy open, they are inevitably going to get that pressure rolling. But I do think that was the best game we saw from Real.
Definitely. In terms of getting pressure, it's possible maybe you have to swap targets at certain points, or maybe in that position where he's totally in, maybe you just CC him with the Earth Shield and then hit something else, because Swapsy's like out of range of his port right here, right? Unless he relayed it. I don't even know if he even bothered to relay it, but I think maybe CCing the Shaman when he's got Earth Shield and that's the only healing that he's got, and then switching targets to the Warlock when he's out of range of his port would probably be the next adaptation that I would have liked to have seen from this game. But Swapsy easily carrying here if they left him open. 1.5 million damage over the competition, keeping his team's dreams alive here in the lower bracket. He gets no second chances throughout this entire tournament, and the upper bracket is just as scary as the lower side. A lot of Death Knights on this top side, a lot of Rogue Mages on this top side.
Yep, most definitely. We're heading out from the lower bracket into the upper. So these teams are going to be nice and prepared. They've had 2 series before heading into this. And then we're going to start moving some teams on to Championship Sunday as well. It's going to be DXB versus No Tears, Just Dreams, Ven, for the first upper bracket series here in the EU region.
Yeah, I'm curious to see how this one does play out. It's not a matchup I'm super familiar with, but I mean, these are very popular compositions from Cataclysm, right? You've got the Rogue Mage Priest, and then of course you have the Hunter, Unholy Death Knight, Resto Shaman. I think No Tears to Streams also plays the Holy Paladin, so it is Jim. Jim, I think he's the only one playing Holy Paladin potentially here, and that was the composition that actually won the Cataclysm BlizzCon, right? Jung Yup playing the Hunter, DK, Holy Paladin. We'll see if they can kind of continue that success with that composition. I am really curious to see how it plays out, because I think that is just one of those comps. It's unrelenting pressure with the Death Knight and the Hunter. You have the Paladin backing him up, as well as the rest of them when they need it. I'm curious to see how RMP does do.
Yeah, I am as well, for sure. And we'll have to find out. We're going to head to a break. When we get there, it's going to be DXB versus No Tears, Just Dreams coming up next versus DXB. Before that, though, I believe we're going to be doing another spell guessing series as well. You guys know the drill. We're heading into some Cataclysm spells. So if you guys know all of your Cataclysm spell book, you got that memorized, definitely play along with us. I saw a comment in chat last time we did this, like, if you know this, you need to go outside more. But listen, we're World of Warcraft players. We're all here to say the same thing, and here's the first one.
Increase stamina. All party and raid members by 585. It has a cooldown of something minutes. It's learned at level 85, if that gives us away. I'm thinking it's either a warrior ability, a priest ability.
That's what they want you to think.
Yeah, Imp gives stamina in Kata still.
Commanding shout. Increased stamina.
What is that? That's a bait. That's got to be bait. There's no way, right? That has to be bait. There's no way it's Karaji Fortitude. There's no way.
It could be,
unless they took a Prot Warrior talent, and I don't think it is. Like, Power Word Fortitude doesn't have a cooldown though. So like, is the cooldown a bait? Like,
maybe it says 0.
I'm actually going to go with that one. I feel like that's the one I don't want to pick. I'm just going to go with it. Karaji Fortitude. I'm going with that.
Because Commanding Shot's the bait one too, because it seems so obvious.
Yeah.
Commanding Shot seems too obvious, and I don't think it can be Power Fortitude because it has a cooldown.
I've never heard of Karaji Fortitude. I'm going with it.
Stamina doesn't sound like there's no way.
It's like a Hunter pet or something.
Power Word Fortitude. I'm getting no outside information from this. This is just purely my knowledge of being.
I'm going to split our eggs here. Okay, we're going to diversify our portfolio. I'm going to say Commanding Shout. So there's this way. At least one of us is right.
All right, Karaji Fortitude. I think it's a pet ability. That's what I think.
Oh, Zico let me down.
I picked the obvious one and it worked. Okay.
I've never. I should have known better not to trust that man. My God. All right, Commanding Shout. I bet they didn't give this one the icon. Make us guess the icon for this because it's too obvious.
We would have got that.
No, this ability has changed names and icons. Like, it flip flops. Like, one expansion it's Rallying Cry with a different icon, and the next expansion it goes back to Commanding. I swear.
Wait, you're right. No, they do that with a bunch of stuff.
The spell has literally been renamed the same thing, like, randomly. I don't know if they like forgot that it used to be Rallying Cry or how they decide that, but like, I swear this ability changes its name to Rallying Cry or Commanding Shout like every second expansion.
That's tough.
Yeah, very frustrating. Well, hopefully we'll get the next one correct. But Hopefully these teams coming up are in a better state than we are. We're gonna head to a break. We're in the upper bracket. It is DXB versus No Tears Just Dreams coming up next after this break. Hello, everybody. Welcome back. We are here in the upper bracket in the European region, and we're going to be seeing some more games here in Cataclysm Classic. We got Zico back, and what's your take on these two teams? We've got DXB, No Tears, Just Dreams. It sounds like potentially we could get almost a mirror.
Oh, no, I don't think we're getting a mirror. I think we're getting, it could be RMP from DXB. That's their main comp. And then it could be, I guess, Holy, Paladin, DK, Hunter, or I guess the rest of Shaman, depending on what they think is better. But we did mention that most of these teams are teams that are playing with with just the one comp. But DXB actually has been experimenting a little bit with other comps. So I have seen them practice a lot of RLS. Now, I don't know how good RLS is into PHDK, but I feel like any mage-based comp into PHDK is not that fun. It tends to be a very short game. So there's some options here for DXB, but you know, with their RMP kind of expertise, they might just like start off with that.
I like it. We're seeing the classic arena composition in classic World of Warcraft. We'll see how it works out for them. Like I said, upper bracket, it's best of 5 still as well. DXB versus No Tears, Just Dreams facing off in game number 1, Supertees.
Hydramus RMP was knocked out of the tournament by a Hunter Death Knight, so it's a very difficult matchup. Honestly, almost anyone can die if you're caught in the open in the wrong position. I saw Hydramus die on Runes of Lordaeron in literally like the first 2 seconds against this composition. So playing RMP could be highly risky on their side. So I wouldn't be surprised if they have anything else prepared that they try and utilize it. But like you said, is RLS really that much better? It seems like any sort of caster is going to have a really tough time dealing with this. I'm not imagining they're going to opt for Holy Paladin on the Hunter Death Knight if they have Resto Shaman. I feel like that could actually be an opening if they have a Paladin for Mage CC as opposed to the Shaman. So they may not do that. But if Paladin's all they've got is the main comp, then maybe they will. They actually have a Priest. They're not playing a Shaman or a Paladin. They're going to be running a Priest with Master Spell. So you thought the Mage died fast before. He's going to die really fast this time around with a Priest.
This is a Mage Slayer comp right here. And I don't know, man. It's going to be all about the opener. It's going to be all about who gets a better opener. I think laners usually rocks a decent amount of PvE gear. We'll see what he decided to roll with for this matchup. Presumably some trinkets at least coming out for laners on that Frost Mage, but it's going to be all about this opener. If they RMP side can get a good opener, that really is everything. They got a sap onto the DK here, but not able to find anything onto the Priest just yet.
D&D,
back here. Ooh, almost got Avizura out right there, but Avizura gets the triple DR sap, and they're just going to go Garrot Nova, but oh my goodness.
Got the AMS up.
Beautiful Dispel. He got a nice AMS because of that, and now the DK is going to be completely fine. No, they're going to go for the Smoke Bomb. They're going to continue the chain here. Big damage on this DK. Can he get any crowd control onto the Priest? They get a full sheep. Trap connects onto Geku, but Lovenumb in a lot of trouble. The Priest actually had to trinket there outside of the blind. He gets fully counterspelled. If they just blind the Priest, they've already won the game on the side of RMP, I feel like.
Yeah,
they don't have blind anymore, actually.
The Lichborn Death Coil healing was a lot also, but a kidney shot, no trinket. Avizura steps over to reconnect. Garrote, can they finish him? He's got Icebound Fortitude. He manages to trinket and drop down the zone, but he gets feared out of the zone. Insane fear behind the pillar! And they snipe him around the corner. And they say, counter comp? What do you mean? They just made that look easy on the side of DXB.
That was, but let's be honest, that was a little bit lucky fear package, but my goodness, that was a beautiful fear on the trinket there of the DK. So the DK actually, I think, did a bit of a mistake there. He could have icebounded the stun, and then he would have had his trinket for the fear, but a lot of pressure. Like we said, it's all about that opener. If the PHDK gets a good opener on the mage, all of a sudden it's going to look completely different, but here they were able to get the trinket of the Priest. Beautiful counterspell landed there by laners. The pain suppression, the trap, and then this was actually a little bit earlier. Before that, I can see them extending the CC chain there with the smoke bomb, but I don't actually see what happened to Avizura's blind in this match. He's already used it here, but they do manage to get the sheep onto the Priest, get the trinket, get the counterspell, and at this point, they just need to get a second smoke bomb. So here, Avizura shadow steps over, redirects, kidney shots the Priest to deny the master spell. Laners gets a couple of heals, then they shadow step back, gets a smoke bomb, and then Lovenumb trinkets, and boom! As soon as he trinkets, he gets feared. And if you're the DK, that is the opposite of where you wanted to be feared. Like where the Hunter got feared, that's where you wanted to be feared if you're the DK. So the blind was here. It was right at the opener, that blind. So. Thank you, production, for that. Appreciate that.
Oh my god, they also got block in like the first scatter of the game. So if they just trade a little bit more effectively, I guess he's got Pain Sup is what he's thinking. So he doesn't want to IBF on top of Pain Sup. He actually died through Pain Sup. He died through Pain Sup getting wrapped around the corner. Laner's got so many sheeps And I don't know if there's really anything they could have done as a team possibly to stop those. I mean, going to the Death Knight, he can't really do much once he's stunned, but it felt like he was getting a lot of free CC in this matchup specifically, even while being the main target. Now he's actually top damage on Rogue, which doesn't happen, I would say, very often, where Rogue gets to be top damage overall.
Yeah, the anti-magic shell definitely doing some work there in the anti-magic zone as well towards the end. Definitely negating some of those mage numbers, but I do think Laners probably wearing... Actually, I'm going to have a look right now and see what Laners is wearing. He's rocking PvE legs and 4-set PvP gear, so that's 1 PvE item. And then I'm assuming he's going to have some trinket as well. He's rocking the Thoralian's Mirror, very nice trinket. And he's rocking the PvP trinket on use. So he's not wearing a lot of PvE gear at all. He's really respecting the damage that this composition here is able to put out. So yeah, laners just go opting for 1 trinket and 1 kind of main set item. And it's going to be up to Avazura. I think Avazura actually runs a lot of PvE gear on the flip side. Avazura is... I saw a recent biz list for Avazura, and I think half of it was actually just PvE gear. He's rocking PvE legs. He's rocking PvE rings. He's rocking PvE wrist, cloak, and a trinket, yeah, neck. Actually, no, he's not rocking the trinket. But he's rocking double ring and neck as well. So Avazura definitely playing a lower side resilience. But that's one of the things about Cataclysm Rogue. You get the double smoke bomb, obviously, and you get combat readiness. So you can kind of choose. So in a matchup like this, Cloak of Shadows is not like that much, you know. It's just if you want to Cloak of Shadows into a Vanish and get a clean Vanish, that it can be, you know, like super good. But you could just combat readiness and just have a shield wall instead. So Rogues plus Recuperate makes them pretty tanky target this expansion, which allows them to have more PvE gear. And we're going to see the Priest locked in again.
Yeah, locking it in with confidence here. Runes of Lordaeron, not a lot of places to hide. I kind of feel like with the PHDK, almost kind of like Death Knight comps tend to play better the more you turn your brain off. Like, I feel like they were trying to be really tactical. Like, I don't want to overlap this. You use pain suppression. I'll be greedy. But it's like, nah, I'm going to stun. I'm just IBFing first global. Like, I'm just going to connect damage and run them over. And you just chain, you know, CC breaks and stay on target. I almost feel like being more aggressive and playing a little bit less strategically is actually better. With these Death Knight types of compositions, you just run the other team over.
Yeah, absolutely. I feel like it's all about the opener. It's all about the momentum. But I do wonder what the thought process behind the Priest is, why they're specifically opting in for that. But yeah, I do feel like it's all about just getting a good opener, getting good momentum, getting in there and getting the pressure rolling, because you saw what happened to laners. Like when they just basically in one scatter shot were able to get his ice block, and a lot of that damage as well is like, it's really hard to avoid it. It's like dots from DK, death coils from DK, chimera shot from hunters, like gargoyle pet damage, you know. It's like kind of really hard to avoid. A lot of it is just instant, and a lot of it is just like passive damage. So as a mage, you really have to respect those cooldowns, and on Ruins of Lordaeron, you have to respect them even more, because this is a map where you can't run, you can't hide from these hunters.
It's just get in there and get it done, man. Get the pressure, immune CC, massive spell, the block, and just win in the first go. Just like, I want to see them just bulldoze, just full freight train ahead as the PHDK, but they're actually turtling in the room at the moment. Switching out their pets, possibly going to flare the entrance of the room and wait for the possible invis, but Laner still hasn't activated that, so flare at the front entrance of the room. Full turtle strat here. Just maybe wait for the eyes and then pop the rogue out. This is a really safe route. They want to make sure that the rogue doesn't get that garrote opener, so the Death Knight's more free to get on target. And this map enables that. Also, you know, it's one of the best aggressive maps, but if you turtle in the room like this and pop AoE on the entrance, the rogue basically has almost an impossible task to actually try and get a sap at the start of the game.
Yeah, I wonder what the RMP is going to do to kind of navigate this opener. We'll see if they decide to just wait it out and make it kind of a waiting game. I wonder, actually, if it came down to that, because the game will time out, I think, at 45 minutes, at least like in the actual...
You think they're going to wait 45 minutes? Oh, apparently we have an update from production. It's 25 minutes.
Okay, so this is what happens. We just got word from production. If the game went to 25 minutes, it's automatically a tie and both teams gets 1 point. So I feel like if you're DXB, you could just chill, right? You could just like, yeah, let's just chill for 25 minutes. and I think No Tears Just Dreams maybe realizing that time doesn't favor them in this scenario, so they're gonna have to go in and open. Cheap Shot coming out into a Ring of Frost there onto the Priest. Can they connect it? They get it. Beautifully done there by laners. He's got the PI. He's line of sighting the Hunter. They are disarming the anti-magic shell here, and they're just trying to survive the opener. Gekko now in a scatter shot. No one is kind of stacking onto him for the trap. He gets monkey blinded as well. Potentially a freezing trap coming out here. Smoke bomb being dropped. There's the Icebound Fortitude coming out from the
Master spell.
Forced into the ice block. There's the Master Spell connecting. This is what we're talking about. Mage is being very, very susceptible to damage. He gets scattered on the Aura Mastery. Gekko not able to get out a single heal this game. And yeah, this is what I meant, Sid. I mean, this is what we've been talking about. If you get good momentum in the opener, this is probably one of the scariest comps to fight as a mage.
Just Zug, man. Don't try and be greedy. This game's not lasting 3 minutes, let alone 30 seconds. Just blow everything you've got. Hold nothing back. The other team just can't get their footing. They can't get sheeps. They're just floundering around, just trying to like maybe even get a lance off with the Fingers of Frost. At that point, you're just stuck, right? This is a DK AMS running at you immune, IBF running at you immune, and you just can't get them off of you, and they'll just run you over. Especially Empowered Rune Weapon. Necrotic Strike stacks get high really fast early on in the game against the Death Knight, so this is a much better game, I think, from their side of the PHDK. No Tears Just Dreams, and now it's up to DXB. How are they going to react to this? Are they ready to deal with this type of aggression? Obviously, other maps where they can't turtle in the room, although it didn't really matter. They kind of picked their moment, just charged out and got combat, even without the Shadow Side Eyes. But we got, this is a replay after Lanerds died here at the end of the game, but they just couldn't get any pressure. This trap on Gekko. They got Rapid Fire rolling, the Master Spells on the block. Priest looks really threatening in this matchup on the PHDK. And Death Knight just keeps charging in. He's got Lich up if he needs to Death Coil heal. They have Pain Suppression still, which they can use at this point. Like, they still got way more gas in the tank. And then Pain Suppression would buy time for AMS to come off cooldown. And if you Dark Sim and Ice Block as well, like if you know, like, hey, this mage is like 20%, he's gonna have to block, you Dark Sim a block, then you get a block as well. Yeah, this was way better. Love Numb got way more damage out with this type of aggression, and they couldn't get any CC either. Laners just could never get in a spot to get CC.
The biggest thing for me was that they got the scatter shot. So Sniping did a really good job there at the end of that replay. He used his readiness, which resets basically everything for him, and it allowed him to go for a second DR scatter shot on that Aura Mastery healing. So Priests, when they activate their inner focus, they get immunity to silence. So Gekko's plan was to, sit through the trap and then go for a Aura Mastery, big heal, big flash of light. That also has increased crit chance onto his mage, which probably would top him, but he got half scatter shot. He got readiness, half scatter shot. And these are the kind of plays that Super has been talking about, right? That is the maximum Zug play you could make, right? You just readiness instantly, 5 seconds into the game, DR scatter shot, send the spellbook, and a lot of the time the mage is just going to be dead on the floor, So I like that coming in from Sniping, who is the hunter on this team. And also for the RMP, I feel like for them, they really need to get that initial pressure extended. I feel like they got the cheap shot, they got the ring, but they need more out of that. They need maybe a smoke bomb or a blind or a sap into a blind, or a redirect kidney or something, because they only got that AMS, and then the DK was on top of the mage, and they had no more CC, and then the DK could just do whatever he wanted. I
think also like an early bomb on the DK gives the mage like line of sight from the hunter also, if the mage is inside of the bomb. So it's like a 2-for-1. You stop the hunter damage, and you stop healing and coming on the Death Knight. So the early bomb in the Grand was really good, and then this map I don't think we saw a bomb at that point in the game. So maybe it's because he was waiting for Icebound, but again, it's one of those things where it's like you kind of just send it even if he Icebounds, like just keep him snared in it, and just provide the line of sight from the hunter with it almost, if anything, because it's such a fast game. You don't there's no like surviving and then living this go, and then no, you're gonna just win while the wave is coming at you. I don't think the RMP is gonna have an easy time resetting whatsoever if the PHDK is gas pedaling as hard as they do.
Yeah, they're definitely built to win or lose in 1 minute. Like that's the interesting thing, right? Because we have 2 RMPs and 2 PHDKs in the top bracket, and the other PHDK, their name is of course Pump or Be Pumped, and I feel like that really kind of explains PHDK in its essence. You either pump or you get pumped. You have a minute, and that's it. Go in, send your cooldowns, and try to make it happen. Try to get some clutch CC chains. on the enemy healers. And let's see here, what did it decide to do? Did he get sapped in the middle of the map here? And
the flare.
Gonna go. Ooh, the flare gets Avizura out of stuff. He might have to Shadow Dance here for the opener. He's gonna do it. Shadow Dance, Gyaro, and Cheap Shot overlapped. Smoke Bomb coming out. DR Kidney, but
he blinked out of it.
Doesn't take any damage actually whatsoever. And now Laner's gonna be on the back foot. There's the monkey trap. There's the full trap onto Gecko. He's gonna trinket the first trap this time. So that's the adaptation they're making. He's gonna pop the pain suppression, but the gargoyle is out and it's free casting onto Laners. It's unhealable damage. He needs to get to the pillar immediately here.
He gets out of line of sight. Mirror images are snaring in the middle of the map, keeping the Death Knight at bay for now. Gouge comes onto the Death Knight, but Sniper's going for the kill. He's double silencing shot. He's already popped his readiness for another rapid fire. He's going all in right now. Flare is down to prevent Avizura from possibly getting advantage here onto him in the near future. Anti-Magic Zone pre from Love Numb as he grips the mage into it as the priest is into a full polymorph, no trinket. Love Numb needs to be careful here. Anti-Magic Zone getting big value, but they're in fear. They get the Psychic Scream. But he is running an undead priest, so he's able to will out of that, get back onto the Death Knight. They got anti-magic shield. They got a full trap. It's time to push in, I think, at this point and win, but the trap ends up breaking a little bit early here. Jamusa's trying to get in there, but he gets Frost Nova. He's going to dispel, move back behind the pillar. Anti-magic shield comes out from Love Numb immediately after the cheap shot, but Laners is having great positioning at the moment. Back behind the pillar, they swap to Avizura. He immediately pops combat readiness to start stacking that shield wall and reduce the damage. He's just going to be an absolute tank. They want to bait damage onto the rogue here. And Laners is now getting aggressive, moving in. They still got 2 blocks in this position if they can stop the mass dispels. He blinks in for a deep freeze. Is he going to get the Ring of Frost? Ring of Frost, I think, is about to connect here. They get Psychic Scream as well. Kidney shot onto the Death Knight. They might be able to turn this around, but the pet stun during the kidney shot stopped all the damage from Laners in that position. Silence into Scatter. Sniping still trying to stay aggressive onto the mage here, trying to force an ice block. Is he going to get a big crit? Laners line of sights, disengage aggressively from the Hunter to stay on top of the mage. Polymorphs are coming through. They managed to stop this one. Jamusa needs to get in position, maybe for a Psychic Scream. They're stacked up, but another Deep Freeze, no trinket. Smoke Bomb comes down as well. Avizura tries to eat the freezing trap, but he doesn't get it. Gecko has no trinket. Ice Block gets Mass Dispelled. Laners is in trouble. 2 seconds left on the Ice Block. He's going into a full fear, I think, possibly here. Oh, a double fear coming up from Jamusa. And Laners, if they connect at all, there should be almost no way that he survives. He's right there on the corner of the pillar. He's trying to get around it as soon as possible to the line of sight, but he gets gripped into the middle of the map, and now Gecko pops Power Infusion to go for a big penance to try and save him, but he gets silenced on it, and this just damage is endless at the moment onto Laners. He's trying to get back behind the pillar with the Ice Barrier, with the Mana Shield, doing whatever he can towards the tail end of the Strangulate, and somehow, someway is at least still alive.
Oh my goodness, Jamusa. No, he doesn't get the fear onto Gecko. Gecko somehow dodged it right there, and that is the only reason why Laners is still in the game. And now Gecko could actually go for his own fear with Jamusa not having that available. Avizura, though, with no shield wall, he's going to have to trinket a pet stun just to try to get around the corner. Sniping is really doing a lot of damage now on that Hunter, getting on top of the enemy team. They have the fear. They need to send it. There it is. Fear onto Sniping. They get the counterspell onto Jamusa. Do they have a Deep Freeze or something? Doesn't look like it there. Finally, the Deep Freeze connecting onto Jamusa into the half Ring of Frost. And that's going to be a little bit more CC here. Love Numb could be in trouble. Do they have any more follow-up? It doesn't look like they're going to find any more, but they have good damage here still onto Love Numb. Triple DR Ring actually proccing there on the Priest. I don't know if he stayed around there, if he got Nova or something, but Love Numb is taking tremendous damage, but the Lichborn comes out. Counterspell onto the healer. Love Numb could just go down here, but the Lichborn self-healing is good. Can he stay alive? 1 more second for the Anti-Magic Shell. He's got Death Pact as well. There's no way Love Numb dies here. Lane is realizing the situation, going for the Evocate. Here comes the second Gargoyle, though. I don't think I've even seen a second Gargoyle anytime I've played against the DK. How
Readiness
is DXB going to navigate this?
Readiness and Rapid Fire. He's got 2 Rapid Fires back to back on the side of Sniping here in this position. They drop down the barrier for Laners. No Ice Blocks remaining. The Pet Stun the Rogue, denying some damage, but his Shadow Dance actually comes up in 2 seconds, and they don't have Pet Stun to peel it. Scatter Shot, double fear from Jamusa. No trinket for Gecko. Laners is getting fear, but it's actually out of line of sight of the Hunter, so unlucky fear pathing. He's trying to wing clip, possibly freezing trap out. Nice combo from Sniping, and Laners does nothing here. He's desperate to stay alive. Pain suppression needs to be enough. He's dying through it. Avizura is corroding the Death Knight, trying to limit his damage as much as possible, but a freezing trap lands out of the Scatter, and Laners blinks around the corner. Is he actually going to survive again with Mana Shield? Ice Barrier, every single thing but the kitchen sink. They grip Laners to try and cross, and he manages to get unsnared and back behind the pillar. I can't believe it, but no, the Death Coil snipes him 1 second before the blind could come onto the Death Knight, and Laners will be going down, and now DXB facing that, potentially going down to the lower bracket.
Dude, Sniping at the end of this game. Dude, Hunter in Kata seems so fun, man. This guy is just dominating, man. He's just running around, just doing whatever he wants. He's just, my goodness, did you see that? This guy, so Gecko got feared, and then he wing clipped Gecko, and then he lands a trap, then he readinesses, traps him again out of the trap, then he scatter shots him, then he silent shots him, and then they kill the mage. Like, what do you do to that? Like, what do you do to a hunter? Just look right here. Gecko gets feared, wing clip, and then full trap.
Readiness.
Time to blast. Yeah,
Silence mage,
Get
readiness.
Shot.
Get everything
Silence
on CD.
Mage. Yeah. And then look at the trap. Oh, trap into trap. Oh, you couldn't see it there, but he trapped into trap into like triple DR scatter into monkey blind right there, and then like Laner's he's just out. Like he's actually just out.
Oh my god. Even if he didn't die to that death coil, that pet is enraged, and it does so much damage when it's enraged. And it lasts for like 30 seconds also, so even though the death coil was ultimately finished him, I don't think he was living much longer. And they actually oomed the PhDK. I actually can't believe RMP oomed the PhDK. That's literally wild right here on their side. They're actually maybe close to winning just on mana and pressure. Maybe they should swap Hunter when he's like he's double ready. He's readiness offensive. He has no trinket. Like, is Hunter at all a target in this matchup when he's doing this and he's disengaging on top of the mage?
Yeah, no, I think. Well, the problem with Hunter is, first of all, he's orc, but also it's really hard for the rogue to connect the hunter. Every single time I play with a rogue and I tell them, let's kill the hunter, they're always crying. They're like, I'm not playing the game, dude. I'm just rooted. I'm just in a snake trap route. I'm just getting kited. I can't reach him. So I do feel like the hunter is a good target, but it has to be very precise, right? He has to have maybe no trinket, be out of position. And then there's also the problem with the Roar of Sacrifice, right? Because in this matchup, they didn't have the best opener. They had to open with a Garrote cheap shot right away because Avzura got taken out after he got the sap. And the reason why that's such a big deal and why they're trying to get Avzura out as well on Ruins of Lordaeron is because the PhDK wants Avzura to use Shadow Dance on his first go, because Shadow Dance cooldown and Roar of Sacrifice have the same cooldown. They're both 1 minute cooldown, and rogues rely heavily on their crits. So does Frost Mage. So if you can line it up with the Shadow Dance, it's gonna negate a lot of the rogue's damage. So you kind of want to do the first go without the Shadow Dance, so you can kind of desync them, or CC the monkey, so you can desync them at least.
All right, not a good start here for DXB, losing their map pick advantage now, even despite their game one win. The offense from the PhDK, mostly sniping, just leading the charge, while the defensive rotations are looking more clean now between the Death Knight and the Priest. Is looking difficult, and I think they can go Nagrand again, so they don't have to do any map that would likely be more difficult than that previously. So I'm imagining, based on how the other series went, that we're probably going back to Nagrand Arena. They're going to hope that they don't get popped out of stealth with the flare, so they get a cleaner start than here, because they almost won on mana. Like, if the opener, especially as RMP, it's such an opener-based composition. Like, if you get pulled out, it can, the fact that they could even recover that game to as close as it was very impressive. So they definitely need to focus on getting the opener, make sure that they can get the CC early on so that they're not getting steamrolled. But Laner's defense looked really good also. I really liked his positioning. Just every single global usage is blink positioning as well, like knowing exactly when he's going to be able to blink around the corner. Because when you're snared and you can't move, like, it's really tough to position and make sure that the blink lands in a spot where you're actually going to be able to get out of line of sight without getting clipped and taken down. So very impressive play from them so far. What's interesting also is the next series in this upper bracket. I think it's going to be a very similar matchup, if not an identical matchup. So this is giving a lot of intel to other teams as well, as far as possible strategies or how aggressive does each player need to play. What can they get away with? Can the Hunter deterrence offensively to avoid CC, and then just use readiness to prep everything offensively. This is a ton of information for all of the teams in the upper bracket.
I do think the next PhDK is with a Paladin, but yeah, it's still good knowledge that you can kind of gather from these games, kind of seeing how they go. But DXB has an option available, and I'm considering if they may be bringing it out, because I'm not 100% certain on this, but I do feel like, at least like recalling from memory, that Warlock comps just always was so good into Hunters, and they do have RLS. Of course, it's going to be a little bit alty territory. I'm not sure how much practice Laners has on the Warlock, but I do know that Geku has played a ton of Shaman. So I think that is an option if they feel like this is the tough part, right? This is where you got to decide, do we just stick with our mains and do we just didn't play it well, we can play better, or do you try to go for a counter comp? I don't even know if it is a counter comp, to be honest. Either way, they're going to stick with the RMP until potentially the end here. No Tears, Just Dreams, looking like they could potentially be advancing to Championship Sunday right here, right now, if they win this next game. DXB still have a bit of a road ahead of them here, but at least they have a good map now to work with, so at least that's going to work in their favor.
Yeah. I think Gecko also in that game got like a death on a trap at one point. I was trying to figure out what broke it. I think he might have actually just deathed the freezing trap. So even with all these insane plays stacking up, still not enough. They're going to need more if they want to stay in this upper bracket, get to Championship Sunday on that top 6 or top 4, I think at that point, for their team. So really important game here. They can't afford to get pulled out of stealth. Obviously, Sniping's going to be trying to predict that flare, and usually you can time it around the sap. Usually when a target gets sapped, the rogue obviously needs to be near that target. So if you time your AoE near it right when the sap happens, you can almost immediately pop the rogue. He timed it, I think, on like a resap. It was like the sap was about to end, and he reflared right when he anticipated Avizura to open, and manages to clip him with it. So it's going to be a bit of a mind game for both sides. It's very important. It could decide the entire game right here, the entire series, if DXB don't get a good opener.
All right, let's see if they can do it. DXB here need to kind of find their composure again that we saw in game number 1, as they are currently on match point here in this upper bracket game. No Tears, Just Dreams right now. Their dreams could become reality if they can get one more win. It's all about the opener. Can they get Avizura out of stealth? Can they force him to trade out an early Shadow Dance? Can they sync the Roar with the Shadow Dance? Can they deny the CC chains? And can they survive the Ghost? Here we go. Love Numb charging in, looking for the Death and Decay. Immediately, Garrett coming out here for Avizura into the Gouge, and he has Find Weakness, so he's not going to need the Shadow Dance here. They're actually going to go after the Hunt there. Redirect Kidney Shot onto Sniping. Laners gets gripped back. They land the full Ring of Frost there onto the Priest, into the Counterspell there as well. They do force out the Deterrence. Not sure if he used that Roar of Sacrifice there in that chain as well, but nice blind onto Jamusa. Getting the Trinket, getting the Deterrence. They didn't get the Hunter Trinket, but they could get it now with the second Smoke Bomb, but Laners is in trouble, and he's going to immediately activate that Ice Bucket. Gets Master Spell around the corner. Geku going for the heals, but gets scattered on his Aura Mastery. This could be big trouble for Laners. How is he going to stay alive here? Patient pressure coming out for Geku. He's got no Aura Mastery. Readiness is available for Snipping. He could easily just shut it down right now. There's the DR Scatter Shot coming out, and that is going to be it. No Tears, Just Dreams are going to advance to Championship Sunday. Meanwhile, DXB, we're going to be watching them a little bit later at the end of the day in the lower bracket, where they could be eliminated.
They tried to mix it up. I'm wondering if they tried to swap off Roar of Sacrifice, or if that was just they wanted to swap in general to the Hunter and punish the kind of aggressive plays, maybe limit the spells he's getting from his readiness as well, having to use it defensively as opposed to offensively. But it's just so much damage. They get scattered. They're on top of him trying to try and eat the trap. He trinkets it. It doesn't even matter. He dies to Pain Sub, dies to the Priest Trinket. Not able to survive the opening pressure, even going on to the Hunter this time around, as opposed to the Death Knight. And it seems like this matchup is going to be really hard for Rogue Mage Priest. It's been the comp beating every Rogue Mage Priest, I think, almost at every turn. And now we got another one in the upper side. Can somebody figure out the strat that's going to be necessary to be able to overcome this composition? Or is it just going to be a PHDK mirror in the European region?
Might just be a PHDK mirror. I don't know. There's a lot of comps still in the tournament, but No Tears, Just Dreams definitely looking scary. Look at Sniping here, trinketing out, getting aggressive, gets the DR Scatter Shot right there, and defensive Smoke Bomb from Avizura is not going to be enough. And I really feel like anytime, so this is my personal kind of just experience versus DKs. Anytime Gargoyle gets popped, you just have to try to slow it and just get around the pillar. Get the pillar as soon as possible. There's no way you can outtrade a DK with Gargoyle up. Look at that DK damage. 193 big ones right there. And I bet half of that at least is probably from the Gargoyle.
Yep, you're going to get blown away easily here. Not to mention also just a Hunter on top of that, but your silencing shot. Yeah, I think you had to trinket a silencing shot. Like, it's so much pressure, so much CC, preventing you from navigating around. So it's a lot to deal with in a small amount of time, while you're also thinking about who are you attacking, who are you trying to kill, because just surviving is likely not going to be enough.
Yeah. Very scary when you got all that mounting on top of you all at once. So, unfortunately, DXB knocked out of the upper bracket. But like you guys already mentioned, they're down there in the lower final or the lower quarters. So they've got a chance to battle it back out. But it's getting scary. It gets scary every single week we do one of these because these teams are just that good. So they're going to be facing off against SZYMEK CLEAVE later on today. No Tears, Just Dreams moving on to Championship Sunday. That means we're here in the upper bracket for another game, Pump or Be Pumped versus the Workshop. Super Tees, I think you mentioned a little bit, but what do you make of this series? Who do you feel like is the most favored in this one to face off against No Tears, Just Dreams? Do you want to see a mirror?
I mean, I don't. What does a PHDK mirror even look like? To be honest?
I don't know.
Is that just zugging the hunter down?
Sounds
probably?
fun.
I'm gonna imagine it's just zugging the hunter down. And both teams have wildly different healers, so this could be a deciding factor. The priest puts even more pressure on the mage. So if Clyde doesn't have that, now Clyde does multi-class on retail a lot. I don't know how much time he's got to multi-class on Kata, but it seems like Priest is really good in this matchup. So if he has a Disc Priest for this, along with Ludix and Sylvanas, I think that is likely going to be the route they want to go. It's going to be Mir, Albraic, and Chaz. It's so legendary to have Avizura, Mir here on the Rogues. Also, I want to see that matchup at some point. I'm really hoping that they can manage to make it through the tournament to come at a crossroads for an RMP Mir.
Yeah. I feel like that's what's so fun about doing these one-off tournaments. It gets really hard to predict just because, not only because it's a meta that you haven't really seen on the broadcast in such a long time, but we're seeing some new compositions, some new rosters come through. So it's really fun to see everything sort of form in place here as we move along in the day. So Pump or Be Pumped, the Workshop, that's the series coming up next. Before we head to a break, we're going to do yet another spell guessing segment. Zico, wipe the cheeky grin off of your face. I'm not trusting you ever again. All right, well, guess along with us if you're watching from home on which Cataclysm spell you think that this is.
2-minute cooldown requires Paladin. Is this Blessing of Sacrifice?
Blessing of Sacrifice, yeah.
It has to be. Right?
Wait, what? No, damage which reduces the Paladin below 20% health will break the effect.
It'll end it.
Yeah. I didn't know that actually about Sac. Yeah, I think I'm going hard commit, Blessing of Sacrifice. That was my first thought. And it's like, when I did math in school and I would look at a problem, I would instantly get like a number in my head. And if I ever second guessed it, I would always be wrong. But if I just went with the first thing, I was always right. So I'm applying 4th grade math strats right now to this. It's Blessing of Sacrifice.
So what you're saying is that you didn't show your work.
Oh my God, Zico. I was going to say, there's an AoE one too. I was going to say, is the AoE one still in Kata from Wrath? And then,
It's a prot PvE ability. Nobody has this in PvP.
I was going to say, I've never seen someone use it, so I thought they pruned it from Holy Paladin. So they gave it to prot. But okay, we got prot Paladin talent options on this as well.
Why can I never win at this game? This game is way too hard.
I'm throwing this out here. I'm the only one with a point, okay? It might have just been out of, process of elimination because I picked one and Ben
doesn't matter.
But I technically still have 1 point.
A win is a win. Subtees, we take those.
Is that it for this round, I think? That might be it for this round.
Yep, I think we're only doing one. I know. There'll be more chances to redeem yourself. We got all weekend long, and so do these players. It's going to be a long weekend ahead of them if these games continue to be as intense as they had been. So we're going to head to a break. Pump or Be Pumped versus the Workshop in an upper bracket series up next after this break. Welcome back. We are about halfway through the day. We are in one more upper bracket series before we head down to the lower to eliminate some more teams. It is Pump or Be Pumped then versus the Workshop for this game.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be interesting. Very similar to what we just saw, except Pump or Be Pumped. I believe they play Holy Paladin over the Discipline Priest. So it'll be really interesting to see how that dynamic kind of changes. I can't help but feel like maybe the Disc Priest is better in this particular matchup against RMP just because you have the Mass Dispel, you have the additional damage. Offensive Dispel is really effective against Mage. So I'm curious to see what Pump or Be Pumped does. They do, of course, have Cervantes, who is kind of a household name in Europe on that Death Knight. Kind of excited to see him once again play here today.
Absolutely. And, we kind of already saw also Pump or Be Pumped, the composition that they're playing. Zico, what is your take on this comp? Is this something that can take them throughout all the way to Championship Sunday?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I would still have to see how they would do potentially against Kitty Cleave, but if they can take down the RMPs, which we've seen that this comp can, and if they can take down the Kitty Cleaves, I don't think there's too much standing in their way, just mirrors. So I feel like this is definitely a contender, but the RMPs can also not be counted out. These guys have a lot of skill, a lot of experience, a lot of practice on their rosters, and they're definitely not going to give up without a big fight. The Workshop, and let's see what they have cooking up there in the Workshop, because they're definitely up against it right now.
Yeah.
I like their logo.
The little Chewbacca.
Yeah.
Is this a Star Wars reference I'm not understanding? The Workshop?
I don't know. Not sure. I only know World of Warcraft. I only know WoW.
That's all you need to know.
No WoW. No Star Wars, just WoW.
Yeah.
Sadly, I don't know WoW or Star Wars. I'm like 0 for 10 on the Spellguesser. Yeah. And if it is a Star Wars reference, I didn't get it either. So hopefully it isn't. I get Pump or Be Pumped, though. That means we need to win fast or we're going to lose fast. So let's see if that happens here. We're going to see the RMP locking it in, and we are going to see Clyde on the Holy Paladin.
All right, here we go. Gates are open. This could be a very fast game. Clyde, Cervantes, and Ludix are just going to be moving forward. We'll see how Albrecht, Mir, and Chaz handle this opener. It looks like they are going to be going after the Death Knight. Full kidney shot lands, but a pre-anti-magic zone. Deep freeze on Clyde. Is there any follow-up? Do they get the polymorph? Nope. It is going to be a Ring of Frost. So triple crowd control from start to finish. This is a beautiful start here for the Workshop. They're putting on a clinic of full blind lands, but Cervantes is going to be okay. Clyde doesn't have to trade any cooldowns in this opener, which is honestly unbelievable.
Yeah, that is absolutely crazy. Cervantes is able to top himself up there with the Lichborn, but still, full counterspell snuck in there onto Clyde into a full kidney shot. So much crowd control. Finally, Clyde having to trade something here. The Divine Shield, actually, but Albrecht is taking a lot of pressure here as well. Ludex going for some pressure. Deep freeze onto Ludex. Albrecht looking for the sheep here. Finds it onto Ludex. Not able to swap it, though, onto Clyde. Clyde's going to get that Dispel onto the Hunter. There's the silencing shot onto Chaz. Can they find any more crowd control onto Chaz? Ludex gets impact proc. There's the scatter shot. Can they get the freezing trap? Albrecht's trying to eat it. He manages to. No, he ice blocks. A little bit of a bait there coming out from Albrecht, but he is, in fact, in that ice block. So Miro is going to be taking some damage there as well. Looks like he activated his combat readiness. So Miro is going to be a big tank. Deep freeze into full fear here. Chaz trinkets to get it. Actually, doesn't trinket to get it. He gets monkey blinded into Mirlol eat on the trap. Chaz gets the dispel. They get the full fear onto Clyde. Albrecht recovers with the pain suppression. If they can get more crowd control, maybe a polymorph out of that fear, they get a counter spell. Then they get the polymorph as well. Clyde's going to have to trinket that, and now the Workshop needs to run.
Oh, Albrecht's in a lot of trouble. He gets the freedom. He spell steals it off, but into a quick ice block. Chaz casting out flash shields. Do they have an interrupt for him? Doesn't look like it for the time being, but Clyde's got no divine shield and no trinket. The next crowd control chain is going to sit full. There's the deep freeze. What do they have? They're going after him. Clyde's in trouble. Smoke bomb drops down. Kidney shot out of the deep freeze. He does manage to get the blessing of protection into a silence, but this all in on Clyde is beautiful. The Workshop with an excellent swap. Realizing he really didn't have any cooldowns, they start with the deep freeze. Maybe they can... Is it a cross kill situation? Albrecht could be in trouble. Down to 30% health. There's a full trap here on Chaz. Albrecht gets and he drops.
No way!
2 versus 2.
Oh, our very first 2 versus 2. Mirror has no wall, but he's got... Actually, his wall is rotated back up. I don't know how they're going to win this on the side of pump or be pumped. I feel like if Mirror can just get on top of target and get damage rolling, it's going to be really rough for them. But Ludex could be pushing in. He's dropping the flare around the corner. They grip Mirror back. They're going for the scatter shot. Look at Chaz's positioning. He's standing in the Death and Decay to deny the trap right there. Just standing in the AoE. Blind on Cervantes into a full gouge. Here comes the trap. No way. He doesn't get it. Beautiful attempt there by Ludex, but they don't get the freezing trap. Cervantes, I don't think he's going to be able to survive this. Maybe. He actually manages to heal himself quite a bit here with the Lichborn. We've seen Cervantes in these situations before, coming out victorious. Can he do it again? Double Fear connects here onto Ludex and Cervantes. Ludex trinketing out of that one into a full cheap shot. Ludex is going to be the target here for Mirror as he connects with the kidney shot. Chaz with a big mind blast, spamming out the heals now as well, making sure that Mirror is 100% health. Mirror with a vanish, with an evasion. I just don't see him losing this, but anything is possible. Chaz 15 seconds left away on his trinket. If they can catch him in that window, maybe there's a chance.
Oh, maybe, just maybe. Chaz gets gripped in. Ludex, though, if he gets danced on, like, Mir can connect with a stun. There it is. Shadow step over, gets the cheap shot. I think that should be the game. Kidney shot to follow it up. Ludex goes down, but that just shows you how close this game was, right? Like, I mean, a Workshop, they pulled off that miracle swap to take down Clyde, but if they had not done it, if they had not won in that exact setup, they would have lost this game. So really, really close. Well played by both sides, but ultimately it is the Workshop that pulls out ahead.
Yeah. Beautiful stuff here from the Workshop, but the Workshop definitely running on fumes there at the end. So this was towards the opener. Got a deep freeze into a ring. They got a sheep on the Hunter, and they got a full blind there onto Clyde as well. And then here's that last swap. And I don't know actually if Roar of Sacrifice was available here for Ludex onto Clyde. If he had it, it would have been enough to keep Clyde alive on that push. But because they dropped the smoke bomb on the deep, even if he had it, he couldn't use it. So really nice smoke bomb there from Mir. Really nice swap there as well. And that's one of the things about RMP into Paladin specifically, and about Frostmage in general into Paladin. If you deep freeze a Holy Paladin and you get your damage off, you can actually just solo them. Especially if you have like a trinket proccing at the same time, or if you pop your unused trinket at the same time. Frostmage can definitely just absolutely destroy Paladins. So really nice that they got the trinket in the bubble, and then they found that window where they could catch Clyde out of position.
Let's see if he's running a lot of PvE gear. Like, how much resilience is he running? Because he is running a considerable amount. So, considerable amount of PvE gear. He might have low resilience, so they do decide to go after him. Could be really scary. So I do wonder if Pumper B Bumped will change that up. What exactly they're going to do. But the Workshop, that does look like we are going to Ruins of Lordaeron for this game number 2. Small map, and I think this is kind of the PHDK's favorite. The Ruins of Lordaeron. Run in, go after the mage. It's not many pillars to hide. You can all in on Chaz. I saw that in the open bracket against Hydra. Like, if he just makes any kind of mistake, gets interrupted for a second, he'll just immediately evaporate. So it is possible. However, I will say I was really impressed by the opener from the Workshop. They basically had triple crowd control for the first 20 seconds of the game. Cervantes traded out basically all of his defensive cooldowns, allowing Clyde to sit everything, but yeah, it was really clean. I wonder if the Workshop's going to be able to pull that off again.
Yeah, and that's the thing. They have to go with either a cheap shot on the Paladin or a deep freeze on the Paladin. The problem is if they cheap shot ring the Paladin, so deep freeze and ring share DR with each other. So if you deep ring, it's a full deep and a half ring. But if you cheap shot ring, it's a full ring. But if you cheap shot ring, Mir has to dance, and they're going to trade out Roar of Sacrifice, and then you won't get anything. So they can't do that, and they can't... The other thing that you do to kind of get around that is to Nova CS ring, because Nova and CS, they don't have a counterspell. They don't share any diminishing returns with the ring, and you can do it like that as well. But there's another problem. Hunter can freedom it with their pet, so
Dang.
he can't do that either. So they're kind of forced to go with this kind of like micro CC, like almost like a retail Andy opener with the deep ring, and try to maybe get a fear out of that, and just try to get crowd control on the Hunter and isolate the DK again. It's tough, but that is why they do that opener, which is, I guess, seemingly worse or like less CC on the Paladin.
Less
the other
efficient
option,
a little bit, but
yeah,
at least it's guaranteed.
Yeah. Less efficient, but it's guaranteed. The other option could be to open on the Paladin, but it's so scary against this comp to go healer because, yeah, if you go all in and they go all in, we've seen what happens.
Yeah, Pump or Be Pumped taking all their time here for Ruins. It looks like they will pick the DK, Holy Paladin Hunter once again. And we mentioned it. These teams, they're only 3-player rosters, so it's likely we're going to be seeing similar compositions. There may be 1 or 2 teams in each region that mix it up occasionally, but really for the most part, these teams are kind of just going after it, playing their main comp, putting their best foot forward, and kind of just trying to outplay to win with a maximum level of experience. But the small map's going to be difficult. Pump or Be Pumped, they have multiple targets they can go after. I think going after the mage is likely the safe strat, but you can risk it and all in the priest. And if Chaz is prepared, he can fall down really, really quick. So it's a perfect map to mix it up. We'll see if they do it.
Yeah, let's see if they do it. I don't know. I mean, it's really risky, but it would be fun to see them just go all out on the Paladin, open up with a smoke bomb, and deep freeze him, and just massive spell the bubble, and just try to send him in the first like 10 seconds. Because they definitely have the damage to do so, but yeah, it's risky. Because if it doesn't work out, most likely your mage is dead. Well, let's see the mages as well. Let's see. So every mage is opting for the Thoralian's Mirror trinket. So far, every mage we've seen.
Hey, you've been selling me on that. You've been telling me I need to get it.
Yeah, no, it's definitely really good. I managed to get it on live servers. I've been having a lot of fun with it. It's definitely one of those trinkets. Procs 2,200 mastery proc, which for Frost Mage is like, it's so good to get mastery. And it has also the 363 intellect there. So Albrecht is rocking that, and he's having the unused PvP trinket. Now, of course, in other matchups as a Frost Mage, you can actually afford to use a little bit more PvE gear. But so far in the tournament server, it's been about those PvE legs that the mages have been rocking, and then just the mirror. And whenever the mirror procs, you want to pop your unused trinket as well for the giga damage. And if you can get that when there's no Roar of Sacrifice, you can get that on somebody in a deep freeze, your Ice Lances are going to be absolutely devastating. So yeah, that's what they're opting for. I think Mir, I wonder actually if Mir is doing the same thing as we saw from Avisura, just like rocking a lot of PvE gear or not. It looks like Mir is playing with Unheeded Warning. That is very surprising. That is not something that you see very often. And he's rocking, yeah, he's rocking basically the same items as Avisura. Maybe even one PvE item more, actually. So I think Mir is actually a little bit squishier than Avisura was. But they're going to need it. They need these rogues to do a lot of the damage in this matchup, because anytime the mage is in line of sight of the hunter, he's going to be taking a losing trade, basically.
Really intense map here. Game number 2 between Pump or Be Pumped and the Workshop. This is not an elimination series, but the loser will go down to the lower bracket, which is not where you want to find yourself in this tournament. There's a lot of really scary teams. About 3 seconds here before these two teams do clash. And I do expect Pump or Be Pumped to play a very aggressive start here on Runes.
Yeah, let's see the Workshop, if they can try to shut it down. Pump or Be Pumped are running in on top of the chest. I wonder if they're going to go after the priest at all. They're going after Albrecht so far. They get a full sheep actually onto Clyde just out of thin air. So this is a great opener for the RMP. They are going after Chaz actually on the side of the PHDK. Chaz is an absolutely spicy target for the PHDK, but Ludix is also taking a lot of damage. Defensive blind onto Cervantes. I feel like the rogue mage right now are getting ahead here on this healer strat, and I do think they're going to have to abandon it, but they already commit a lot of cooldowns there onto Chaz, and Albrecht is definitely going to be happy about that. Big damage still connecting here onto Chaz, though. Forced to trade out the pain suppression in that exchange with his trinket there as well, so they are getting a lot of cooldowns here from Pump or Be Pumped, but now Cervantes in trouble then.
Yeah, Clyde gets blanket silence, dismantle on Cervantes. He's in trouble. Clyde needs to connect those heals. He looks like he will. He's got his Avenging Wrath up right now, those wings, but into a deep freeze. Not going to be able to connect it just yet. They can get a full Hammer of Justice on Chaz. He could easily go down, interrupt onto Albrecht, but Cervantes is still so incredibly low. He's just dying in a fear. No! Has no access to that anti-magic shell. A beautiful strat there by the Workshop, and they are just so clean with it. I mean, their crowd control, their setups, are looking really good, and I kind of just wonder, is this a Paladin issue? Like, do you think a lot of this comes down to just the fact that they have the Paladin that seems to be, like, kind of exploitable in this match?
Yeah, no, I definitely think, I mean, the Paladin, Rogue Mage in general, They like paladins, but I feel like Albright got a nice early sheep right at the start of this replay as well. He got a nice counter spell. They were able to shut down a lot of the heals. Cervantes had a 10-second disarm here as well into a full kidney. They already got the trinket. They already got the bubble from Clyde. So I just feel like this was just not the opener. It feels like they didn't commit to this opener. If they're going healer, Clyde trinkets that first sheep, sends the sacrifice, they want to send the AMS, they stay on top of Chaz, don't ever let him get away, and that's just what you got a hard commit to. And it feels like they didn't actually commit that hard to that healer race, and they were kind of just doing goes on him. And that's, if you're a Frost Mage in this matchup, that's definitely what you want, right? The Frost Mage just absolutely chilling. Free cast. Look at Albrecht's damage and then compared to everyone else. That's what happens. You leave the Frost Mage free casting, especially at the start when the mirror trinket proc is off cooldown, the tailoring proc is off cooldown, like all these different damage modifiers that you can get, power torrent, there's so many. When all of that is on cooldown, off cooldown, and it's going to be proccing in the opener, Albrecht is just going to absolutely destroy the whole team if you don't go on him.
Yeah, 100%. It's a risk you take, but I do kind of feel like if they had committed more and just traded out the cooldowns like you said, they might have been able to take down Chaz, but it's a scary thing to do, just getting out of the first crowd control. We'll see. What map do you think we're going to? Because I kind of feel like they're going to go back to the same thing. I think we're Ruins.
Yep.
So do you think that they're going to opt to change their strategy and go after the mage, or do you think it is going to be that all-in on the priest and just play it a bit better?
I think it's going to be a mage all-in, and I think it could work on this map. I think the priest all-in, I actually really liked it as well, because when I saw them charging in like that, I really thought that, okay, we're gonna see them just completely just throw caution to the wind here and just all-in the priest. But it just felt like they got stopped and they didn't want to commit cooldowns to it. Like when you're doing that type of strategy, you're looking at a 30-second game. You just gotta commit. Your paladin got sheeped, you just trinket sack. Your DK got Novad, dispel him, freedom, AMS. Just send everything. And they weren't able to do that, so they're going to need to do that if they want to go priest, but it seems like they were more comfortable going mage. So let's go mage, stop Albright. It's the safer route as well. But the workshop is looking pretty hot right now. You could tell like these guys have definitely been cooking, they've been practicing, and it's paying off for them.
Gears are hot. They're ready to go. The workshop looking good so far. Really, really clean with just their crowd control, their damage, finding it at all the right times. And that's exactly what you want, right? Like, you are an RMP team. RMP is just one of those compositions a lot of the time where the best players make it look absolutely insane because they're just landing crowd control on diminishing return. They're constantly finding the setups, getting the burst damage in those exact moments, and they just make it look so clean. And this is definitely one of those teams that is going to be able to go the distance with this composition. Pump or be pumped, long road ahead of them. They got to win 3 in a row now. I'm not sure they're going to be able to do it, but we'll have to wait and see what they decide to do. It seems like going after the mage is a bit more consistent, but I feel like with the way the workshop's playing, they're really exploiting this paladin. I feel like the worst thing for a paladin to fight, in my experience, when I have a paladin on my team, the thing that I hate the most is mage and priest together, because you're having to deal with the full fears and polymorphs and deep freezes. You add a rogue on there for additional crowd control, and it just seems like they never really get to control their character, whereas the shaman's going to be able to tremor out of the fear. The priest has a little bit more protection on himself with fear ward and death spells. Just overall is a little bit less crazy. So I definitely feel for Clyde in this one.
What if Clyde should just log a shaman? Like, even if he doesn't play shaman, playing shaman in Cat, it doesn't look that hard. Like, if you're already a main healer, and I think Clyde has played it a bit on retail, like he probably has keybinds, right? Just send it, I swear. Like, the problem with the pally is there's so many, right? Like, you die in swap.
Sacrifice,
you're susceptible to CC. All your most powerful things get dispelled instantly. Your wings, oh nice. The mage is just doing 20% more damage now. Perfect. That's exactly what we needed. That's why I popped my wings, when my team is low HP.
It's so bad. It's so sad.
So many things, right? Meanwhile, the shaman, you're just a god. You're in CC. You got Riptide. It's doing the insane healing. You got Healing Stream. It's doing insane healing. You got Earth Shield. The guy is immortal. You got no mana issues. You're just spamming the spell. Your team is just getting topped while you're doing it. It's just you're just playing a different game. You're just playing a completely different game. Every time you get CC'd as a paladin, it's a cooldown because you don't have heals while you're crowd controlled. And that's really the big thing about Shaman, I think, that the most underrated thing about Shaman. When you play with a Shaman and he gets CC'd, you don't just instantly die. Your Riptide healing stream is just doing so much passive healing still that you just live, you know?
Don't forget about having Earth Shield too. I mean, then you're chilling really hard.
Half the time you don't even have Earth Shield and you still live. And if you're really in trouble, you know what I started doing, man? I just started spell stealing enemy Shaman's Riptide, so I just have the double, and then you're just chilling, you're just hard chilling. How are you going to die with 2 Riptides on you? Okay, that's just not possible.
There's not even a Shaman in this match, and we're just... There's no Shaman in this game.
Yeah.
But they left. We're going to be getting back into the game really, really soon here, but yeah, it's interesting, right? Like the Paladin, like you said, I kind of almost feel bad for Paladins. Like there's certain matchups where Paladins feel amazing, right? Like, what's an example? Like if you're fighting like a Kitty Cleave or something like that. Like if you're fighting a Kitty Cleave, any kind of Cleave, when I'm playing Wizards, like if I'm playing Moonkin Mage or Warlock Mage or, you know, Shadow Priest Mage, having a Paladin against Cleave feels insane. Like you're so durable. But anytime there's these multiple offensive dispels, like a Mage and a Priest, Sacrifice gone immediately, Freedom gone immediately, Blessing Protection gone immediately. It is really, really tough.
Yeah, no, I absolutely agree with that. It is interesting because every healer kind of has like their own thing, right? Like they're kind of useful in different situations, except for Druids. I feel like Druids, I don't see Resto Druid like basically at all. Maybe they come online a little bit later in the expansion, but for sure, like even in this matchup, right, you see the other team preferring to play Priest, having a lot more pressure, opting for a Master Spell, opting for more offense. Like you said, Paladins into Cleaves, super strong. And also, this is not something that we've seen yet, but this is something that's very real right now on the ladder. There is a invasion of triple DPS happening. And Paladin, I feel like, is very good into that, whereas a Shaman just instantly flops. So, you know, they definitely have their strengths and weaknesses, but I do feel like in this particular matchup, I do think that Shaman is just superior. A well-played Shaman is super hard to deal with. Just an extra CC denial as well. Like if you ground 1 Deep Freeze, it's just so tough as the RMP. But we'll see here. Pump or be pumped versus the Workshop. Match point for the Workshop here. If they can win this one, they will be advancing to Championship Sunday, guaranteeing themselves a top 3 position, I do believe. So for the Workshop, this is a big match for them to win here.
No, I do kind of wonder, like we're talking about how susceptible Paladin is to being trained and all these things. Like I kind of wonder if Pump or Be Pumped with a Paladin needs to play more defensive. Like maybe they actually just force Albrecht to just run through the gauntlet and Chaz, and like you just have Clyde sitting in the back line and Cervantes and Ludix just kind of play defense, sacking the goes. And I wonder if they could play a little bit more of a conservative approach and just try to play like defender of Clyde and just allow him to bomb out those really efficient heals instead of just chasing into the RMP and exposing yourself. Like you play way more passive in the match. Might be a line to victory. I would be really curious about that because I somewhat remember Jungliup's team doing that like back in the day, a long time ago, like playing really, really passive as this particular variant of the DK Hunter. But on this map, I don't think that's going to be a great option. Workshop, let's see what they can do here on potentially the last game of this series.
All right, let's see what they can do. The Workshop versus Pump or Be Pumped. Can Pump or Be Pumped put a point on the board? Who's going to be the target of choice? Right now, Albrecht in a silent shot. There's a Hammer of Justice onto Chaz, so it looks like they're going to go after the Mage here. Cervantes already taking a lot of damage. Another 10-second disarm there onto Cervantes. Monkey Blind onto Chaz into a full freezing trap. There's going to be big pressure here onto Albrecht. Cervantes is connecting as well with the damage from that anti-magic shell, but still not able to force anything here. Albrecht just doing a great job kind of sustaining himself in that situation. Cervantes now in a smoke bomb taking a lot of damage. Huge heals coming out from Clyde, but that was his wings there who actually instantly got the spell, but he did manage to at least get Cervantes back to full.
Yeah, Cervantes actually Dark Chrome to blink and was able to blink behind the pillar in line of sight, so great utility there. Clyde, though, unfortunately, in the midst of the battle, does get caught into the fear. Cervantes could easily go down Clyde's forced to use the Divine Shield, but he's still just dying through Divine Shield. Clyde just cannot keep him stable. Anti-Magic Shell overlaps. Looks like they are going after Mir. There's good pressure here for Pumper to be pumped. Scatter onto Chaz. He's got his Trinket. He's got the Pain Suppression. Is he going to make the trade? Mir's low. Albrecht's low as well, but finally a full Deep Freeze Polymorph lands, and once again, Cervantes on the back foot. He's dismantled. He's on the run. Trinkets, immediate Blessing of Protection. Nicely done there by Clyde, but now he's in a full blind. However, I think Cervantes might be able to survive, and now it's all of a sudden Mir, the one that's in danger.
Yeah, but Clyde is counterspelled for 1 more second. Mir could fall, and Mir will fall, but Cervantes could be a cross kill. He's on 1% HP. Do they have any more follow-up? No, Clyde manages to get a big heal at the last second, and pump or be pumped. It was definitely a brutal game. It was definitely not easy, but they did manage to put the point on the board here and eliminate Mir. So nice stuff for them, but I mean, how easy is that going to be to replicate? They're not going to have the same map advantage, and I mean, Cervantes had to play basically out of his mind to survive here as well. So it's definitely a hard road ahead. But one thing I will say about Kata is that both of these teams are just going to be playing this. So at least you don't have to think about, okay, well, if I lock this in, they're going to play 8 different other things that counter me, and I need to consider that as well.
Woo! I mean, that was a really close game. I think Cervantes did a really good job on his side. Like I said, the reason he's in this position right now is because he did use that blink, and luckily for Clyde, he was able to connect. But once you're all grouped up like this is just not what you really want. Chaz is able to land those fears, and that's when Clyde's going to be put into the follow-up Deep Freeze and Polymorph. So this is a really crucial moment of the match. Clyde trades out his Trinket, immediately uses Blessing of Protection on the stun, bringing Cervantes from that and allowing him to get a little bit of line of sight, continue this damage onto Mir. As you can see, he's trying to do right now. Albrecht's doing everything he can to peel, but Mir gets gripped into the open. He had a silencing shot on Chaz. Then Mir inevitably goes down. Cervantes just uses this pillar to line of sight, using this little pillar with the Chains of Ice. The scatter comes in. Really clutch moment here by Ludex. 1 tick of bandage, and Clyde is able to connect the Holy Shock to secure the win. But like you said, how easy is this going to be to replicate?
Yeah, Clyde definitely had to sweat for that one, but they were able to get it. And that's the thing, right? If they didn't get the kill on Mir there, Mir just needed to get like 1 backstab off, and that game was going to be a 2v2. So definitely doesn't get much closer than that. Beautiful games here from Pump Will Be Pumped and the Workshop. Still going to be match point here. The Workshop is going to be able to select their map choice as well. So where do you think we're going? Do you think we're going back to Nagrand?
And Dalaran, what are the options? Dalaran Sewers, Grand. I don't know. It's like, it feels like I could see the merits of a small map and a big map for both sides, right? Like I don't really like on this small map how Clyde is just always there to get triple feared. But I guess they need these like really short distances to actually connect on the mage. My guess is that they're going to pick Nagrand. I think they're going to go back to like a nice comfort pick. It looked good in game number 1. Does seem like that will be what they're going for. So Workshop setting up for a repeat of that first game, but yeah, we'll see what they can do. Pumper be pumped. That was a close call, but I like the way Clyde traded his cooldowns very confidently in this one. And I think Cervantes had a really great game as well. Same with Ludex. I mean, everyone in the series is playing crazy.
Absolutely agree with that. Very, very close games so far. Workshop, though, they can taste it. They can taste the top 3 right now. If they just win this one here, they're already going to be looking super, super good. Pump or be pumped. They are just keeping everything the same. I wonder what I feel like, can anyone even change their gearing? I feel like Cervantes has been the main target every game. Do you think Ludex can go with a couple of PvE items, maybe sneak something in?
I would if I was him.
You would?
I think so, yeah.
What is this man wearing? He's wearing PvE legs. He's wearing...
That's it, I think.
That's it. What? That's it?
Yeah, I think you play a little riskier. A little. Nothing too crazy. Maybe they'll gear check him, though, You don't want to want to switch it up and then, be the target of choice. Seen that happen before.
That definitely does happen, but I do feel like you can afford to drop a little bit of Resil here. Is he socketing Resil? on the yellows.
Bonus is just PvP gear in every slot.
Yeah, well, he has to. He definitely has to. But Ludix, I feel like could go a little bit more PvE gear. Might be what helps them out, what tips the scales in their favor, because they're gonna need to change something up. Workshop right now, definitely they won 2 convincing ones and almost won that last one, so you can definitely feel the pressure if you are on the side of pump or be pumped. They're gonna run in, immediately look for combat. They do manage to get it. Mir opens up on Cervantes, gets the Garrote into the gouge on the anti-magic shell. Albrecht looking for the polymorph, not able to find it. He gets the counterspell onto Clyde, not able to find the Ring of Frost, looking for the polymorph, and he gets it. Beautiful opener here. Cervantes already with no anti-magic shell.
I think he stole block.
Trap. I think he stole block. I think you're absolutely right about that. And I do think that they got a Chaz trinket here potentially as well. If they can continue the CC chain, Cervantes is absolutely on fire right now, Van.
Maybe he didn't steal it. I'm curious. It was a little too late, but still on target. Albrecht is going to be spell stealing that Blessing of Freedom and just line of sighting for the time being. But Ludix and Cervantes are in hot pursuit. Albrecht gets interrupted. Clyde is there as well. Just line of sighting, doesn't want to get crowd control. Albrecht goes for the deep freeze though. Is he going to be able to find the follow up? Doesn't look like it. Gets Nova counterspell. No polymorph to follow it up. Cervantes just getting soloed here by Mir. Albrecht doing basically no damage in that setup, and this is looking good for Pumper. Be pumped. Clyde, he has his trinket still. He's got the sacrifice. He's got Blessing of Protection. I really wanted to see him throw that Blessing of Protection out immediately on a stun on Cervantes. And just try to keep him enabled in this match. Mir might just go down. Mir's getting absolutely destroyed. Vanishing out, now going for the Grope, but Chaz has a lot of work ahead of him.
Oh my god, cheat that proccing from Mir. He's on 10% HP. Cervantes comes in on the side, and they are able to claim victory in game number 2. Pump or be pumped are starting to pump. They are taking us all the way to game number 5. It took a while, but they are online.
I mean, do you see Mir's gear? Mir is basically just playing like he's raiding. Like, Mir's gear, like this guy is paper. He's got a PvE trinket, PvE rings, both PvE rings, PvE neck, PvE waist, boots. Like, this guy, I think there's a good reason why they decided to go after him in this match. I mean, you got to go after the mage during veins and stuff. Make sure he's playing defensive. Like you said, you can be a real threat on that mage, but I think during these moments when you have the mage and the priest playing so defensive to live, just target swapping onto Mir, it's a really good thing to do. And that's exactly what they did in this game. I feel like Pumper be pumped. This is exactly what you want. This is just one of those matchups. We talked about it in Cataclysm. Momentum is everything. And if you can just stop the momentum of the RMP, things start slowly but surely going in your favor here for the DK Hunter. And I think they did a really good job in this one being disruptive.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And honestly, I feel like the opener could have been a lot better. If Albrecht could have stayed offensive in the opener, their opener would have been a lot better, because they got the anti-magic shell before they got the sheep. So they had a full sheep with no anti-magic shell, but then he had to block instead of actually like pumping damage, and that was his window to get really aggressive. So I feel like the RMP, they need to commit a bit more offensively maybe in the opener, but definitely a good catch there from Pump or Be Pumped. They realized Mir is rocking full PvE gear, and they decided to go after him. And I mean, this is pretty much the same gear that we saw Avazura run as well earlier in his matchup. He didn't have to pay for it the same way, but I am really curious. I want to ask Mir about it at some point, why he's rocking the unheated warning, because that trinket right there is not that common. You don't see rogues playing with that trinket very often. It is a good trinket, but there's some other options, like the key trinket. It's a lower item level, but it procs agility, and agility is a lot better than AP for a rogue, because it gives AP, it gives crit, and you also get 25% bonus if you're a sub-rogue. So 10 agility is 12.5. So he's rocking that, which is definitely an interesting thing. Usually we see people going maybe for the key, or maybe going for just double badge trinkets, so they can afford to wear more PvE gear. So there's definitely some, so that's one thing I really like about Kata. It's interesting to see kind of how people gear, because there's not like really, people are still figuring it out. I don't think there's like a certain perfect way yet that people want to go about it.
Oh, it just seems like based off what your enemies do, like you have to greet it, right? It's a bit of a mind game. Like if you can get away with running a lot more PvE gear, get a lot more damage, of course, but you're going to be a lot squishier. You kind of just have to hope and pray that they're not going to go after you. So if you know the enemy team's tendencies, you know their strategy, then I think the other player is kind of greeting it and hiding it. You know, with their transmog is a good thing to do. But we'll have to wait and see. I like that Pumper Be Pumped is going after multiple targets here. If you see Albrecht just playing a little too defensive, he's line of sighting, you can't connect, just keep up the damage, keep up the pressure on Mir, force him to, you know, trade out vanishes defensively, and that's a really good thing, right? Like, all of a sudden you're trading out the evasions and the cloaks and the vanishes defensively. You no longer have those as an option when you want to go for the kill. So I think it's really smart here for Pump or Be Pumped.
Yeah, dude, this is crazy, man.
Reverse sweep?
Clyde, yeah, we might get a reverse sweep right now. This is crazy because, you know, Clyde actually, after they qualified, he messaged me. He was super happy. He's like, no way, dude, we got top 6. I qualified in a sea of shamans. I'm the last holy paladin. He was super excited about it. So I mean, if they can get a top 3 by winning this one right now, things are just looking good. And man, Cervantes, I feel like we haven't seen him in the competitive scene too much lately, but he's always just holding it down on the DK. They definitely have a great team here. And if they can perfect the reverse sweep right now against the Workshop, this is something that would absolutely shock everybody, myself included. Can they do it? Game number 5, Pump or Be Pumped versus the Workshop, Van.
Yeah, one of these teams going down to the lower bracket. Pump or Be Pumped looking to get the reverse sweep here. They're moving forward. Cervantes going to be using that first aid. I don't know if that was a misplay or what, but Garot getting shot going out onto Cervantes. He anti-magic cell, so he's getting combat with that. Doesn't want to get sapped, going for the death coils. Albrecht gets gripped, but gets counter gripped there by Chaz. Here comes the gargoyle. Cervantes taking unhealable damage, though. Smoke bomb comes down. Clyde is forced to trade with the Divine Shield immediately. And that is a lot of cooldowns. That smoke bomb paying dividends there for Mir.
The trap breaks onto Chas as well here during this go, and Albrecht just trades out the ice block early. He's got full HP. He sits it as well so that the hypothermia can come back. They swap to Clyde here. Big swap onto Clyde. He's going to trinket. He's going to pop his wings. He's got nothing now. What are they going to do? They have a blind. They actually blinded Serva there. He bops the blind. They're going after Albrecht. They need to try to take him down right now while he is in that hypothermia. Full trap secured onto Chas. He's just going to trinket that. Trades out the pain suppression. Full hammer of justice connecting onto Chas. I don't think they have any more crowd control for Chas. Albrecht should be able to stay alive with this situation. Full kidney shot connecting here onto Cervantes. There's the Nova, there's the CS, there's the full Ring of Frost. That's it. Good night for Cervantes. And the Workshop cooking up a win at the very last moment here in the series. About to get reverse swept, but they finally found their composure. They found their targeting. And Mir, what a king this man is on the Rogue. That swap onto Clyde is really what kind of opened up everything for his team there.
Yeah, I kind of wonder if Clyde maybe overreacted in that situation. Obviously, you don't want to underreact, but he committed a lot there. I wonder if he could have greeted it just a little bit more. It's just one of those things, right? These matchups are so fast-paced. You don't want to be second-guessing yourself, but a really, really good start. You can see there's the Ring of Frost on Clyde into the counter spell. The smoke bomb drops down, and that's going to force Clyde basically to use the Divine Shield. He realized, like, all right, if any other crowd control lands on me, I'm not going to be able to heal. I got to be immune. Like, we're just going to lose in the opener, so having to commit the Divine Shield like that is kind of unfortunate for Clyde. And they swap to him. They get his trinket. And this is when you have them in a situation. Cervantes has no trinket. Clyde gets Nova counterspell. That's exactly what we were talking about. Into the full Ring of Frost. And there's just not a lot you can do at that point. The Frozen Orb is down. The Frostfire Orb is down. And Ice Lances are coming in. And it's just an overwhelming amount of damage. So that was a good try by Clyde, Cervantes, and Ludix. But ultimately, the Workshop will not be reverse swept.
Nope.
Yeah, I really like that.
You go.
I was just gonna say, I really like that they started to bring it back there in the end. They didn't just get 3-0'd. If you just saw the only first 2 games, it looked really one-sided. But I feel like they kind of found their rhythm a little bit too late though, maybe in this one.
Yeah, perhaps. But I mean, the good news is they will have another chance. They are now in the lower back bracket. Pump or Be Pumped are going to be facing off against TY later today. So if they have found their rhythm, maybe they continue with that momentum for the last series of the day. And we'll see maybe if they get into Championship Sunday. But the competition definitely getting tough here and continues to get even tougher as we move forward in the day. We're dropping back down into the lower bracket. It's DXB versus SZYMEK CLEAVE then for this next up elimination series. We've already seen both these two teams play today. Based on that performance, do we feel like there's a favorite in this matchup?
I'm not sure, to be honest with you. It's one of those things like SZYMEK CLEAVE, the composition that they're running it's really explosive, and we also saw it has the capability of being, quite durable. That being said, DXB, they are such a good rogue mage priest. We did see them go down to no tiers, just dreams, but I feel like they are one of the favorites to beat in this tournament or to win this tournament. So if I was going to give an edge to either one of these teams, I'd say DXB probably has an edge to me. There's a lot of crowd control you have with that rogue mage priest. I think it should be a pretty solid matchup for them against this Cleave comp.
All right, we'll see if SZYMEK Cleave is up for the challenge. Like I said, it's elimination as well. So we've already seen them win a game earlier today against Jungle Unplayable in the first series of the day. So they're going to have to battle it out down there in the lower bracket. Before we head into a break and get to that series, though, we're going to do another spell guessing segment. I know production specifically said, Zico, that this one is for you. So I'm putting the pressure on you.
This one's supposed to be easy for Zico.
I'm putting the pressure on you, man.
That's what they said in the past, and then I got some mage abilities wrong.
Yeah, we don't know if it's supposed to be easy or if they're trolling you, to be fair. So go ahead.
Is this arcane missiles? Because Fire and Frost Mage don't have arcane missiles. How is this supposed to be easy? It has to be arcane missiles, right? Wait.
Launches a series of missiles of arcane. I don't know.
It could be multi-shot. Wait, I feel like I've been tricked by this before. And it was
Is arcane
multi-shot.
missiles level 85 though? Isn't it lower? Not like one of the first ones you get as a arcane mage.
Oh, level 85.
Oh yeah, actually, it's Arcane Barrage is not 85.
Is it Missile Barrage? I don't think Barrage or Arcane Missiles or none of those are level 85.
I think it's multi-shot. Maybe,
but they said it was for you. They said it was for you, so it's got to be mage ability, right?
I think it's multi-shot. Actually, I don't know. I don't want to lock it
Oh
in
my
yet.
goodness.
I don't know. I'm not sure, man.
I'm going to be honest. I think they're in your head. Like,
They might be.
I mean, it's got to be arcane missiles, and then I'm gonna look so stupid.
I'm going to say Arcane. I'm going to go with Arcane Missiles.
I'm locking in arcane missiles. If it's multi-shot, it's fine. I don't play Hunter.
Imagine we're both wrong. You know how much Arcane Mage both of us have
I
played?
feel like I should pick one of these just for.
Thank goodness. Yes, nailed it.
Dude, we almost like mind game. It seems so obvious. For anyone else, they all picked Arcane Missiles. We were in our own heads, man.
I was trying to get back at me though with the level 85
No,
thing.
I
What was
wasn't.
that all about?
I don't know. Listen,
was
I
that?
got confused. Okay,
Sabotage, bro.
it says that it's the level 85 arcane missiles, not that it's
this is
required
easy.
at level 85. My bad. Yeah.
See?
go
Okay,
ahead.
okay.
Final
it's
answer.
A C. It's a C. C is arcane missiles. D is missile barrage. A
Wait.
is arcane barrage, and B is arcane barrage with a weird color
Recolor.
on it.
Yep.
Actually, it could be void bolt from. Actually, could it be void bolt?
the recolor.
Nah, it's a recolor arcane barrage. It has
Isn't
a
that
feather on it.
Moonfire? See?
No, they have this. I think they look similar. Maybe they even look the same.
I swear that's Moonfire.
I'm looking in C.
They
I'm
don't
looking in
say
C.
C.
Oh God,
It's
no.
C, it's
Okay,
C,
I'm not
it's
trying to
C.
troll you
I
again.
looked in C.
All right,
I looked
okay.
in C. You can't get
Okay,
into my head.
okay.
That's
Wait,
right. No.
wait. All right.
This one was. I feel like this one was a little too easy for us, Zico.
Yeah, Sid bragging about his 1 point. Come at us, bro.
I'm so upset. What the heck is Moonfire then? It looks just like that.
It does.
It does, yeah.
It's the same icon, I guess.
I think so. Yeah.
Man. All right. Cool. Well, I'm gonna stop talking because I throw everybody off. My bad. That's my bad. All right. Well, we're gonna head to a break. When we come back, it's gonna be a DXB versus SZYMEK Cleave coming up next. Hello, everybody. Welcome back. We are down here in the lower bracket. It is the second to last series of the day as well. Loser knocked out of the tournament. The winner moving on to Championship Sunday to battle it out in the lower bracket, but the competition just keeps getting tougher and tougher down there, Ven. It is DXB versus SZYMEK CLEAVE, game number 1 in this elimination series.
Yeah, the gates are about to open here. We got DXB playing Rogue Mage Priest and SZYMEK CLEAVE. They're going to be playing that Warrior Pharaoh Druid Paladin. So we'll have to see how DXB decides to open. Laner is going to start off in invisibility and cross the map here with Avizura. Let's see what they decide to do. Are they going to go after the Paladin? I wouldn't actually mind it if they can get cross crowd control on the Warrior. Razzle is not there at all. And it looks like they will get the sap. Do it right away. It's going to be trading out his trinket. They're going after Gekko. It looks like an all in. He's silenced. Is he going to be able to get off the pain suppression? He's behind the pillar. He gets the fear. Razzle trink's out of it immediately. Just going on a solo mission. I can't believe it. Gekko's just dead. Are you kidding me?
What?
Razzle just completely soloed him there. Absolutely insane pressure from that Feral Druid.
Unbelievable. That is not what anyone expected to happen this fast. That was like a 40-second long game or something. Absolutely insane pressure coming in here from the Kitty Cleave. And I mean, we're going to see that back, like what exactly happened there. I feel like it was a big berserk pop there, getting getting some work done. But I feel like usually when that happens, it's something that shut down the RM Mastery. So that's what I want to pay attention to Gekko's RM Mastery. So you get a nice opener here. The Feral gets several globals and the Warrior connects. And look at that gag order silence. Gekko's already in so much trouble. Razzle trinkets out of the fear. 0.1. Goes aggressive, gets a bite. And then here, what does he do to this RM Mastery heal? Yeah, he melts the rake, stuns it. And that is always what kills Priest teams. When you stop that RM Mastery flash heal. Because that's their biggest heal. If you stop that one, Gekko is going to be in just a world of trouble. And honestly, I feel like his teammates just kind of let him rot here. As soon as Razzle trinkets that fear, I feel like that's the Rogue Mage's cue to do something there. Like maybe they can go and just stun him out of position, get his bark skin, and then blind him or ring him, ring him, something. Because Gekko definitely needed help here after getting that trinket.
I guess you don't really anticipate that the Feral Druid is just going to solo your Priest. Like if I was Gekko, he's probably like, I'm fine. I've got Stone Form. Like, you know what I mean? Like, he's going to get off his penance. Yeah. He's going to get off his flash heal. Like, the communication could have just been like, I'm fine. I'm away. Don't worry. Just keep the warrior off me. I won't die. And then that didn't happen. Unlucky. So Razzle doing a really good job getting that rake stun off, like you mentioned. They actually had really good peels on the warrior, though. So yeah, I do.
He got the Mortal Strike off, though. That was a big problem. Yeah. Gekko had Mortal Strike all the way there. So it was a little bit unlucky timing there. But we're going to Blade's Edge. A lot of people seem to like Blade's Edge into Kitty Cleave, huh? A lot of comps seems to think it's good.
Yeah. Blade's Edge is kind of a fun map. It's very chaotic. The only time I really don't like Blade's Edge is fighting Balance Druids because they get knocked off. And I also don't like Blade's Edge against Warlocks. Anytime I'm fighting a Warlock, this map is just not it for me. But yeah. Looks like DXB, they're going to be choosing it. It's kind of this map is an odd one because it is large in some sense, but also it's kind of small. Like if you end up just like all being stacked up on one side of the bridge, or even if you're dragging the Feral Druid and the Warrior to one side of the bridge and the Paladin has to play in the middle, like he is inevitably going to be crowd controlled. There's just really nothing he can do. Laners can go for Deep Freeze Sheeps, or you can go for, Pet Nova Silence Ring of Frost. And inevitably, the Paladin will get controlled. So I think this is a good map pick here for DXB.
Yeah, we'll see if they can work this into their advantage here. And see here what they can do against the Kitty Cleave. So I was spaced out. Was Asmo playing Holy Pal last game as well?
Yep.
Okay. Because in the previous series, he was playing Shaman.
Yep.
So he's going to... I think actually... I'm pretty sure he mains a Holy Paladin, or he did in Wrath of the Lich King. He was a Holy Paladin main, so Shaman is actually his alt, so he's going to be even more powerful on the Holy Paladin, at least skill-wise.
It's full form, yeah. Fully charged
But I do wonder, though, why they opt for a Holy Paladin in this matchup. Maybe, I guess the Shaman just dies instantly?
Yeah, it could be. A lot of the Feral Warriors in North America, they all play Paladin. Pretty much.
Really?
Paladin seems to be, yeah. positioning that is preferred. I'm not exactly sure why. I mean, I guess you get the freedom, you get the offensive bops, like, so you are going to play really, really aggressive. Like, ultimately, that blind on Adu, I think they could have actually just used Blessing of Protection on it. I think it was available, and they could have just completely destroyed Geku. Maybe in that moment he would have actually used like his barrier or pain suppression, but I feel like DXB, this need to be a little less greedy during these really aggressive openers, because inevitably, once you get through the Paladin's cooldowns, you get so much control of the match as the RMP.
Oh, big opener here. The kidney shot, the trinket of the warrior right away into a full sheep. Counterspell onto Asmo, and here comes the gouge onto Razel. Zura seems to be all over the map. Okay, he goes for the DR blind onto Razel. I'm not sure about that one.
Okay.
They just want to get him off of Geku there, but I do feel like that was a little bit of a waste there. But either way, they are going to get a better opener than in the last game, but still not looking too good. There's a triple fear coming out here from the warrior. They get Razel in a kidney shot, cheap shot onto the warrior, but here comes the pain train. If Geku doesn't get out of here, he is going to be absolutely sent. Pain suppression trades out for Geku. Here comes the Aura Mastery heal, and he gets interrupted on it once again. Geku could be in a lot of trouble, but he does manage to duck around the corner, gets the penance, manages to keep himself at least around 50%, going for another flash heal, trying to fake cast Razel's kick. He managed to do it. And Geku here is going to at least be somewhat fine, but I think he's got nothing. That next stun is going to really be devastating here.
I mean,
he might not even kill him before that. There's it is. Full bash. They have a Hammer of Justice as well. It's over. He even hodged him. Did you see that hodge? The BM hodge coming in there. He just sent it. It was like 3 seconds left of the bash. He's like, huh?
Oh my goodness. This is kind of like my experience. I've like my first day of playing Cataclysm Arena, like we got to max level, the arena season started. I was playing Mage Moonkin with Supatis, and our healer was a priest. And we played against this comp, and our priest just died in the opener every single game over and over and over. It can be so difficult to live. And we even saw it. I mean, there was a moment in this game where Adu, you get put into a full kidney shot, and that's supposed to be the moment. Okay, priest, you have a moment to live. And guess what? Asmo just immediately sent the Blessing of Protection. There's the Hammer of Justice, like you said. Just really seal the deal there. I don't know if I like the opener that they had. Like, it didn't feel good. Like, they get the trinket from the warrior right away, and then all of a sudden, laners, he just puts the warrior in the sheep. He blinks over to the paladin, trying to control him. They committed gouge on the feral, and then they used a diminishing return blind, like you said, to just allow Geku to live.
Yeah.
But after that, there's just nothing. Like, they didn't really force anything in the opener outside of the warrior's trinket. And at that point, it's basically just open season on poor Geku, who's trying to get away, but inevitably just cannot.
Yeah, I feel like the opener. So they got the CC on the paladin. Oh, I think. What did they do? How did they get a CC on the paladin in the opener? Was it a sap that they got on the paladin? Okay, so they got a sap, and then they deeped the warrior. He trinketed. Then they kidneyed the warrior into a sheep, and then they went and peeled the feral that had already trinketed the fear. There, I would have liked to see them go on the paladin, because then the warrior would have stayed in CC. The reason why their priest got soloed in the last game is because he had Mortal Strike the entire go. Like, when he died, he still had Mortal Strike, you know? Like, he had a 10-second long Mortal Strike, and the feral killed him in like 9.9 seconds, you know? So I feel like that kind of scarred them a little bit to play like overly safe now in this next game, because their opener should have been way better. Like, they should have got bubbled, I think, from the paladin the opener.
I actually want them to go after the paladin. Like,
yeah, I think so too.
I guess they're maybe just afraid. Like, if they go after the paladin, they need crowd control on the warrior. Like, they need a lot of crowd control on the warrior, because if Geku gets opened up on Razel and Adu just leaps across the map, like, goodbye priest. There's a 0% chance you can live against that. So you need a lot of crowd control. But I feel like if Asmo and Adu are just sitting back at the beginning of the game, like, you can really keep the warrior out of it. I mean, you can even just, like, I don't know, start with like a deep freeze polymorph on the warrior as you cheap shot the paladin, something like that. And just like completely take them out of the game, and just hopefully your priest can survive against the feral. I think he should be able to as a dwarf priest. But yeah, we'll have to wait and see what they decide to do.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see what they decide to do. But yeah, I do agree. I mean, they had the CC on the warrior's trinket, so as long as they don't let the paladin dispel him, he's never moving again. So they could have had a bit better opener there, but DXB, first game, caught them by surprise. The second game, I feel like made them kind of respect the situation a little bit too much. And we'll see if they can turn things around here in the third game. They are on match point right now against the Kitty Cleave here of Razel, Asmo, and Adu. Can they get a sap in the opener here? I want to see them try to go after the Paladin more. Like maybe open Warrior and then swap Paladin on the Trinket. There's the Blade Storm. There's the Intervene. They disarm it. And they get double Fear. They double Trinket. There's the Kidney Shot. Adu Trinkets it. I want to see them blind Adu here. Maybe even Smoke Bomb on top of it. And there it is. Oh, no! That was so clutch. The Bop goes through before the Smoke Bomb. And now Gekko is going to be in a lot of trouble. Really like that play, though, from Avizura. And Adu's taking a lot of damage. There's a nice Ring of Frost there as well, peeling them. Laners trying to control the situation. This could be an opportunity to go Paladin, honestly, if they have the DRs for it and just kind of force them to be the target. But it's going to be Razel connecting onto the Priest. Razel just walled when he opened there behind the pillar. Meanwhile, his Warrior is getting absolutely destroyed. But looks like Asmo got a preemptive sacrifice there. They missed the cheap shot ring. Not great. Asmo now with the little pet Guardian out, his ancient King's Guardian, is doing a lot of healing. But finally, a full polymorph connects. Asmo's going to bubble out of that one. And now they're looking for Gekko then.
Yeah, they're trying to connect, but Gekko, look at him. He has everything. He's got Trinket, he's got Pain Sap, he's got Dome. Like, things are looking good. Gekko has a lot of tools to survive. It's a full cycle into Avizura, and all of a sudden it's Adu in a little bit of trouble here. Razel trying to just help him get on target, but Adu just hasn't been able to hit the Priest the entire game. Now into a full kidney shot, and that might just be the game. Impact stun on the Paladin. Beautifully done. EXB played this one absolutely flawlessly. I don't think Adu was able to even hit the Priest in this game. Just not able to connect whatsoever. And inevitably, DXB is able to pull off a win.
Yeah, this game looks a little bit more like what we kind of expect from DXB. This is an elimination match. They need to reverse sweep now. They need to find this momentum. They need to find this pressure and make it count. So here he wanted to smoke bomb on the blind to deny the bop, but Asmo, quick with the bop there, manages to get it right before the smoke bomb lands. But that's because Avizura actually had to walk to the Warrior there as well. So a little bit unfortunate. But at the same time, if you don't do it right there and then, they might stack up later. You might not be able to do it later for other reasons. But here they got a nice fear onto Asmo. He trinkets into a deep freeze. Laner's going in here as well, looking for the polymorph. Gets denied there by the charge for a second, but he still manages to just clutch it out with the damage there and the impact stun. And that's all you need in this situation to grab the win as the RMP. They survived the opener, they survived all the Paladin cooldowns, and then they get that moment where there is no cooldowns left and they can kind of just pick their target.
The hamstring. Got to get that hamstring on Gekko. Just wasn't able to. Like these preemptive rings, the smoke bombs. I really thought once that Blessing of Protection snuck through on that blind through the smoke bomb, they were going to be able to connect and just take Gekko down. But Gekko just doing a phenomenal job with his positioning. He's playing a game of cat and mouse here, and anytime Adu is able to actually connect, he just gets put into a stun. It's got to be a very frustrating game as a Warrior. Like, basically, if the Warrior has uptime on the Priest is dead. But you find yourself sometimes in this situation where you just can never hit your target, and that is incredibly frustrating as the Warrior.
Yeah, definitely. Really didn't able to get. I mean, you can see it on the damage on the damage meter as well. There, 120k. Probably most of that being on like the Rogue and the Mage. But they're gonna shake that off. Go to Ruins of Lordaeron, which is a great map for killing Priest. It's also a great map for killing Paladins. So I think no matter who's dying, I think we're in for a pretty fast game here between these two comps so far. Blink and you miss it. But we are going to see DXB locking in the RMP again. The SZYMEK Cleave thinking about how they want to approach this one. Most likely just going to be locking in the same thing. And there it is, the Kitty Cleave with the Paladin. And once again, it's going to be all about Gekko. Can we get on Gekko? Can we get the Mortal Strike? Can we get the uptime that we need? If we can take him down as the Kitty Cleave. If we cannot, then DXB is going to be able to get enough CC to force all the Holy Paladin CDs and take somebody down.
It's just so, so many of the... I mentioned it at the beginning of the day, but, like, one of the things about Cataclysm is so momentum-based. Like, if you have a good start, the game just looks so one-sided in either direction, right? Like, if DXB has a good start, they get the control, they keep a Jew off the Priest, then the game is looking flawless. It looks hopeless for SZYMEK Cleave, but all of a sudden, if they do manage to get on the Priest, it looks completely one-sided in the opposite direction. All of a sudden, Gekko isn't able to live whatsoever. So it just comes down to those really clutch plays to deny the uptime of the Warrior, or for SZYMEK Cleave to actually get that uptime onto the Priest, by avoiding crowd control or getting those really fast Blessing of Protections, things like that are going to be what decides this match.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Asmo, he did a really good Blessing of Protection last game. He's going to need to kind of repeat that in this one. Make sure that his warrior actually gets on top of the priest. And we'll see. See what they can do here. Ruins of Lordaeron. I don't know, man. I didn't expect Kitty Cleave to be good into the RMP. At least not this good. But it is really brutal, actually. Warriors are so disruptive randomly in Kata. Like, they have a blanket, like they have a ranged blanket silence, physical. So yeah. It's pretty brutal. And also their kick. Like, a lot of these warriors, they just charge you and first global kick you just to silence you for 3 seconds, and then they get their mortar strike up, they get their hamstring up, they get everything up, and start to get the pressure rolling with that. So it's pretty frustrating just getting charge kicked, and then like you have to blink because you get like rooted, and then you get full throwdown. He just heroic leaps after you. It's definitely Warriors definitely got a lot of tools in Kata, and they definitely know how to use them on the side of Adu.
All right, a bit of a slow start once again. You can see Geku just positioned so far away. There it is. Nova, Silence, Ring of Frost on Asmo. Adu just a little bit of trouble here. Full kidney shot lands. He might just die on the opener. He's just going for it. I mean, the smoke bomb comes down. Adu's in trouble. He's got the shield wall up. He gets dismantled. They need to connect the heals, but he wants to get on target. And Geku, I don't know if he's going to be able to get away. I like this risky play coming in from the side of SZYMEK CLEAVE. If they can stay on this priest, I don't know if he's going to be able to recover. However, he's just sitting at full health. He still has his trinket. No Stormform available. It looks like he's going to be able to get away. Great control here for DXB.
Yeah, and so far here comes this kidney shot smoke bomb. It might be over before you even know it. Big heals coming out from Asmo, but he's got no way out of the sphere. He's full feared. There's nothing for him. Full root connects onto Razzle. He's cross CC. Can they get a full sheep? They get a DR sheep, and I think a DR sheep is enough here for DXB to bring us all the way to game number 5. There's been so many game number 5s, and the RMP is not done fighting. They got such a good opener that game, and they rode that momentum all the way across the finish line.
It's honestly unreal. Yeah, the biggest play in that game for me was Geku. We're going to see it. He gets a Master Spell on the bubble. So Adu, he's in a stun. Smoke bomb comes down. Asmo, he goes for the Divine Shield. Or I guess he's already used the Divine Shield there. We'll see what ends up happening. I guess I was wrong. He didn't get the Master Spell, but let's see these final moments. So here comes a kidney shot. And are we going to see a smoke bomb? We see the smoke bomb. As well, he trinkets here. Okay, so he uses that the trinket, and then he runs into the fear. So you just have Geku basically sitting in the smoke bomb. It's like, okay, you want to get in the smoke bomb to go for the heals, but yeah, as soon as you do that, you're in the priest range for fear, and that's just the game. He gets polymorphed out of that, and if you're the warrior, I mean, that is just a really, really tough spot to be in. They went really aggressive. I mean, Adu, he ended up sitting the first stun and then just heroic leaping across the map at 10% health, just popping the shield wall, hoping that was enough to stay on target. But the control coming in from DXB, I mean, it's been really clean these last 2 games.
Yeah, definitely. They've definitely been leveling up here, and I mean they need to, man. And they're on the brink of defeat here. This is a team that a lot of people thought was going to be a contender for this tournament. This is a team that has the potential. This is a team that puts in the hours. They have the practice. They have everything that they need to do. They just need to just get on the same page here and you know, get going. So for them, it's not over just yet. DXB, of course, going to be having to play this game on Ruins once again. It is SZYMEK CLEAVE's map pick, so they're going to lock in the Ruins once again. And DXB probably taking their time a little bit discussing the strats, but most likely we're going to see the exact same comps here from both of these teams.
You think they're being a bit too one-dimensional with their strategy? If you think SZYMEK CLEAVE can do something else, like maybe go after the priest, or not, maybe go after the priest. No, not go after the priest. Go after the mage. Like, is the mage susceptible here at all? I think sometimes I take damage against this comp.
Yeah, this is a comp that can kill you, but I feel like going after the mage. See, the problem, every time I play against Feral Druids, the main thing that I think about is they have very limited root breaks. So it just feels like if you live a certain amount of time, you get to a point where the Feral is just like basically like a shitty version of like he's basically like a TBC warrior, you know? He can't connect ever. He just all he has is one charge, and then you blink it, and that's it. You know, every time he's close to you, just cone him, and he's just stuck. You Nova him, he's just stuck. Pet Nova him, he's just stuck. He's just always stuck. You know, so I feel like that's the risk, right? If you can kill the mage before the game gets to that point, you have a shot. But if you get to the point where the mage is going to start dragging Razel into the room and root him there and ring him and just annoy him, that's when just all your pressure is just gone as a kitty cleave. So it's a risky strategy. It can work though.
Well, I wonder. I feel like I would like them to just maybe go after laners, go after Avizor, just have Razel peel the opener a little bit. Because it seems like Razel's not really getting that much done on Geku by himself, and if he can somehow, allow Asmo and Adu to save a little bit more cooldowns in the opener, then they can kind of swap it all in the priest. Like, heal the mage, go after the mage a little bit, maybe force him defensive during the veins, and then make the swap on the priest. But we'll have to see what they decide to do, because it just seems like with the way this is playing out, Paladin and the Warrior sitting back, they're just getting controlled. They just cannot get on target. The Paladin's already trading out basically all of his defensive cooldowns before they even do damage to the priest whatsoever. And I wonder if their game number 1 and game number 2 of victory is giving them like a false sense of confidence in the strategy that they have.
Yeah, I mean, I do think that you're definitely onto something there. I think that Razel should maybe open up onto Avizura. And if he can get a nice pounce onto the rogue, get some bleeds up, and then clone him, I think that could be kind of a good way to shut down the opener, get a little bit of counter pressure, and then allow them to kind of lure in the priest where they can jump him. But it's going to be RMP opener here. Sap onto Asmo. Nice silencing, heroic throw there from the Warrior, shutting down laners for just a split second. Improved counterspell coming out here onto Asmo. Adiu stuck in the kidney shot. He's going to trinket. He's going to enrage region. He's going to fear everything. Still has the rallying cry. Abzura is taking a lot of damage there from that opener coming in from Razel. Abzura just ticking down to death. She death is going to proc for him. He's almost dying in stealth. This is such a good adaptation coming in from the SZYMEK cleave, and now all of a sudden, what are they going to do here? Avzura's got nothing left. He's going for the offensive dance. He has a smoke bomb. He could drop it here, but the stunts are still on DR there. They blind Raza. They don't get the blessing of protection just yet. Asmo doesn't have it. He's going to pop his wings, though. He still has his trinket available as well, and if they can take down Avzura here on this next go as the SZYMEK cleave, they can still win this, but if not, it's not looking too good here. Can they do it? Avzura is dropping so low. He's down to 50% HP. Full sheep onto the Warrior, but he's going to get this one. Full cyclone onto Geku. Heroic Cleave comes in. There's the charge. And that is it. SZYMEK Cleave find the win. Taking down the rogue here. Completely surprising everybody in this game number 5. And they will advance to Championship Sunday.
There it is. SZYMEK Cleave bringing in the kitty, the Warrior Feral Paladin, looking really good. I love the strategy adaptation. Mixing it up, going after the rogue. I think it's a good thing to do. I just the previous games, it just seemed like they just couldn't hit the priest. They were just overextending themselves way too much. The strategy ended up being a lot better. See Avizor just under so much pressure. I think this is where they actually get the cheat death from him. So evasion has to come through. Look at how low on health Avizor is. There's the cheat death. Got the combat readiness. He goes for the evasion. He's already traded out his trinket. He's just stepping away, realizing how much danger he's in. But this is where DXB completely overlapped all their defensive cooldowns and basically had nothing left at this point forward. Really, really nice blessing of protection here. So there's a cheap shot on Adieu. Immediate blessing of protection. He cancels it, and that's when they can continue this pressure here on the Avizura. So that's the one benefit of the Paladin is you have an extra physical break with that blessing of protection. Unfortunately, you have to cancel it immediately or the mage just spell steals it, but it allows you to keep up these really aggressive strategies.
Yeah, I really wonder how much PvE gear was Avizura rocking here in this one, because it looks like he was wearing quite a bit. It definitely in that opener, it looked like he was definitely taking a lot of damage. He actually wasn't even wearing that much. He's wearing one. Let's see here.
Yeah, not that much. Just 5 pieces.
No, okay, he's wearing 5 pieces. It's not that much, though, is it? He's wearing 2 PvP trinkets.
It's all relative.
I mean, yeah, PvP trinkets are looking good, but yeah, it's...
I actually don't think his result was that low with the way he set up his character, but yeah, it definitely... You know what it was? He popped combat readiness and they didn't stack it, because you have to auto attack into combat readiness before it stacks. They just bled him and just let him rot.
Okay.
And also the PvE gear, the 5 pieces.
Yeah, probably helped a little bit. All right, well, I mean, SZYMEK, CLEAVE, they're going to be living to see yet another day, moving themselves into the European lower semis. So we'll see that play out on Championship Sunday. They, of course, will still be waiting for an opponent. We can take a look at the bracket, how it has formed so far. You can see they're going to be playing the winner of this next up series, the last one of the day as well. We'll be sending another team home, and then we'll be sending a team forward to face off against the team that we just saw win this series in the form of SZYMEK CLEAVE. So it's going to be either Pump or Be Pumped versus TY. Both of these teams are here down in the lower bracket facing elimination as well, Ven. And they've just got a couple more games in this lower bracket if they have any hopes of making it to the grand finals.
Yeah, it's gonna be a long road for all these teams down in the lower bracket, but yeah, these next two teams are really strong as well. I mean, you have Pump or Be Pumped, you have TY in the lower bracket. Both those teams are serious competitors, and SZYMEK CLEAVE, unfortunately for them, one of the teams that already beat them and sent them to the lower bracket is Pump or Be Pumped. So we might see a rematch there from that upper bracket game that happened on Wednesday. So I wonder if SZYMEK CLEAVE at this point is going to be cheering for TY in this next series.
Yeah, I'm curious as well. Well, we are going to be heading into a break. Before we do that, of course, we're going to do another spell guesser here, and we have not been good at these so far today. I think Supti, that last one was redeeming. Okay, my bad. I recant my statement. Okay, you guys have been doing fabulous, and we're going to do fabulous on this one again.
Combustion. Lock it in.
Whoa. Ben?
All right.
You know, think about it a little bit more.
If you think it's combustion, it combines all periodic fire effects for. Oh my goodness!
Oh, they're throwing in
retail abilities.
Retail too.
This is classic combustion. Combustion.
Yeah.
Classic. Fiery combustion. I don't even think that's a thing. Improved combustion. Not a thing.
Just making
And
things up.
combustion on retail just gives you like 100% crit and converts like your mastery to crit, and it basically just gives you pyro spam. This takes your periodic fire effects and combines them for 10 seconds, 2 minutes CD. It's combustion classic. Lock it in. Final answer.
Yeah, of course. That's what I would say too. Going with A, 100%.
A 100%.
Is this called fiery payback? The talent, not fiery combustion. Is that fiery combustion talent?
That's a classic.
I think they're trying to trick us with all the. I don't think fiery combustion is even a thing.
I think they literally made these up on the spot.
I'll just second guess yourself. All right, let's see what it is. Combustion locked in.
Oh, we got it. We're insane.
Oh, wow.
I'm not gonna lie. I think they made it really easy for you and I, Zico. Like arcane missiles, combustion. I'm going A. Final answer.
A. Yeah, lock it in. It's A.
And trick us with these recolors.
It does look a little yellow. I could have. Yeah, that one's tricky though. And then they made D and C so similar.
Saying,
Well, I was wrong.
You blocked that one in too, didn't you, Zico?
no, you were saying they're making them too easy for us.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
Yeah, that one's like a
and then we both
slight.
instantly got it wrong.
I could be colorblind.
man.
And that one's not fair. Like, you know.
Yeah.
not
Also,
colorblind,
you know,
though.
gaming monitors sometimes they distort colors, so there's that too. I don't know. Either way, we're going to be heading into our last series of the day. We're going to go to a break, of course. Before we do that, we're eliminating one more team before we head into Championship Sunday for EU. Of course, that doesn't include Saturday's North American game. So, to a break. Pump or Be Pumped versus Thank You, TY, coming up next. Hey everybody, welcome to the last series of the day here for the Cataclysm Classic Tournament. We are in the European region. We're also knocking out another team. It's going to be either Pumped or Be Pumped or TY Super Tees. Both these teams we've seen play today already. Who do you think is most likely to come out of this one alive?
I think this is a hard matchup to call. It's a matchup that I don't see very frequently now. As like Boomkin Warlock instead of a Feral Druid, this matchup can be rough. But as Feral, the Feral was going to be a lot more tanky. I think the instant clones to remove the Paladin healing can be a lot more threatening overall to them. So I think it could be either side really possibly taking this. It's going to be very even, I think.
Yeah, and we've talked about it so much, Ben, also, like that lower bracket, it's looking scary. They've got a long ways to go as well. You know, knowing that they've got quite a lot of teams ahead of them to make it for a chance to make it into the grand finals. Do you feel like that adds any pressure or any way that they approach this series coming up here?
Maybe. I think the best thing you can do is just take it one match at a time, right? Like, just get through the obstacles as they come your way. Don't overcomplicate it. You can't be worrying about the future. Got to worry about the right here and right now. You know, be in the present of the tournament. I think is a good lesson for all these teams, and I think hopefully that's what they're going to be doing. Because, if they don't win this, then it doesn't matter what's going on in the future for them. So this will be a really interesting matchup. Pump or Be Pumped. Obviously playing the Hunter DK, and it is exactly what they said in their name. Like, you really have to play this composition really, really aggressively. I think Super T said it best. Like, switch your brain off, throw out the cooldowns, do as much damage as you can, and that might be their ticket to actually win this match.
Definitely solid advice. We've also got a couple of faces that we're really used to seeing in the AWC Super Ts. You know, we've got Clyde on Pump or Be Pumped. We've also got Swapsy on TY. I'm assuming they're going to be taking in that experience as well. It's got to help quite a lot having all of that tournament experience, even when it's a sort of a new environment, quote unquote, like this tournament.
I also like that we've got kind of like the more classic oriented players that have been focusing on that solely, and then retail players that are trying to cross over and do both, and seeing those two sides clash with each other has been very entertaining. I'd say this one's a little bit more close to kind of like almost, more retail. It's a bit of a mix on both sides. So it's very interesting to see like what compositions they think are the best, and what they've come up with theory crafting and then actual play. And how they're able to excel specifically in the games. It's a very interesting dynamic between both of those types of players moving in here. So this is a heavy cleave composition. Swapsy did a great job navigating against the Feral Hunter composition, but I do think that Death Knight can be a lot scarier, especially with the Death Grip to reposition you after your port. It's a lot harder to get into positions of line of sight, and the Paladin healing is really high. So if they're not able to properly control Clyde, I think it's going to be difficult for them to get pressure.
All right, here we go. They're going to be moving forward. Cervantes getting pounced here immediately as they try to just slow down this push onto Swapsy, who is most likely going to be the target in this game. Cervantes now into a Cyclone. He just trinkets out, wants to get the damage rolling. Bash now onto Ludix. Great defensive peels here coming in from Scrappy. He gets a stun, the Cyclone on Cervantes. He gets a stun on Ludix, getting those trinkets out of the way. Beautiful Howl of Terror comes in. It's going to get feared up with Cervantes. He does have the anti-magic shell. Looks like he will just actively trade that out and continue to try to just get on target. But every one of those Howl of Terrors, especially if they're followed up by a Hex, is going to be devastating for Pump or Be Pumped.
Yeah, but Nature Swiftness is down in this position as well. They got through all of Cervantes' cooldowns. They have pressure on Ludix. This is really good right now for TY. If they can connect some pressure here. Icebound Fortitude is just faded. They Cyclone up the Death Knight, preventing his connection here. Clyde with a nice little rebuke here, playing next to the Warlock, trying to interrupt him while his Death Knight is Cycloned. As Swapsy ports back, Cervantes gets rooted by the Feral Charge of Scrappy. He's doing a great job with that Bear Form root, both offensively in the last series, now defensively, from preventing the Death Knight from reconnecting. And there's that Howl of Terror. Can Kisnu get in position for a Hex out of this? It doesn't look like he's going to be able to. He's too far away, but they might not even need it. As Clyde is trying to sit through, they get a Cyclone instead. Scrappy's trying to Cyclone his Trinket. He's not going to find it here. Cervantes' anti-magic shield absorbing damage. They're going to swap to the Hunter, get some bleeds onto him as well, and split their pressure, possibly forces deterrence. He's getting very low at the moment and being incredibly greedy. Maim Stun comes through. Blessing Protection instantly removed. Nice purge, I think, there by Kisnu in that position, but Blessing Protection got the value. It removed the bleeds. Now they're switching back onto the Death Knight. Swap after swap. DY are trying to keep up their aggression.
Yeah, let's see if they can stay on target. Full trap finally landing here onto Kisnu. He's got no trinket. Swapsy just portals away. He's line of sighting Cervantes the best he can, but they are finally on target. And this is where things can spiral out of control, but a beautiful Howl of Terror once again. Clyde immediately trinkets out of that to keep Cervantes aggressive and on target. Swapsy just going for drain lives, but gets shrunk down there by that Chimera shot. Big burst from the Hunter, and all of a sudden the game is not feeling too stable. Swapsy's going to have to use that portal, that demonic circle, to get away. He's in the middle of the map right now, but wants to hold on. Bad Manner lands onto the Shaman. Do they have a follow-up trap? Scatter into potential trap here. Swapsy already kind of preemptively running, but Howl of Terror is going to be available shortly. If he can land that triple, it's going to be huge for his team.
Ooh, that pet's empowered. It's on Swapsy at the moment. Clyde gets Skullbash from Scrappy. He's trying to do his best to carry the team. Cyclone of the Death Knight looking to finish Ludix as he gets stunned. He trinkets the stun. He doesn't have a lot of options. They silence the Warlock, trying to slow down his aggression as Clyde is repositioning away from Scrappy's potential Cyclone behind the pillar here. He's just line of sighting, trying to buy time, but Scrappy lands another Skullbash into a Howl of Terror, and this could be lights up for the Hunter as he disengages away. Scrappy in hot pursuit, looking to close this game out. Can he drop him? No. Clyde gets a huge heal on the back end of his Divine Shield. They're going to Cyclone Ludix and prevent his damage moving forward, and then switch back onto Cervantes as you see Swapsy port away from him, looking to get a full stack of bleeds onto Cervantes. No Icebound Fortitude. We see Dark Sim. He's trying to steal Cyclone. Scrappy gives him a Moonfire before going for the Cyclone, so really good awareness on that Dark Sim. Now Skull Bashing to reconnect onto the Hunter, using that both as an interrupt but as a reconnect tool as well. He gets into Bear Form, Survival Instincts for the Freezing Trap. Playing a good defense here. Swapsy sneaks in a full fear. No trinket, no divine shield. This could be it for Ludix. Cervantes doesn't have a lot for him either. He's caught into a Howl of Terror. Another fear from Swapsy. Kisnu's in position, looking for a Hex, but he gets silenced. Is it going to be enough? Can he save Ludix in this moment? He gets fully Hexed, and I think that should be easily it. Cyclone comes through, but no deterrence. He's going to die to dots. A couple more ticks and a full Cyclone. This CC chain from TY is just endless.
Yeah, and that's when I think you really do need that Shaman. If he could just break out of those Howl of Terrors a little bit more often, have a little bit more healing in between the setups, I feel like this could be a winning matchup for Pump or Be Pumped, but Paladin just seems like such a liability here in this match. He's getting Howl of Terror into full Hexes, into full Cyclones, and once those land, once enough of those setups land, and you don't have Trinket, yeah, you don't have your Divine Shield, this becomes overwhelming damage, and I think TY that did a really good job defensively. Swapsy did an excellent job with his positioning and portaling anytime the Shaman got put in crowd control. But additionally, I feel like a lot of the stuns and cyclones coming in from the Feral Druid really helped set up their team and slow down the game to get them in this game-winning position.
Yeah, I really liked all of Scrappy's like really minor utility. Like here, the Feral Charge on the Death Knight, so he can't get back while the Shaman's in a freezing trap. Getting Skull Bashes for interrupts on the healer, always swapping, min-maxing his bleed value. I feel like Scrappy had a really good game on the Feral Druid, not getting caught out either, going defensive when he realized he was the target. Here's another Feral Charge on the Paladin, holding him in place. He's just all over the map. This is also another maneuver, using Skull Bash as opposed to using it as a kick, using it to reconnect when you don't have a Feral Charge to get a little bit more uptime, because it's super important you're squeezing in as much damage as you can. Like every single global cooldown is going to count here in a matchup like this. And this CC chain at the end was just so disgusting. It's just fear into fear. And then what happens? I think he gets cloned or he gets hexed. And then it's like, and then it's another cast out of that. NS Hex from Kisnu, just committing that, going all in, realizing, hey, there's no trinket, there's no bubble. We're just going to win the game with dots. He's fully loaded up from Swapsy at this point. And then I think it's a full clone. And there's nothing he can do. He doesn't have silencing shot. He's just going to die to dots. They're casting fear too at the same time, just to make sure that something lands on that next global. And that's like, I mean, Lock Shaman, Druid in these older expansions, when Fear and Clone and Hex there's no DRs amongst them, you can get a crazy CC chain.
That's nuts. Especially the Nature Swiftest Hex. If there's no Hex to spell, it's such a potent crowd control. Howl of Terror, into the Hex, into the Clone. I mean, it's just such a long time you're not healing. And Zico kind of mentioned it for the Holy Paladin. You don't really have many heal effects that go on when you're crowd controlled. Your healing just kind of switches off. You know, there's no Riptide, there's no Healing Stream Totem, there's no Earth Shield. It's just no healing whatsoever, and inevitably the damage from a Feral Druid and Affliction Warlock are going to be quite potent. So game number one, going to thank you. They're locking in the exact same comp. Pump or Be Pumped. Is it a Shaman angle? Like, just go after the Shaman.
I mean,
Forget about it.
Against all these Lock Shamans, I swear, it's either you train Shaman or you like swap at a critical moment. Like, you know, he's got Earth Shield and you know he's running too far away and the Warlock outranges his port or something like that. I think you can switch targets, but I've honestly felt like the best strat against a lot of these Lock Shamans is Cleave, is to just train the Shaman. It puts the most amount of pressure. It really limits the damage output as well if they're constantly having to clone DPS and having to fear DPS and rather than attack you. It's like offense is the best defense against a composition like this. Whereas if you play a more safe game and you're not able to keep them on the back foot and they're more focused on damage, you just get overwhelmed at a certain point. So I could say, especially with him NSing to Hex, and if he doesn't have that as a recovery mechanic, it's just way harder to heal yourself as a shaman, I feel like.
Did he use both NSs on Hex?
I think he did. I think the first NS was a Hex and the second one was a Hex. So their pressure is obviously low if he's able to get away with 2 NSs being used on Hex. So I'd like to see more pressure. Although training shaman when you don't have a shaman, I don't know, because the howls are going to be disgusting. So if Clyde
tough.
can play shaman and just tremor totem and then stay aggressive, and I think it could work for them. Just put all the CC on the druid. Just every scatter, every trap, just every CC on the druid. Take clone out of the equation, heal through the warlock, and kind of just run down the shaman. I think it's a perfectly viable option.
It's tough. The only thing that makes me scared is just fear. Like, imagine you just leave swaps open to just fear you over and over and over. They don't have tremor, they don't have shear, they don't have ground. It's just fear city. So that's the one problem is like both Scrappy and Swapsy have such unbelievable crowd control that they can put out. So if you decide to all on the shaman, it has to be really well done. Ludix on the hunter, I think it's really important that he's going to be shutting down the incoming crowd control. It does seem like maybe on this map, you have a better option. There's not really a great pillar here for Swapsy that he can kind of just run around. I guess there's the central tomb, but I think it's a lot more difficult for him to kind of pull off the strategies he was, where he's just line of sighting Cervantes for such a long period of time on the ground. You know, I don't think he can do that on Ruins. So I wouldn't be surprised if they decide to go for the Warlock once again.
I think you can also do that port in the room strat, and then you play out in the open in the middle, and you just port back in the room. Either port on tomb or port in the room. I feel like oftentimes, at least when I played with the Warlock, and they put their port on the tomb, they end up regretting it. And if they had a port in the room, it would have been way better for like dragging the enemy healer off of the tomb to get Cyclones and get them in a spot for Hex or Fear, as opposed to playing on the tomb, and then their shaman can line of sight, put healing stream behind the pillar, although they're not fighting a shaman, so maybe it's a bit different in that regard. But generally speaking, Warlocks just want enemies out in the open so that they're easily casted on by Cyclones and Fears. You can get control of it. So I'm curious to see where Swapsy ends up putting his port. Does he just mount up to center tomb, put it down, or does he put it in the room and then play out in the open? It's going to be a very important decision, because in Cataclysm, a lot of the matchup is almost just immediately determined by where your character stands in the first 10 seconds.
All right, gates are going to be opening here. Let's see what Pump or B-Pump decides to do. They obviously know by their name they need to play a very aggressive composition or a very aggressive style with this composition. Cervantes is going to be getting an early freedom here, but deciding to sit those initial stuns. There comes the first Howl of Terror immediately onto Cervantes, onto Clyde. What is Clyde going to do? He gets put into a bash out of that. He's forced to trade out his trinket, and that's both trinkets from Clyde, from Cervantes. This is not a good start for Pump or Be Pumped.
All right, Swapsy's trying to fake cast a kick here and get an unstable affliction. It's really important to cover his dots, but he's put into a pet stun. They get a pounce on the Cervantes. He's just going to Icebound Fortitude immediately on that, but Swapsy has just died. He ports back into the room next to his Shaman, but his Shaman gets Hammer of Justice for one more second. He's line of sighting the Gargoyle in that little corner, drain lifing, but he gets rebuked by Clyde. Now a Strangulate onto Kisnu. It could be a Spirit Link Totem here. He's going to drop it, but the Feral Druid's not in it. Scrappy's trying to get back. It manages to redistribute the health, and I can't believe it didn't break that freezing trap. They killed it so fast they couldn't break it, and Kisnu now has to trinket, and they're trying to play the room, but they're all stacked up in here. Are they going to end up regretting it? They get a Cyclone, Soul Swap, full row of dots on the Paladin, but is that actually the right move, or is it better to CC him? He's got Sacrifice, so he's taking a lot of redirected damage, but that rot damage just doesn't seem to matter. Clyde is easily healing through it, and Swapsy could fall over at any moment. Any Magic Shield is up, the pet is empowered, and they're just running a train over Swapsy at the moment. Cervantes gets rooted, trying to buy time. Cervantes grips Swapsy back in. He gets kicked on his Drain Life. They stun Cervantes now. Kisnu's into a Hammer of Justice. He's finally free. Can he get the heals he needs? A Cyclone comes through from Scrappy as he's into bear form, potentially looking for a Feral Charge. They finally get the full fear onto the Paladin. I definitely think this is a game of just CC the Paladin. And now Cervantes is forced to Lichborn, but he's going to survive easily with that. Those Death Glows doing a lot, so they're going to swap off the Death Knight during Lichborn, get Bleeds up over onto the Hunter. They got Portal off of cooldown. Kisnu gets gripped in, so Swapsy can port away from the Death Knight. Nice fear onto the Death Knight. They've got decent damage coming out, and somehow they've actually stabilized. They're in a confident position. They're killing him despite Divine Shield.
Yeah, I mean, this is insane how much damage they have out right now. Ludix and Cervantes both in a lot of trouble. However, Swapsy could fall too if they get any more crowd control. They need to find it. There's the bad manner. Can they get the full trap? Silence on Luddix. He's not able to follow it up. It's super unfortunate. There's the scatter into the full trap. He's got no trinket. Luddix just has to hold on a little bit longer. Cloud keeps him alive with the blessing and protection, but he's got so much work ahead of him. Both Luddix and Cervantes so incredibly low. There comes the death coil, and I think that should be the game. Luddix is going to go down. And although a very scary start there for Swapsy, I just think them getting those trinkets out of the way just allowed them to inevitably land that crowd control and start pulling ahead. TY up 2-0 in this series.
Scrappy just had crazy peels. I feel like everything at that one moment with Scrappy, like just getting a root so Cervantes isn't in melee range, limiting the necrotics. Like everything was Scrappy in the middle of the game. I think as far as control, is this that critical moment where Swapsy ports in and it literally takes what feels like a minute to actually recover from this push. Because Kisnu gets, I believe, silenced, and he drops the link, and then he has to trinket a trap just a second later. And this is where Swapsy gets gripped. But the grip was forced from Scrappy's stuns, or from his roots. So then he gets a stun, then he gets a clone, and then he switches the clone over, and he's stopping so much extra damage during all of this time in order for Kisnu to finally get Swapsy somewhat stabilized. And even despite the monkey blind here, did he pre-ground it so he couldn't trap? It looked like he possibly did. So then he has to go for a scatter. He gets the trap anyways. And I'm thinking like Swapsy should be scared, but they actually just have so much pressure that it doesn't matter. Like their healer's in a full trap, but they're so afraid of dying right now that they can't actually get pressure during the freezing trap. And that's why I think their name is Pump or Be Pumped. It's like you have to be putting damage on the table. It's the most effective way of almost like peeling for yourself, because the other team is on the threat of dying while they're trying to win the game. They start questioning their push. They're not sure if they should go for it, and they end up losing out in the game of chicken. So Runes of Lord are going to go to them, and now it's going to be tough, I think, to reverse sweep in a matchup like this.
Yeah, I mean, I don't really know. Did we like the map?
I mean,
I think it looked pretty good. Like, the only thing I didn't like about this game was the opener for Clyde and Cervantes. I feel like one of them maybe could have trinketed sooner, so they both didn't have to trinket. It seemed like both of them didn't really want to commit, and it ended up forcing both of them to commit their trinket, you know? If they had been a little bit more decisive with who's going to use what, just try to avoid that opener damage or try to just shut it down whatsoever, would have been a lot better. I also feel like I guess the Hunter kind of needs to crowd control for the Shaman, but I don't think you should allow Swapsy to just run on top of your Paladin.
Yeah, getting a Howl first global, that seemed kind of troll, I think, to get the Howl on the Paladin literally first global, especially when the Warlock's the target. Like, maybe if you're not going Warlock, and he sneaks by, but like there's no way with Chains of Ice and everything, I really don't think the Warlock should be able to get a Howl instantly on the Paladin. Like, maybe if you're pushing in or something, but if you're in the middle of the map, that can't happen.
That's what I'm saying.
Stay
like,
further away.
I feel like Cervantes should just get out of the first stun. Like, I don't know, just trinket it, something like that. Like, just make it so Swapsy isn't able to get that follow-up crowd control immediately and start getting the damage rolling, because you really have to, I feel like you have to kind of play all in, because inevitably the Paladin is going to be in crowd control he's not going to be able to get out of, so I think you really have to push the pace. Swapsy, a lot of the time in this matchup as well, is just using his silence from his Fel Hunter on the Hunter. So when the Hunter uses Bad Manner from the Monkey or he uses Scatter, he's just getting silenced by Swapsy, so he can't follow it up with a trap, which is really, really smart, but yeah, maybe that is going to enable the Paladin a little bit more to get some cast. It's kind of hard. I mean, it's very unlikely he's going to get cast off, getting instant hexed and instant cloned and feared and foiled, and yeah, it's definitely tough.
I think it's a very rough situation right now for Pumped or Be Pumped. Do they have any ults prepared? Are they just going to run it down again with Paladin? Are they going to do an all-in? The Warlock is the safer strat, but again, against these comps, when you play the safe strat, it's usually not the best line overall. They want to be making a deep run here with that PHDK. It's just, I feel like it's mostly just not attacking Earthshield also. I feel like they should almost entirely dictate their strategy on who has Earthshield. If it's on the Warlock, go Shaman. If it's on the Shaman, go Warlock. And then adjust your CC accordingly, right? If you're going Shaman, you're going to mostly CC the Druid. If you're going to go the Warlock, you're going to have to CC the Shaman. But I really think if they can just base their strategy on who has Earthshield initially, it's going to give them a lot more momentum early on.
Yeah, definitely. We talked about it. For Shaman, you basically have 3 heals: Riptide, Earthshield, and Healing Stream. So if you're not hitting into Earthshield, you're nullifying a lot of that healing. If you can kill off Healing Stream, when you do get that crowd control, it's another way to really mitigate the healing that the Shaman has. So these things are going to be really important. I wonder if Pump or Be Pumped is just feeling the pressure, like they don't have time, because they are on the time limit, right? Enough Halaterras that the game's going to be over. Enough Instant Cyclones, the game's going to be over. So They are on a time limit. They have to make sure they're making efficient trades. They're keeping up the damage. They're staying on target. See if they can do it here. We're going to Ruins of Lordaeron once again for Game 3, which Super Seas could be our final game of the day.
Would be a final fitting resting place, as it is a cemetery here. It's a very difficult map to navigate around for both sides, right? Like even for Swapsy, he's out in the open the whole game, but so is the Paladin, and exposed to a lot of crowd control. So at the moment, it's going to be a rough ride. I really want to see them dictate their strategy on who has Earthshield at the initial starts of this. If it's not Shaman, just train the blue man, AMS, get in there, play really all in. I feel like as Paladin, as soon as your breakers are gone, you don't have bubble, you don't have trinket, like you can't win anymore. The game is over. Like you have to win in that window where you have your breakers. So you need the fastest line to victory, which is going to be who doesn't have Earthshield. And you just have to commit to it. You have to be ready to win the game in like a minute.
All right, let's see if they can do it. Going to see a really aggressive strategy here for pump or be pumped, or they will be eliminated from the tournament. TY, they're looking really good. Honestly, it's surprising to see this team down in the lower bracket, but every single one of their series so far has been really, really dominant. And I feel like this might be the team to beat in the lower bracket, and the team that might actually make it through the lower bracket gauntlet and into the finals. We'll have to wait and see. Still have to win this final game here against Pump or Be Pumped. Let's see what they can do. So far, the crowd control has been really, really solid on Clyde. Such an important part of this match is Scrappy and Swapsy, just making sure they are rotating that crowd control onto the Paladin, inevitably getting the trinket, every man for himself, as well as the Divine Shield out of the way. And once the crowd control starts landing, that's when things spiral out of control for Pump or Be Pumped. They really got to push the pace, try to close this one out fast.
All right, it's going to be ride or die right here for Pump or Be Pumped. They're going to be sent out of the tournament. Swapsy's got support in the room. There's Earthshield on the Warlock, so I'd really like to see them just run in on Shaman here. Could be difficult, though. They don't have like a stealth target to sneak on him, so they will see that he's coming. He can probably switch it. So it's kind of a rough start. They're trying to find the Feral Druid with the Flare and the Death and Decay. They don't hit it, so now Scrappy's going to move in. Is he going to open behind the pillar? I kind of don't mind them, baiting an opener on the Feral. You can just Survival Instincts and trade for the Gargoyle really effectively right at the start of the game. But he's going to pull back, play it safe. Pet's going to get pulled back. They don't want that going down just randomly, although you do have a lot of pets in Cataclysm. Giving one for free, might be a problem. Another thing, too, is the Warlock is you can Feldom and Imp. So obviously the Hunter's going to try and cover it with like a Hunter's Mark, but if you get unlucky on like an Imp dispel on a Feldom, your CC chain's gone, and then you can just lose the game. So I don't really like Warlock as the main strat. I feel like it should be Shaman main strat, and maybe Warlock if he gets put in a spot where he's out of range of his port.
This is really interesting. They don't want to make a push. They're just going to be sitting back.
They're waiting for the eyes,
Montes,
right? They want to pull the Feral Druid out, and then they want to... I mean, they can. There's no... I don't remember when the eyes spawn. Is it 2 minutes? I want to say it's 2 minutes.
I think.
So if you can pull the Feral out, like you can just scatter him from stealth, maybe. The Monkey Blind the Healer. That's going to be a lot better than getting pounced and having to like use IBF possibly in the first stun of the game. So this is just ultra safe. Wait for the eyes to spawn because the Warlock won't take the tomb. So you should be able to just do this. Just wait for the eyes, pull the Feral Druid out, and then just run in on top of them without having to worry about getting pounced.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about kind of the pacing of this game. It literally can come down to who is one setup ahead. All you need is one setup to win the game. So if they can deny this first setup, they could end up winning. Cervantes gets the eye. Is he going to move forward? What is he doing? He's sending in his pet.
And now his pet's in combat. He can't mount again, and he picked up the eye. Did he mean to dismount?
I don't know.
Or maybe he thought the Feral was closer or something, but now that's one shadow sight down. And did he not see where the Druid was at all with that? He's pulling the pet back into the room. Are they going to just kill the... What is going on right now? They just don't... I don't even know at this point. I thought for sure he was going to run with the eye, but now they're going to have to wait for it to respawn again, or they're going to have to take that forward eye, but then they're going to run into the Warlock's line. Gates have opened. Are we starting again? Just pretend that didn't happen or something?
Yeah. All right, gates have opened. Let's see what these two teams decide to do. Keep in mind, there's no dampening in this game. Like, there's just no dampening. But one thing to also keep in mind,
minutes.
if it goes to 25 minutes, both teams get a point, which means Pump or Be Pumped loses. So they actually are on a time limit, right?
Yep.
Like if the game goes 10 times longer than it has so far, inevitably TY
There's
is
no
going
way
to
a
win.
team waits till that.
To lose?
When they're in a position where they lose, right? There's no way.
I mean... Yeah,
I think
maybe
he's just
not.
going to go now.
They're
All
bored.
right.
Let's go.
It's time to start, I guess, here. They've got the world, but there's a pounce start. If they had the Shadow Side Eye there on the mount, they could have pulled the Feral Druid out. So they already have to use Icebound. They bop. It's over. They're going to lose, man. What? They Icebound and bop in the same go and Trinket in the same go. And there's a Full Fear on the Paladin. They're just trying to throw a curveball at the Feral Druid, but he's a bolstered up. He's got Survival Instinct. He's got Bardskin. Swapsy is free casting. I don't know how you come back from this opener. That is devastating for Pump or Be Pumped.
Yeah, they used every single one of their stun breaks. If Scrappy can kind of just kite, Swapsy will inevitably win the game for them. It still has his trinket. He still got the Divine Shield. So maybe not too bad a Full Fear here on the Cervantes, but the next stun I think is going to be scary. Scrappy just really playing defensive during the Gargoyle. And now that has ended, just deciding to get really, really aggressive here on the Cervantes. This stun is going to be big. A full Hax here onto Clyde. That's going to sit full. Did they have a fear to follow it up? Oh, a full Cyclone onto Clyde. He's just hexed into Cyclone. His team is rotting down. This is not a good position to be in. Oh, into a full fear. No! No, Clyde! He can't control his character. Cervantes is in so much trouble. Anti-Magic Shell comes in. Another fear to follow it up. Clyde has not played the game in the last 30 seconds. Full Cyclone down to Cervantes. He still cannot connect the heals. Let's see what they have. Divine Shield finally going to be landing. Divine Light being cast out here by Clyde. It's a huge heal for his team as they do get stable, but I wonder if Clyde just sitting too much crowd control in the opener, inevitably having to use the Divine Shield, and his team just has no pressure, and it looks like they're just going to outright lose. Cervantes, I don't know if he's going to be able to hold on much longer. Clyde into another Cyclone. Cervantes at 1% health, and will... is he going to live? Drain Soul? No, the Drain Soul's too much. Completely overwhelmed, and that was not the best game for Pump or Be Pumped. I feel like TY, that was super dominant for them.
Yeah, that looked like a rough game. That is a throwaway game, unfortunately for them. And now TY, though, they get the 3-0. They're going to advance. They got to fight a kitty cleave, though. Now, if there was a comp that could kill a shaman, I'm going to probably say that it's a feral and a warrior, and that could be easily their toughest opponent so far in this tournament. It's going to be all about, can you beat the cleaves, it seems like, throughout today. And Swapsy, the only warlock team, even despite the original Cataclysm tournaments, we had like every single flavor of Warlock Shaman, right? I think at lands, it was like Rogue Lock Shaman. We had Boomkin Lock Shamans. We had Shadow Priest Lock Shamans. I think there were DK Lock Shamans. Like in the original Cataclysm, was all Lock Shaman X.
Shadow Priest Lock Shaman.
Yeah. And now this time around, it seems like Hunter. Hunter seems to be like the class to be, at least in the European region.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see if that trend continues tomorrow in North America, or what exactly we are going to see. But you can see here, Clyde, this is when I'm screaming, like, no, Clyde, please help. He's been hacked into clone, into fear, then finally pops a Divine Shield. As soon as Divine Shield lands, Spell Lock comes in, and this is just one of the downsides of the Paladin. Now a full Cyclone, and it can be really frustrating for Cervantes and Ludix. Your healer's just in endless crowd control. You really can't do too much about. They do actually have decent pressure here onto Scrappy, but I just don't ever get the feeling that he's going to go down. He always has his Frenzied Regeneration, and inevitably Cervantes just goes down. They'll have an interrupt for the Drained Soul, then execute, and that will end up closing out the game.
All right. What a way to end the day as well. A nice little 3-0. TY taking that in a very convincing dub. Unfortunately, that is the end of Pump or Be Pumped. You guys kind of already covered all of it, but we're going to see them on Championship Sunday. We've got both EU and NA competing for the title of the Cataclysm Classic victor for that day on Sunday. So we've got those NA games tomorrow. But TY winning that last series of the day in a very convincing 3-0. We can take a look at the bracket where we ended off. We started the day with 8 teams in Europe. Now only 4 remain. And we are, of course, seeing who's going to make up to that grand final position. No Tears, Just Dreams versus the Workshop up there in the semifinals in the upper bracket there. And then we've got SZYMEK CLEAVE versus TY down in the lower bracket. And it's been kind of a rough journey for them so far, especially Sipties, the ones that dropped down almost immediately, like SZYMEK CLEAVE. TY also got down there a little bit, and they've kind of been battling it out so far. So it's been kind of touch and go for them all day today.
I feel like every team has been that way. Maybe like No Tears, Just Dreams. Aside from that one loss, it didn't look too difficult for them. Really excited to see how they face up against the Workshop, though, specifically. Is that Priest healer the X factor? Was it just because Clyde was on Paladin, and that's why the Workshop were able to win? Or is Priest going to make it like impossible for that matchup in that upper bracket?
Yeah, a lot of questions that we can only answer as we get into Sunday. But that's EU, and that is how we are ending off the day. So super excited to see how those games will be concluding. But Saturday, we're going to be moving on over into North America. We can check out the bracket. Couple of returning teams, Void GG. We've got Team Liquid as well. And then, of course, we've got Old Men up there in the upper bracket. And then as well as Vindictive.
Yeah, lots of really strong teams. Old Men, of course, is going to be Snuts, Cubsy, and Chin. A powerhouse roster.
It's
yeah,
old school Cloud9.
Yeah, but they're going to be going up against Void GG that has Wealthy Man. So they're going to be immediately going head to head with
all of
Wealthy
Cloud9
Man
in the series.
and Joxy. Yeah, that's an interesting one. You've got Liquid, obviously a household name. Mez, Sidu, and Trill bringing in some really interesting compositions, playing that Ret Death Knight with Sidu backing up Mez and Trill. Vindictive, that is, of course, Ugly Bald Baby, and Mud playing the Kitty Cleave themselves. So they've been a really solid team in North America. Really curious to see how they do. Then, of course, we got the classic, The Move, Australian Wizkay and Absurge, bringing in some Wizard Cleaves, the Shadow Priest Mage, Dirty Dogs, Lemon Sug, and Wet. They're going to be playing Thug Cleave, Poggadies, which is going to be a Rogue Mage Priest, and Vedo Vedo, which I also believe is a... What is it? Rep Paladin? Yeah, Rep Warrior. That'll be interesting. Rep Paladin, Warrior, Resto Shaman.
Ooh. All right. We've got some games tomorrow. Well, I hope everyone is excited. That is going to wrap up for us for today. So if you want to check out these teams and see them battle it out to the top 4 for North America, y'all are definitely going to have to tune in for tomorrow. We're going to be here at twitch.tv/Warcraft. Of course, we are on YouTube as well, and we'll see everyone there tomorrow, same time, same place. Actually, also follow us on the WoW Esports Twitter account as well. So we'll see you tomorrow at 10 a.m. Pacific or 7 p.m. CEST. Thank you so much. See you soon.